Rhaegar Targaryen felt the dragon's roar echo in his heart, as he broke through the lines of the rebels with a grace that defied the brutality of war. The sounds of steel striking steel filled the damp air, mingling with the cries of dying men and the shrieks of frightened horses. The waters of the Trident had already run red with blood, and the churn of bodies in the shallow river left a dark haze of iron and mud in the air. His warhorse, an imposing beast of dappled silver, crashed forward, and his war-hammer-wielding foe collapsed beneath the blow of Rhaegar's ancestral blade. In that moment, Rhaegar felt the fates of men shift around him. Victory, elusive as a dream, was now within his grasp. The rubies on his breastplate, house gems that sparkled like molten fire, caught the midday sun and flashed. Tales of those rubies would spread for generations to come. But on that day, at the crossing of the Trident, the living prince of Dragonstone refused to let them scatter into the depths. He pressed onward, the son of Aerys Targaryen, determined to seize a future that would change the destiny of the realm. When the rebels' front lines began to break, it happened as though time slowed for a moment. A single breath where men realized that death, so close and intimate, might be held at bay. And then the wave shattered. Soldiers who had once locked shields now scattered, slipping on bloody stones, tumbling into the shallow river, or turning their backs altogether to flee. Rhaegar's knights surged forward in an unstoppable tide of steel. His allies, seeing a chance to end the rebellion decisively, advanced under the Targaryen banner, dragonclaw gauntlets gripping swords, lances, and maces. The crown prince pivoted, scanning the chaos to locate Robert Baratheon. Across the way, Robert was already bleeding badly, staggering as one of his loyal men pulled him back from the thick of the fight. Rhaegar's own heartbeat thundered in his ears. His senses were alight with the rush of a man on the brink of destiny, and in that instant he realized the day was won. After the rout, the river became a gruesome grave for many rebels. Some drowned beneath the weight of their armor. Others managed to scramble to the banks, clutching at arrow-riddled limbs or battered skulls. Overhead, the sky was white and merciless. No clouds offered shade from the stench of slaughter. Rhaegar could barely feel the ache in his sword arm. His hair, silver gold like all those of Targaryen blood, clung to his forehead, glued by sweat and blood that was not his own. He drew his mount to a halt near the water's edge. Robert Baratheon lay on the ground, battered and prone, while the dragon's guard ringed him, swords trained on the fallen rebel lord. Only the faint movement of Robert's chest announced he was still alive. A deep, ragged breath tore from Robert's throat. He glared up at Rhaegar from beneath the gloom of his battered helm, his features contorted with pain and fury. "Kill me," he croaked, spitting blood into the cold water. "Finish it, dragonspawn." His breath caught, and blood flecked his lips. It would have been easy to do just that. One swift thrust of a sword, one final condemnation of all the woe Robert had unleashed upon the Seven Kingdoms. It would have ended the rebellion then and there, as neatly as cutting a thread. Yet Rhaegar paused, heart hammering in his chest. The words of a prophecy he had once clung to whispered through his mind, half forgotten amidst the carnage. He recalled how his father's madness had grown year after year, and how the realm had plunged ever deeper into chaos. A new age needed to dawn. For it to happen, would mercy serve him better than vengeance? The Targaryen line had burned many in the name of power, with Aerys' cruelty setting the flames. Perhaps the realm demanded a kinder flame. Slowly, deliberately, Rhaegar dismounted, the wet stones of the riverbank slick beneath his boots. The hush that fell among his knights was like a held breath. Then Rhaegar lowered his sword. "I will not kill you today," he said, voice raw from battle but firm. "You raised your banners in rebellion. You claimed it was for Lyanna Stark, your betrothed, stolen away without your leave. You believed I was your great enemy, so you marched against me." He paused, the water swirling around his ankles. "But I have no wish to see the realm bathed in yet more blood." He extended a hand, a gesture not just of mercy but of a new order. Around him, the surviving rebels looked on, uncertain, perhaps expecting treachery. Robert's breath hissed between his teeth. Finally, he sank spent onto the bloody rocks. He closed his eyes, as though he could not bear to see the prince's outstretched arm. But neither did he strike. Rhaegar turned to his men. "Bind Lord Baratheon's wounds," he commanded quietly. "Then put him under guard. We will have words in King's Landing." That moment became legend. Some would call it the day the dragon spared the stag, and others would mutter that Rhaegar had erred, letting the man who nearly killed him live. Yet the rebellion was shattered, and with Robert Baratheon's defeat, the Stormlands, the Reach, and the Riverlands knelt or quickly fell into line. The North, battered and exhausted, soon faced an ultimatum: bend the knee or face the wrath of an unbroken Targaryen host. Even Eddard Stark, reeling from the deaths in his family, chose to bow. The wide-lidded sorrow in his gray eyes told the tale of heartbreak, though perhaps also relief, for the conflict had taken too many. The realm had grown tired of war and thirsted for respite. King's Landing received the returning armies with tension so thick it coated every street. Rumor had traveled faster than any raven. Rhaegar had triumphed and captured the rebel leaders. Aerys Targaryen, the Mad King, had locked himself in the Red Keep, refusing all counsel save that of the pyromancers. Tales of wildfire stores hidden beneath the city abounded in every wine sink. As Rhaegar passed through the mud gate, the streets filled with small folk. They cheered him, called him their salvation from the Mad King. Women wept openly, men fell to their knees, and children pointed and shouted, though for every shout of joy, there was a mutter of uncertainty. The tension crawled across Rhaegar's skin. He could practically taste the fear that lingered in the city, the fear that Aerys' next command might be to burn them all before the night ended. He pressed onward, determined to see his father, to end the madness once and for all. He found Aerys upon the Iron Throne, surrounded by flickering torches and half a dozen members of the Kingsguard who looked as though they stood vigil at a funeral. The king wore a ragged robe of black velvet, stained with old wine. His hair hung in greasy tangles around his wild eyes. When Rhaegar advanced up the great hall, only the sibilant hiss of torches broke the silence. He kneeled, tense and poised. "Father," he said, voice echoing in the vaulted space. "Traitor," Aerys hissed. His nails scratched the arms of the Iron Throne, a throne built of 1,000 swords melted together by dragon fire. "You would see me deposed. I know it. You would put that stag on my throne, or you would snuff out the Targaryen line for your own gain." Spittle flew from his lips, and his eyes gleamed with an unnatural sheen. The air thickened. Rhaegar's shoulders tensed as he rose from his kneel. For years, he had watched the realm bleed under Aerys' paranoia, had seen lords burned alive, had listened to the fearful whispers that the king had become unsalvageable. He had tried to keep the worst of his father's madness at bay, but no longer. That day, triumphant from the Trident and bolstered by an army at his back, Rhaegar no longer felt powerless. Something in him crystallized. "I am no traitor," he said. His voice, though quiet, resonated with every soldier who had followed him into the throne room. "But I cannot let you harm the city or the realm any longer." Aerys' screech echoed in the hall, bouncing off stone pillars. He signaled to the pyromancer who stood in trembling silence near the dais. "Burn them! Burn them all!" he shrieked. The pyromancer froze, uncertain, sweat beading on his brow. The men of the Dragon's Guard surged forward, led by Ser Barristan Selmy, who moved with the speed of a tempest wind. In the confusion, the pyromancer tried to fumble for his pot of wildfire, but a swift slash of a knight's sword spilled it upon the stone floor. The green liquid smoked, but it did not catch fire. Within moments, one of Rhaegar's knights had the pyromancer subdued. The king rose, frantic, ripping at his tangled beard. "Burn them!" he repeated, voice rising to a shrill wail as he clawed at his own cheeks. Rhaegar stepped onto the dais. When his hand came down on his father's shoulder, it was with the reluctance of a son who had dreamed of a better end. "Father," he said again, voice thick with regret. "I am sorry." With a swift gesture, Two members of the Kingsguard seized Aerys by the arms, pulling him from the throne. The dethroned king howled like a mad beast. Some of his nails tore free as he tried to cling to the jagged steel of the seat. Then the hall fell silent, except for the ragged breathing of those present. Rhaegar stood before the Iron Throne, a hush descending like a final chord of music. In that moment, every soul in the hall understood. The reign of Aerys II Targaryen was over, and a new reign had just begun. Rhaegar chose not to ascend the throne that night, nor even the next day. He summoned the lords who remained loyal, who had defied the rebellion, as well as those who had risen in revolt but now bent their knees. Eddard Stark came from the north, face drawn and pale. Jon Arryn hobbled in on a cane, his composure marked by acceptance of the changed fortunes. Robert Baratheon arrived, bound and under guard, yet forcibly healed by maesters who had staunched the worst of his wounds. Tywin Lannister, who had lurked at the fringes of the war, arrived with a retinue of gold-armored knights, seeking to ensure his own advantage in the new regime. And many others came too from the Vale, the Reach, and beyond. For days, Rhaegar spoke to them individually and in small councils. He was not crowned. The Iron Throne stood empty. The realm waited with bated breath. The captured rebel lords, their hopes of overthrowing the Targaryens dashed, listened to the prince's proposals with a blend of shock and grudging respect. "The kingdom has suffered enough," Rhaegar told them. "Blood has spilled in rivers. Families have been broken, and old rivalries burn as hot as dragonfire. My father, he has been unwell for many years. I will see him properly cared for, but I cannot allow him to rule." At that, no one dissented. At the foot of the throne, while torches sputtered in the gloom, Rhaegar offered amnesty. "I grant pardon to all who fought against the crown, on the condition that you swear your fealty to House Targaryen anew. The realm needs unity if it is to heal." Though the decision surprised many, it was welcomed by the common folk as an act of mercy to end the war. Some lords saw it as weakness, others as wisdom. They bent the knee and swore, one by one, so that the 7 kingdoms might be made whole. Eddard Stark's jaw tightened with sorrow at the memory of how he had lost his father and brother to Aerys' flames. Yet with Robert Baratheon's life spared, and the war concluded, he bowed and gave Rhaegar his grudging oath. Rhaegar did not forget the woman at the center of it all, Lyanna Stark. He had loved her with a depth that once blinded him to the storm brewing across Westeros. News reached him that she was hidden away in the Tower of Joy, her condition precarious. Taking only his most trusted knights, Rhaegar rode south, leaving the city's governance in the capable hands of his allies, Ser Barristan Selmy, Lord Cannington, and a reluctant Tywin Lannister, who recognized that war might not serve him now. It was a desperate journey, filled with dread. When Rhaegar reached the tower, he found Lyanna lying in a bed drenched with sweat, her dark hair plastered to her cheeks. Her eyes lit when she saw him, though her face bore the strain of childbirth. The babe was small but alive, mewling in a bundle of blankets. Outside, dawn tinted the sky pink, and Rhaegar felt the ancient songs in his blood. "You came?" Lyanna whispered, her voice as fragile as spun glass. She was feverish, but she clung to Rhaegar's hand. "Our son," she breathed. Rhaegar's heart seized. They had shared a secret vow, a love that had set kingdoms aflame. Now he beheld their son, black-haired with the same Targaryen shape to his eyes. "He shall be the song of ice and fire," Rhaegar murmured, recalling a prophecy that spoke of a prince who was promised. He could feel the weight of destiny in his arms as he lifted the babe. No matter how many burdens had fallen on him, how many tragedies had ensued, at least a radiant hope remained in this child. Lyanna Stark's fever worsened. Though Rhaegar summoned the best maesters in the land, she slipped away at sunrise. For one heartbreaking moment, Rhaegar could do nothing but bow his head at her bedside, tears slipping past his composure. No one could question he had loved her as fiercely as a dragon loved gold. But the gods were cruel and she was gone. In her final moments, she clutched the ring of winter roses he had once bestowed upon her, a frail smile touching her lips. "Promise me you'll protect him," she whispered, voice trembling. Rhaegar pressed his forehead to hers. "I swear it," he said, "on my life, on my honor." And with that final vow, Lyanna slipped beyond mortal reach. With the child in his arms, Rhaegar returned to King's Landing, riding past small folk who gazed upon him with curiosity and newly kindled hope. They had expected to see their new king crowned in a grand ceremony. But the man who rode into the city was hollow-eyed with grief. He did not hide the black-haired babe. Indeed, he bore him in plain view, a statement that all the realm might see. The blood of the dragon would continue, but joined now with the blood of the wolf. Whispers abounded. Had the prince stolen Lyanna Stark? Had they married in secret? Many rumors flitted around the city like moths near a brazier. But Rhaegar only spoke softly to those who asked, "The mother is dead, and the child lives. Let us not dwell on the pain of the past, but on the hope for our future." In a grand hall packed with nobles, Rhaegar Targaryen was crowned as King Rhaegar I. The High Septon himself placed the crown upon his silver-gold hair, the rubies set in the metal shining like fresh blood. As the bells of King's Landing tolled, he rose as the realm's new monarch, holding a scepter of black iron and gold. The assembled lords and ladies cheered, but it was a careful, uncertain cheer, for everyone remembered the days of the Mad King and the rebellion. They recognized that Robert Baratheon still lived, though shackled. They saw Tywin Lannister watch with eyes as cold as minted gold, and wondered what bargains might be struck. In a corner, Eddard Stark stood in silent mourning, remembering his sister. Yet for that day, the realm set aside its fear to witness a momentous turning. House Targaryen continuing, but different, perhaps more tempered than it had been. Once crowned, Rhaegar summoned the rebellious lords and their supporters to stand in witness at the throne. Robert Baratheon, gaunt but healing, stood at the fore. His eyes were dark with bitterness, and his arms trembled with barely contained fury. "You murdered her," Robert growled once, so low that only those nearest him could hear. "Lyanna died in your custody." Rhaegar felt the blow of those words like a punch to the gut. Though he had not forced Lyanna, the realm's perspective was complicated by rumor and heartbreak. Still, Rhaegar had promised to spare Robert's life, and he kept his word. "I will not condemn you to the headsman," he said, "but neither can I set you free without conditions." And so, in the hall thick with expectation, Rhaegar pronounced Robert Baratheon would be sent to the Night's Watch, if the man would accept a black cloak. If not, an alternative arrangement would need to be found. Robert's fury flared at first, but in the hush that followed, he saw no path left to him. He dipped his head in angry acquiescence. The realm exhaled a collective breath. The stag was pacified. The North, the Vale, and the Stormlands could begin to mend. But Eddard Stark spoke up, surprising many. "My lord, that is too harsh a punishment for a man who once stood for justice, however misguided. Let the realm see we can find peace without forcing exile or a life sworn to no lands, no inheritance." Startled, Robert wheeled around to face the man he called a friend. But Eddard was steadfast. He knelt before the throne. "Your Grace," he said to Rhaegar, "I beg you, let Robert return to Storm's End. Allow him to find a path that might lead to reconciliation." King Rhaegar studied Eddard's face. On one hand, he had lost so much at the hands of Aerys, yet he held on to honor with an iron grip. "You would have me release Robert so that he might raise armies against me again?" the king asked quietly. "I need some reassurance that he will not seek to plunge the realm into war a second time." Eddard nodded. "I will offer my own oath," he said. "Should Robert prove false, I shall share in his punishment. But I believe in second chances." The hush was palpable. Even the youngest pages could sense the fragile threads of trust being tested in that hall. After a long, weighted silence, Rhaegar spoke. "Very well, my lord. For the sake of peace, I shall relent. Lord Robert shall be placed under certain constraints. The crown will hold hostages or guarantees of good faith. Storm's End itself must keep a Targaryen oversight for a year's time. Should he rebel anew, I shall not show mercy again." He fixed Robert with a stern look. The rebel lord said nothing, but in his eyes, grudging acceptance and heartbreak warred. The father of the woman he loved was locked away in madness, and the brother of that woman now sat on a throne, commanding him. The realm's tragedies had never been so sharply felt. Eddard Stark offered his own sworn word, and Robert nodded stiffly, scowling but unable to counter what had been decided. Tyrants might wield an iron fist, but a wise king used mercy when it served the realm's stability. Sensing the tension, Rhaegar moved the court along, bringing forward Mace Tyrell, who had held the Reach and wavered in loyalty during the rebellion. Then came Jon Arryn, who had thrown his might behind Robert. And so, through the day, pacts were made, alliances hammered out. It was not lost on anyone that the entire realm balanced on a knife's edge of grudging acceptance. King Rhaegar aimed to unify rather than destroy. Many lords left the Red Keep uncertain if they admired him or feared him. In the weeks that followed, the capital teemed with fresh gossip. The realm's new king had a black-haired babe, he claimed. Many asked whose child it was. Some whispered that the mother was a Stark, though they seldom said it aloud. Others said that Rhaegar's lawful wife, Elia Martell, had borne a bastard. The truth, for those who dared speak it, was that Rhaegar had quietly had his marriage to Elia annulled with the consent of certain high authorities, binding himself to Lyanna in a secret ceremony. But illusions seldom stayed hidden long. The Martells, proud and fierce, felt slighted. Whispers abounded that Prince Oberyn, the Red Viper, seethed to avenge his sister's dishonor. The tension between Dorne and the crown was as thick as the desert heat. King Rhaegar arranged for Elia's comfort. In the capital, bestowing upon her new titles and privileges, ensuring her children by him, Princess Rhaenys and Prince Aegon, remained recognized heirs in the line of succession. The question of inheritance, however, loomed ominously. Which of Rhaegar's children would become next in line? The dragon had many heads now, and uncertain alliances had formed around each. To mitigate the smoldering tensions, Rhaegar summoned Elia Martell for a private discussion. The queen he had once known as his lawful wife carried herself with a regal, saddened grace. "You have done me a deep hurt," she said, voice trembling with repressed fury. "And you have disgraced Dorne in the eyes of the realm. But I care for our children, and I will protect them at all costs." Rhaegar bowed his head. "I know," he murmured, "and I never wished you harm, Elia. Our union was arranged, as so many royal marriages are. I grew to respect you deeply. You gave me 2 beautiful children. That will never be forgotten." He drew a breath, his shoulders heavy with guilt. "I cannot change what has happened, but I can seek to ensure that you and our children are honored." Elia's dark eyes narrowed, and her lips trembled. Pride warred with heartbreak upon her delicate features. "Words," she said, "words may not be enough. I will remain in King's Landing to safeguard Rhaenys and Aegon. Should anything befall them, Dorne will rise in fury you cannot imagine." Her warning was like a blade pressed to a man's throat, silent and deadly. With Elia pacified for the moment, Rhaegar turned to matters of governance. The treasury was depleted by war expenses, the roads were unsafe in the aftermath of roving bandits, and famine threatened in regions ravaged by armies. The small council was reshaped. Varys, the master of whisperers, remained, spinning webs of information. Pycelle was replaced with a less Lannister-leaning Grand Maester. Ser Barristan Selmy became Lord Commander of the Kingsguard in recognition of his service and honor. Tywin Lannister was offered a place as Hand of the King, but the older lord hesitated, remembering how Aerys had once humiliated him. Rhaegar's courteous request, however, was laced with the reality of the realm's precarious state, and Tywin accepted, albeit with an icy formality. Together, they planned for reconstruction, new trade routes, and alliances that might stabilize the fractured kingdom. While the realm breathed, half in relief, half in unease, King Rhaegar traveled to the north to fulfill a promise made at Lyanna's deathbed. He brought with him the child she had borne, a boy with the pale skin and black hair of his mother's line, and the Targaryen eyes of ancient royalty. To the surprise of many, the king sought out Eddard Stark in his own domain of Winterfell, bringing offerings of peace and forging a bond that might quiet the lingering hostilities. The journey was cold and treacherous, but Rhaegar did not flinch. He arrived at the great fortress of the Starks amid a swirl of snow, accompanied by a retinue of knights and a host of wagons laden with supplies meant to aid the war-torn north. Eddard Stark, stern and quiet, greeted the king in the courtyard. They regarded each other in grim silence, memories of the war raging behind their eyes. Then the Stark lord inclined his head. "Your Grace, you honor us with your presence," he said. Rhaegar dismounted, passing the babe to the arms of a nursemaid. "Lord Stark," the king replied, voice tinged with solemnity. "I have brought your nephew." Eddard stared at the child, and in that moment, the grief in his eyes was a storm that matched the swirling snow. Wordlessly, he took the babe in his arms and held him close, as though in the fragile body of his sister's child he might find some fragment of her memory. They retreated to the warmth of the great hall, the hearth crackling fiercely. The child fussed softly, disturbed by the unfamiliar chill of the north. Over cups of heated wine, Rhaegar spoke of forging a new legacy. "We cannot undo the past," he said, "but we must shape the future. The North has ever been a kingdom apart. I would see it bound to the crown by understanding and respect, not conquest." Outside, a howling wind battered the walls. Eddard listened with the stoic quiet of a man used to burying sorrow. "I hold you responsible for Lyanna's fate," he said bluntly. "Though I understand you did not force her, your actions led to her death." Rhaegar's shoulders sagged. "Yes," he whispered, "and I shall bear that guilt all my days. But I loved her. I swear this on my life." Eddard studied him, searching for deception. At length, he nodded, though the lines on his face spoke of no joy in acceptance. "Then let her son unite our houses where her life could not," he said. "We shall care for him as family, but I will not hide who he is. The truth is the truth." Rhaegar respected that. He shared with Eddard the child's name, Jaehaerys Targaryen, though some would call him Jon, a simpler name for the North. Privately, the king recognized that Jaehaerys was but one of 3 Targaryen heirs now, and the complexities of succession would haunt the boy in years to come. But for that moment, the babe represented a fragile truce. The same day, Rhaegar visited the Stark family crypt to kneel before Lyanna's statue, carved with the same resolute features the Starks always wore in stone. He placed a single winter rose at her feet and murmured words lost to the wind. Word spread across the 7 kingdoms that the new king had journeyed north, forging pacts and alliances, distributing supplies to those who had suffered from the war. Over time, more lords rallied to his cause, believing that perhaps House Targaryen had turned a new leaf. Some saw it as an opportunity to earn royal favor. Others genuinely believed in Rhaegar's cause. The changes were slow, and pockets of rebellion lingered in the far corners of the realm. Those who still cried vengeance for the horrors inflicted by the Mad King. But all in all, the land steadied itself. King Rhaegar's next challenge awaited him in Dorne, for the Martells seethed over the perceived insult to Elia. Determined to maintain unity, the king rode south. The journey carried him through blistering deserts, the sun scorching the horizon. He arrived in Sunspear to a reception both lavish and as cold as the desert night. Prince Doran Martell, mild in manner yet cunning, greeted him in the palace's sun-baked courtyard. Prince Oberyn, the Red Viper, stood off to the side, coiled tension in every muscle. Rhaegar approached with humility, bowing his head. "Princes of Dorne," he said, "I come not as your conqueror, but as your king and your family. Elia bore me children. I wish to see them cherished as much in Dorne as they are in King's Landing." Oberyn's dark eyes flashed. "Is that so?" he asked, voice like silk over steel. "You have a strange way of cherishing my sister, casting her aside for a Stark, stirring a rebellion, nearly getting her killed." His rage was barely contained, the memory of Elia's tears etched into his mind. Rhaegar lifted his gaze, meeting Oberyn's fury. "I will not deny the pain I have caused, but Elia is my family still, and so is Dorne. Let us find a path forward that brings honor to your sister and fosters unity for our children." The The dryness of the air, the glaring sun, everything intensified the moment. Then Doran raised a hand, calming Oberyn. He spoke softly. "Perhaps there is a path, but we will require more than apologies and promises. We want security for Elia, for Aegon, for Rhaenys. Let us speak in private." So Rhaegar followed the Martell princes into the shade of an arched hall, where they discussed terms well into the scorching afternoon. By sundown, a tentative accord formed. Aegon Targaryen, Elia's son, would be officially recognized as the next heir to the Iron Throne, bridging Targaryen and Martell blood in a future king. Rhaegar's other children would hold high station, but Aegon would be named Crown Prince. It would soothe Dorne, ensuring Elia's children were not discarded. Oberyn insisted that Rhaenys be wed to a match that favored Dorne's influence in the Red Keep, though that was a question for years to come. For Rhaegar, it was a painful compromise. Prophecy and paternal love warred in him. He believed the child he had with Lyanna might be the true prince who was promised. Yet the realm demanded stability, and so, in that stifling chamber, he agreed to name Aegon his heir, forging a truce that would hold Dorne at peace. It was a weight that settled heavily on his soul, but for the realm, he would make any sacrifice. In the courtyard outside, Oberyn studied him for a moment, then nodded once, as if to acknowledge that the king had given enough to spare the realm from Dorne's vengeance. Time marched on. The war-torn land began its slow process of healing. Roads were rebuilt, fields rezoned, trade routes reopened. Tywin Lannister, as Hand of the King, employed his organizational genius to restore the treasury, seeking new trade deals with the free cities. At the same time, Rhaegar paid special attention to the worrisome signs of an approaching long winter. Reports of dire wolves spotted south of the Neck and whispered rumors of strange sightings beyond the Wall reached him, fueling his sense of urgency to unify the realm. He met again with Eddard Stark, urging him to fortify the defenses of the Wall. The Night's Watch found renewed support, including men and supplies, though some complained it was a wasteful diversion of resources. Rhaegar paid them little heed, haunted by old prophecies of a night that might never end. Robert Baratheon returned to Storm's End, a subdued and hollow figure. The memory of Lyanna's death and the humiliating defeat at the Trident clung to him. He drank deep, tried to bury the heartbreak in feasting and women, but found no solace. Some nights, he stared at the flickering torchlight in the Great Hall, replaying the moment of Rhaegar's sword striking his warhammer aside. Rage simmered in him, but the conditions placed upon him by King Rhaegar held him in check. He took the oath of fealty once more, in an unhappy, grudging ceremony. The Storm Lords were restless, uncertain if they had chosen wrongly in following Robert. But he maintained a veneer of loyalty, seeking some way to reconcile a life that had been thoroughly broken. His dear friend, Eddard Stark, pressed him to accept the peace. Robert tried, for Ned's sake, but bitterness is a weed that takes root in an unhealed soul. Across the sea, the exiled brother of King Rhaegar, Viserys Targaryen, and their younger sister Daenerys lived in uncertain splendor, hearing only half-truths of the changes in Westeros. They had fled when the rebellion flared, and now, with the war ended, questions arose as to whether the new king would call them home. Viserys, proud and prickly, styled himself the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. News that Rhaegar had been crowned angered him, but letters arrived, parchments sealed with the dragon of the Targaryens, offering amnesty and an invitation to return to court in King's Landing. Rhaegar wrote that they were free to live under his protection, to share in the revival of House Targaryen. Viserys, uncertain, refused for a time, suspecting treachery. Yet the rumor of Aerys' dethronement, the end of the rebellion, and the crowning of Rhaegar as a presumably stable monarch gradually enticed him. Daenerys, barely more than a child, spoke of wanting to see the land where she was born. At length, they boarded a ship bound west, riding the tides of fate toward a brother they barely remembered. Their arrival in King's Landing was met with pomp. The city, still bearing scars of war, turned out to see the exiled Targaryens come home. Daenerys, silver-haired and bright-eyed, drew curious stares. Viserys, carrying himself with arrogant pride, scowled at the sight of Lannister guards and the city that had once been the seat of their father's madness. Rhaegar greeted them in the Red Keep's throne room, though not from the Iron Throne itself. He descended the steps to meet them as kin, offering embraces that Viserys accepted stiffly. Daenerys, shy and wide-eyed, studied her older brother who was now king. "Is father here?" she asked in a trembling voice. Rhaegar felt a pang of pity. "Father is unwell," he said, "but safe in captivity as befits his condition. You need not fear him." The girl nodded slowly, uncertain how to respond. As time slipped by, King Rhaegar introduced measures intended to ease tensions throughout the realm. Pardons for lesser lords and knights who had supported Robert, funds for rebuilding, reforms to reduce the influence of corrupt officials. He encouraged tournaments and feasts to restore a sense of normalcy, though sometimes the cheers felt forced in a kingdom still haunted by memories of dragonfire and rebellion. Gradually, a new generation began to grow up, a generation for whom the horror of the Mad King and the rebellion was a story told by their parents. The land started to forget its old wounds, even as new seeds of resentment quietly took root. In the capital, the presence of multiple Targaryen heirs fueled quiet rivalries. Aegon, Elaya's son, was recognized as crown prince, well-liked by many for his half-Dornish blood and his mother's warmth. Rhaenys, graceful and clever, fascinated courtiers with her sharp wit. Meanwhile, Jaehaerys, called Jon by those in the north, lived in Winterfell for much of his upbringing, among the Starks who loved him as one of their own, occasionally traveling south for visits to the royal court. The rumors about his parentage never vanished, and many lords eyed him with confusion or suspicion. Viserys, ever resentful, whispered that Jaehaerys was a bastard who threatened the purity of House Targaryen's lineage. In secret, the seeds of envy festered, though Rhaegar remained unaware, hoping love and patience would bridge the divides of their house. The tension was palpable on the day Rhaegar named his council of heirs, bringing Aegon, Rhaenys, and Jaehaerys to King's Landing for an elaborate ceremony. He spoke from the throne, his voice echoing in the hall. "The realm will be stronger if all my children learn to govern together," he proclaimed. "Aegon shall be my acknowledged heir, but Jaehaerys and Rhaenys shall hold important roles in the governance of the realm." For Rhaenys, he announced a betrothal to a son of the Reach, strengthening ties with House Tyrell. For Jaehaerys, a promise that he would one day oversee matters of the North, bridging the gap between Winterfell and the Iron Throne. Applause rippled through the hall, though it was guarded. Elia Martell stood by, wearing a serene mask. But Oberyn, in the shadows, observed Jaehaerys with an enigmatic expression, as if keeping track of every new advantage the young prince gained. It was at that ceremony that Robert Baratheon appeared for the first time in years, newly arrived from Storm's End. He wore his lord's finery, though he seemed heavier, his eyes bloodshot. He had made no secret of his drinking, the illusions of a glorious rebellion left in the gutters of memory. Yet something in him sparked when he saw Jaehaerys, a living reminder of Lyanna, the woman he had once loved so fiercely. His face tightened. He said little, but the bitterness in his silence spoke volumes. Rumors spread that the Black Stag might yet rise again to challenge the dragon. But for the moment, he only stood in the margins, a witness to the unraveling tapestry of power. In King's Landing, the small folk sang in the streets that the age of the dragon had been renewed, that Rhaegar was a wise and merciful king. Still, shadows lurked behind the facade of harmony. Tywin Lannister, working tirelessly as hand, also consolidated power, forging alliances that might outlast the Targaryen reign if an opportunity arose. Varys listened, collecting secrets and passing them on in coded messages. Littlefinger, who had found a place in the city's finances, amassed wealth and influence through cunning manipulations. Rivals in court sized one another up, uncertain how stable Rhaegar's rule truly was. The king himself experienced moments of deep melancholy, haunted by the memory of Lyanna and the weight of prophecy. Late at night, he would slip away to the chambers where an ancient harp awaited him. He strummed haunting melodies, the mournful echo of strings a lament for what had been lost. In the flickering candlelight, He worried about the forces that truly threatened the realm. Not just the petty ambitions of lords, but the deeper, older powers, winter itself, and the night that prophecy foretold. He remembered how he had once believed the prince who was promised would be born of his line. Now he wondered if that was Aegon or Jaehaerys, or if the prophecy had misled him. The melody he played soared with longing, filling the silent corridors with a gentle, heartbreaking beauty that only the king himself could truly understand. A year passed then too. The scars of war receded, replaced by cautious optimism. In the north, Jaehaerys learned the ways of the dire wolves and the old gods under his uncle's guidance. In the south, Aegon grew into a gallant youth, training in swordsmanship and the arts of diplomacy, a bright star in the Dornish sky of his mother's lineage. Rhaenys blossomed into a young lady known for her sharp mind and kind heart. Courtly life revolved around them, as each represented a different aspect of the Targaryen legacy, uniting corners of the kingdom. Elia Martell saw to it that Aegon's prominence was maintained, forging alliances in Dorne to secure his claim. The realm settled into a precarious peace. Yet the land was never one for lasting peace. Beyond the narrow sea, talk of a rising warlord in the Dothraki Sea reached Westeros on the lips of merchants. In the far north, sightings of wights and strange walkers trickled in from black-cloaked men of the Night's Watch. The king grew restless. He summoned Eddard Stark and the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch to the capital to hear their accounts. He held councils with maesters to discuss the signs of prophecy. A long night might be coming, they whispered. Anxiety gnawed at him. He authorized sending more men and supplies to the wall, though it gained him more critics at court who preferred not to waste gold on a half-myth. One crisp morning, as the wind carried the scent of the turning season, Rhaegar stood upon the battlements of the Red Keep. He leaned on the stone parapet, lost in thought, gazing over a city that had begun to look almost new again. Construction had replaced old, scorched ruins. Market stalls bustled with color. The bells tolled in distant septs. With winter near, a hush of apprehension always came, but the city endured. The king sighed, recalling how differently it might have all ended had he fallen on the Trident. If Robert's hammer had crushed his breastplate thoroughly, the realm would be in chaos, or in the hands of men who might not have spared a single Targaryen. He thought of his father, raving and drooling in his confinement. Perhaps Aerys's twisted legacy had to be tempered by mercy. Though the realm required a firmer hand at times, Rhaegar still clung to the belief that compassion could strengthen the Iron Throne more than fear. The scars were there on the city and on his soul, but there was also rebirth. During these reflective moments, he considered again the secret that had once consumed him, the prophecy of the dragon with 3 heads. He recalled the fabled conquest of Aegon Targaryen with his 2 sister wives, how they had united the land under dragonfire. Now, centuries later, the Targaryens were fractured into multiple lines, each child a potential head of the dragon. Aegon, Rhaenys, Jaehaerys, 3 children, 3 heads, perhaps. But was that enough to face the cold darkness if it came? Or would they be undone by their own rivalries and the realm's old grudges? On a day thick with gathering clouds, Rhaegar convened the Great Council in the throne room. He summoned lords from every corner of Westeros, from the burning sands of Dorne to the icy peaks of the Vale. The hall brimmed with heraldry, golden roses of Highgarden, krakens of the Iron Islands, falcons of the Vale, and so on. Even Robert Baratheon was there, arms crossed, face set in a scowl. Eddard Stark stood near the dais, calm and somber. Tywin Lannister's calculating green eyes scanned the crowd, seeking advantage. The murmur of so many voices echoed off vaulted ceilings, until the sound was snuffed by the entrance of the king. Rhaegar ascended the steps to the Iron Throne but did not sit. He stood, regal in black and red finery, silver gold hair tied back. "Lords of the 7 kingdoms," he announced, voice echoing. "We stand on the brink of a new age. Our realm recovers from the rebellion, and yet threats arise. From across the sea and from the far north. We must stand together." He paused, letting his words sink into the stillness. The night's watch tells of troubles in the lands of always winter. I say we must heed them. We recall the legends of the long night. Even if they are but stories, we must not let ourselves be divided. The lords shifted, uncertain. Some nodded. Others looked skeptically around. Rhaegar continued, "The Targaryen line has endured centuries, and we shall endure many more if we remain united. To that end, I call upon each of you to reaffirm your oaths to the crown. We shall strengthen our fortifications at the wall, our navies, our trade, and we shall do so not in fear, but in hope, a hope that we will meet any threat, be it from savage horsemen across the sea or the unnatural chill beyond the wall, as one people." A hush followed. Then slowly, one by one, lords knelt, repeating their oaths. Even Robert bent the knee, though the lines on his face were grim. Eddard stepped forward, voice calm, repeating the words of fealty for the North. Mace Tyrell, looking lavish as ever, pronounced the Reach's loyalty. Balon Greyjoy muttered the words, albeit with reluctance. And so, in the flickering torchlight, Rhaegar wove the realm's pledge of unity. In the wake of that council, the region experienced an unprecedented era of relative stability. Lords who still felt the sting of the rebellion found themselves overshadowed by a tide of reconstruction and new alliances. Minor conflicts flared but were quickly contained. King Rhaegar worked tirelessly with Tywin Lannister, forging trade pacts with Bravos and Pentos, securing funds to replenish the royal treasury. He sponsored new craftsmanship in King's Landing, praising the forging of steel and the building of ships. The Red Keep bustled with measured optimism, and the city's gates saw travelers from Essos and beyond who marveled at how swiftly the Targaryen monarchy had recovered. Meanwhile, Eddard Stark returned north, tasked with further strengthening the wall. He took with him engineers and stonemasons, as well as men-at-arms. The king had insisted, worried about the rumored unrest beyond the wall. As the snows began to fall in earnest, Ned oversaw the distribution of supplies for the Watch, ensuring the Black brothers were not left to starve. Letters exchanged between Winterfell and the Red Keep spoke of the progress, though always laced with a note of foreboding. In the Riverlands, the wounds of war still lingered. Lord Hoster Tully strove to restore order. Robber knights harried travelers along the Trident's banks, leftover remnants of the rebellion turned bandit. The crown's men, under direct orders from the king, swept the countryside to root them out. Though some lords complained of the expense, it furthered the sense of stability, the sense that King Rhaegar's rule might endure. One crisp autumn day, the king held court in the Red Keep's Great Hall, hearing grievances and petitions from across the realm. A swirl of lords and small folk approached the Iron Throne in turn. Robert Baratheon was among them, though he said little. Every so often, the king's violet eyes drifted to the tall, broad-shouldered lord, remembering the day they had fought on the Trident. He found no easy camaraderie with the man, for the memories ran too deep. Yet he also recognized how crucial it was to keep the Stormlands content, to ensure Robert's smoldering anger did not flare into rebellion once more. When dusk fell, Rhaegar rose from the throne, ending the session. The hall emptied, echoing with the shuffle of feet. But Robert Baratheon remained, lingering in the emptiness like a shadow. Rhaegar hesitated, then beckoned him forward. The two men faced one another, the high-vaulted space around them reminiscent of an empty battlefield. Robert's features were lined, older than his years. He broke the silence. "I dreamed of killing you," he said, voice thick, "for years. Even now, I sometimes think of how it should have been me standing over your corpse at the Trident." Rhaegar drew a breath, steady. "You have the chance to do so now, if you like. There are no guards to stop you." Robert's eyes flickered with a brief, wild hunger. Then he exhaled. "I loved her," he said, bitterness dripping from each word. "Lyanna was everything to me, and you took her." Rhaegar's throat tightened. "I loved her too," he murmured. "More than I can ever put into words. If you cannot believe that, I do not blame you. But it is the truth." For a moment, the only sound was the soft crackle of torches. Robert's fists clenched, then relaxed. "She loved you?" he asked at last, the question a raw wound. Rhaegar hesitated. "She did, Robert. We married in secret." It was a time of madness, of mistakes, of passion. Robert's nostrils flared as though he'd been struck. He pressed his lips tight, turned away. The unspoken truth shattered something in him. After a long silence, he said, "I'll not kneel here, weeping over what might have been. I have my lands, my men, what's left of my life. The realm calls you king, so I'll keep the peace." He paused, then continued, voice low, "But don't expect me to pretend to be your friend." Rhaegar inclined his head. "I wouldn't ask that. I only ask that you keep your vow, to me and to the realm, so that no more men need die." Robert gave a short nod, then turned on his heel and left. In the hush that followed, Rhaegar wondered if that was the closest they would come to peace. A cold tolerance sealed by heartbreak. Perhaps it was enough. He ascended the steps to the throne, gazing down at a hall emptied of courtiers, thinking how so much hinged on small decisions, like a single battle's outcome at the banks of the Trident. The realm was his to guide now, for good or ill. In the following months, reports from the north grew increasingly grim. Winter had arrived in earnest, and the Watch Scouts returned with unsettling tales of abandoned wildling villages, strange lights in the night, and rumors of an army of the dead. Most lords dismissed such talk as superstition, but Eddard Stark sent ravens, urging vigilance. King Rhaegar commanded more supplies be sent. He called a council of maesters to investigate ancient records of the Long Night, the Children of the Forest, the White Walkers. Many scoffed, but the king was unrelenting, spurred by half-remembered prophecy and the primal fear in Ned's letters. He could not help but recall the lines of an old text that had once drawn him into prophecy. "When the cold darkness falls across the world, the dragon must unite with the wolf to banish the endless night." He thought of Jaehaerys, half Targaryen, half Stark. Perhaps the boy's existence itself was a harbinger of the needed unity. The court was abuzz, uncertain whether the king's focus on the north was a boon or a distraction. Lords from the south wanted funds diverted to roads, ports, and grand tournaments, not wasted on the wall. Some whispered that Rhaegar had inherited his father's madness, but in a calmer form. Others believed he was wise, that ignoring the old powers of winter was dangerous. Over time, Rhaegar's stance began to shape the realm's policy. A slow fortification of the north, a call for volunteers to reinforce the watch. The king even offered reduced sentences for criminals who took the black, a measure that won him criticism and praise in equal measure. Tensions mounted between the crown and certain lords who resisted these policies. Yet overall, the realm remained at peace. The Targaryen restoration seemed strong. Under Tywin's administration, the royal coffers fattened. Under Rhaegar's guidance, reconstruction flourished. The alliances made through marriage and negotiation stabilized the land. The small folk, exhausted by war, offered prayers of thanks that the madness of Aerys was only a memory. Finally, a summons came from Eddard Stark, a gathering of the great lords at Winterfell to discuss the threat beyond the wall. King Rhaegar accepted and prepared a royal progress north. It would be a grand event, with knights, lords, and ladies in attendance to see the White Harbor and the great northern roads. Aegon, now a strapping youth, accompanied his father, along with Rhaenys, poised and graceful. Jaehaerys, Jon, already in Winterfell, awaited them with the Starks, forging his own sense of identity among the direwolves and the old gods. The journey was long and cold. Snow flurries dusted the King's Column as it proceeded up the King's Road. At every stop, Rhaegar took time to speak with local lords, to observe the conditions of the small folk. Aegon found it an adventure, excited to see the hardy men of the north. Rhaenys, for her part, displayed courtesy and fascination with the changing landscape. By the time they arrived at the gates of Winterfell, thick drifts of snow lined the walls, and the breath of men and horses came in plumes of fog. In the courtyard, Eddard Stark, robed in fur, welcomed them. By his side stood a lean, tall youth with dark hair, Jaehaerys or Jon, wearing wool and leather with a direwolf pup at his heels. The boy bowed his head to the king, uncertain. Rhaegar smiled warmly, embracing him. "You've grown," the king said, voice thick with paternal pride. Aegon eyed his half-brother curiously, offering a polite greeting. Rhaenys smiled, drawing Jon's attention to the pup at his feet, which looked at her with bright eyes. Inside the great hall of Winterfell, fires roared, dispelling the chill. Lords from across the north and beyond had gathered, forming an unprecedented assembly. Even some from the Vale and the Riverlands had come, intrigued by the talk of an otherworldly threat. Robert Baratheon was conspicuously absent, though he had sent a nominal representative. Eddard Stark began the meeting with his usual understatement. "We have had too many disturbing reports from beyond the wall. The wildlings flee south, speaking of unnatural foes. Patrols vanish in the night. I do not wish to spread panic, but neither can we ignore these signs." The gathered lords exchanged glances. Some were skeptical, others nervous. A stout lord from the Vale ventured, "Winter is harsh. Perhaps it's just the usual hazards." But Benjen Stark, a member of the Night's Watch, stepped forward, face grave. "I've seen tracks in the snow that vanish without explanation, bodies frozen into grotesque shapes. The free folk speak of White Walkers. I dare not dismiss it as a wives' tale." King Rhaegar rose to address the assembly. "We all know the legends," he said, "but we cannot dismiss these warnings lightly. We have time yet. Time to prepare, to fortify the wall, to gather resources, and to stand united if this threat proves real. The realm is strong now. Let us not be divided by doubt." Many nodded, though fear flickered in their eyes. Others remained unconvinced, but the northern lords spoke in support. If any scorned the king's dedication to a mythical threat, they held their tongues, seeing the resolute lines of Eddard Stark's face and the unwavering determination of the boy who had grown up among them. Jaehaerys, half Targaryen, half Stark, both wolf and dragon. Outside, the snow fell heavier. Over the next days, delegations wandered Winterfell's corridors, forging new bonds or renewing old ones. Aegon sparred with northern knights, impressing them with his quick reflexes. Rhaenys charmed lords and ladies alike with her courtly manners. Jon shadowed Eddard Stark or roamed the castle with the direwolf pup, uncertain where he fit in the swirl of power and politics. Meanwhile, King Rhaegar consulted with maesters, scribes, and rangers, finalizing plans to bolster the watch. He marveled at the old crypts beneath Winterfell, sensing the ancient history in the cold stone statues of old Stark kings, the bones of heroes long past. In those dusty corridors of the dead, he wondered if the realm would face a test as dire as the legend suggested, and if he was prepared to guide it through the darkness. On the final night of the gathering, a feast was held in Winterfell's great hall. Mead flowed, and laughter echoed. Despite the looming sense of winter's bite, men and women relaxed in the warmth of the fires. They told tales, sang songs, recalled the old hero Bran the Builder and the Night's King of legend. King Rhaegar took up a harp, playing a melody as haunting as the winter wind outside. The lords hushed, enthralled by his skill. It was said the notes of his harp could make grown men weep. In that hush, the heart of the realm pulsed with unity. North and south, dragon and wolf, each recognized the fragile peace they had built. When the final chords of Rhaegar's harp faded, the hush lingered, warm with shared understanding. Men thought of the future, uncertain but filled with possibilities. War might come again, perhaps from an enemy beyond mortal ken. But for the moment, the Seven Kingdoms stood together, because a prince with a prophecy had chosen mercy on the Trident, had spared a rebellious lord, had deposed a mad king to usher in a new era. The next battles would be fought in different arenas against different foes, but the realm had been given a chance. The storm that once raged was calmed, replaced by the slow-falling snow, blanketing Winterfell and the hearts of those who dwelled within. As the feast ended, the guests dispersed to their chambers, some weaving unsteadily after too much strong mead. King Rhaegar stood by one of the tall windows, gazing out over the snowy courtyard. His breath fogged the cold glass. He sensed a presence beside him and turned to see Eddard Stark, silent as always. They stood side by side, listening to the distant howling of the wind. "Lyanna would have liked this," Ned said quietly after a long silence. Rhaegar's eyes misted. "Yes," he whispered, "she would have." In that moment, wolf and dragon grieved for a woman who had been the spark of so much conflict, yet also the seed of an unlikely alliance. The realm might never fully understand her role or the depth of the love that had shaped its future. But in that high window of Winterfell, the two men who had known her best shared a quiet vigil, while the night deepened and winter's breath whispered promise and warning in equal measure. In the years to come, history would look upon that day at the Trident as the turning point, when Rhaegar Targaryen lived instead of perishing beneath Robert Baratheon's hammer. The realm's tapestry was woven anew, the threads forming a delicate pattern where old grudges were tempered by cautious mercy and alliances that transcended tradition. The War of the Usurper never truly became the stuff of final victory for the rebels. Instead, it morphed into the Reconciliation War, ending with a king who tried to unite, not conquer. The small folk songs would recall how the rubies on Rhaegar's breastplate sparkled, unscattered in the river's depths, a sign that fate had chosen a different path. Yet new challenges lurked, for the Game of Thrones never truly ended. The next generation would face the questions of succession and power, the resurgence of old rivalries. Beyond the wall, the icy threat grew, heedless of mortal politics. Across the sea, rival powers stirred. But for the moment, in the hush after the music ended, King Rhaegar Targaryen stood as the realm's guiding flame, determined to usher in a dawn bright enough to hold back even the darkest, coldest night. And so the story began again, shaped by a single choice on the Trident, where the prince had refused to die, and the dragon had seized the victory that changed all. The snows that dusted Winterfell thickened overnight, muffling the courtyard under a pristine layer of white. As dawn broke, the cold sunlight gleamed on the fresh drifts, illuminating the ancient walls of the castle and rendering the stone nearly silver. King Rhaegar rose early from his guest chamber, a faint harp melody echoing in his mind from the feast the previous night. While the torchlit corridors of Winterfell were still stirring to life, he wrapped himself in a heavy cloak of black fur and stepped outside, moving through the courtyard to find a quiet corner where he could gather his thoughts. He had come north for many reasons: to heed Eddard Stark's warnings, to unify the great lords against a possible threat beyond the wall, and to see his half-Stark son again. In the crisp air, Rhaegar breathed in the scent of pine and snow. When he gazed upward, the faintest traces of dawn clouds glowed pink and gold, as though kissed by dragonfire. His mind roamed over the tasks that lay before him. The realm had settled into a precarious peace since he claimed the Iron Throne, but peaces in Westeros seldom endured for long. It felt as if each day brought a new rumor of discontent or a fresh sign that winter's teeth might soon tear into the kingdom's flesh. He had not expected to find Eddard Stark already in the yard, standing near the practice field, arms crossed inside his cloak. The Stark Lord turned at the soft crunch of Rhaegar's boots in the snow, dipping his head in a respectful greeting. "Your Grace," he said, voice still rough from the early hour. Rhaegar inclined his head in return, a small smile ghosting across his lips. "Lord Stark," he replied. They looked upon the empty training ground. Soon enough, men-at-arms would come to spar, clashing wooden swords under the watchful eyes of masters-at-arms. But for the moment, the yard was silent save for the caw of distant crows. Ned studied the king's face. "How did you sleep?" he asked. "Well enough," Rhaegar said, though the flicker in his eyes suggested otherwise. Ned waited, letting the hush linger. Rhaegar exhaled a plume of steam in the cold air. "I've been dwelling on the reports from the Night's Watch. If they are true, we may face the worst winter in living memory. Worse even than the snows that fell when I was a child." He remembered stories of those days, how Aerys had demanded increased taxes from the north to replenish the royal coffers, how the realm's dissatisfaction had grown. "We must be sure the Watch is prepared," he finished. "For all dangers." Ned gave a grave nod. "I've pledged men, food, and supplies. But it's never enough. The Watch bleeds men daily. More keep deserting, or they arrive so ill-prepared they die in the first real cold. And the wildlings, They're not ordinarily so fearful. Yet this time they flee in large numbers. That alone is cause for worry. The howling wind carried a touch of dread, as if it too knew something dark crept beyond the edges of mortal sight. Rhaegar laid a hand gently on Ned's shoulder. "We'll do more," he promised. "If need be, I'll raise addition. I'll forces from the Crownlands and direct them here for winter garrison. The lords will complain about the expense, but gold is a small price to pay to keep the realm safe." Ned's eyes softened with an odd mixture of relief and sorrow. "You put a great burden on yourself, your grace," he said quietly. "But I thank you." Rhaegar gave a slight nod, then turned his gaze to the keep. "Where is Jaehaerys?" he asked, employing the Targaryen name for the boy, though many here simply called him Jon. Ned's mouth twitched in a faint smile. "Likely in the Godswood, training his sword arm, or on the walls, staring out toward the Wolfswood as though he might see the entire north beyond." They parted ways soon after, each drifting into their separate morning routines. Rhaegar's boots crunched through the fresh snow as he returned to the covered walkways leading back into the castle. In the corridor, he nearly collided with Aegon, who appeared bright-eyed and curious despite the early hour. Aegon was taller than when they had left King's Landing, though still a youth, with the lithe frame and dusky complexion inherited from his mother, Elia Martell. His hair was dark, but his eyes carried a hint of Targaryen violet around the edges of brown. He had grown eager for the ways of knighthood, throwing himself into sword practice and always seeking to learn more about the realm he would one day rule. "Father," Aegon said with a quick bow, blinking away the last traces of sleep. "I was looking for you." Rhaegar smiled. "You're up early. I trust the north hasn't chilled your Dornish blood too much." Aegon shrugged, suppressing a shiver. "It's bitter cold here, to be sure, but I can manage. I wanted to ask if we might ride out beyond Winterfell's walls today, to see more of the north. We've stayed close to the castle thus far." Rhaegar considered it. The roads beyond Winterfell had grown treacherous with ice, but a short ride could be arranged. "We'll take an escort," the king decided, "and we won't go far. But I want you to see the lands you may someday rule." Aegon's eyes brightened at that, and they set about making preparations. By the time a company of 10 knights and men-at-arms had gathered in the courtyard, the pale winter sun had crept higher, striking icicles from the castle eaves. The gates swung open, revealing a sweeping expanse of snowy fields and the dark edges of the Wolfswood. Jon Jaehaerys emerged from a side entrance, drawn by the sound of men and horses. He wore a thick cloak of gray wool pinned with a small silver clasp in the shape of a direwolf's head, in homage to his Stark heritage. Underneath that, he had the simple black breeches and leather jerkin favored by northerners. His dark hair curled slightly at his temples, and though he resembled the Starks more than the Targaryens, in the set of his eyes there was something reminiscent of Rhaegar's quiet determination. When he noticed the king and Aegon mounting up, he approached with a respectful bow. "May I come?" he asked, voice tentative. Aegon glanced at his father, and Rhaegar considered carefully. The lines of inheritance were delicate, but he wanted his sons to know one another, to share a bond that might prove crucial in the days to come. "Of course," the king answered. "Fetch your horse and join us." Jon's face brightened, though he tried to hide it behind stoicism. He hurried away, returning soon astride a sturdy northbred gelding. The party trotted out of Winterfell's courtyard under the watchful gaze of Eddard Stark's guards. The snow crunched under hooves, and their breath came in frosty puffs. Beyond the gates, the rolling fields stretched out in a pristine white canvas. Naked trees stood in patches, their branches etched against the gray sky like charcoal lines on paper. They set a steady pace, enough to feel the winter wind but not so fast as to risk the horses slipping on hidden ice. Aegon glanced at Jon, curiosity in his gaze. "It's strange to see you here while I grew up in the Red Keep," Aegon remarked, half apologetic. "I've heard so many rumors about you." Jon's cheeks colored faintly. "Likewise," he said. "I never imagined I'd speak so freely to my brother." The word tasted foreign on his tongue, as though both sweet and uncertain. Aegon nodded. We're both Targaryens, one way or another. Jon hesitated, then smiled faintly, as if the mention of his Targaryen blood still surprised him. The king led them deeper into the fields, toward the edge of the wolfswood. A bitter wind whipped through the scattered trees, and flurries danced in the air. Rhaegar slowed to a canter, letting the younger riders come closer. "Jon," he said, using the simpler name that seemed to roll more easily off the tongue. "Tell me of the North as you've learned it from your uncle. If you were to rule here in my stead, what would you do?" Jon appeared startled by the question, but after a thoughtful moment he answered, "I've learned that the North is vast and sparsely populated compared to the southern kingdoms. Winter can last years and resources are precious. We rely on the fealty of bannermen spread across a wide territory. Communication is critical. Roads must be maintained, or entire regions become isolated. And my uncle taught me that mercy and justice must be balanced carefully, harsh enough for rogues, but fair to loyal men in a land as cruel as ours." Rhaegar nodded in approval. Aegon frowned thoughtfully. "In Dorne, we rely on water as much as you rely on roads," he remarked. "Guarding wells and oases is a matter of survival. It's interesting how every region has its own demands." Jon looked at Aegon, half smiling. "I'd like to see Dorne someday. I've only heard stories." Aegon's gaze flickered with pride. "Then you must come. Sunspear is breathtaking. A city of spires and sun-baked courtyards. The sea is bluer than any gem you've laid eyes upon." Jon's eyes glittered with interest, but he said nothing more, as if uncertain how free he was to dream of visiting far-off lands. They pressed on until the trees thickened around them, and the wind carried the scent of pine and damp bark. The knights cast wary glances at the shadows. Wolves and other predators roamed these woods, and rumors of outlaws or wildlings slipping south had not gone unheard. Still, Rhaegar felt that tension in the air was a reminder of the realm's fragility. The war might be over, but men still struggled under the weight of winter's approach. Perhaps, he mused, that was the nature of rule. An endless vigilance against the darkness, be it from men or from more ancient terrors. At length, they turned back toward Winterfell, the short excursion enough to satisfy Aegon's curiosity for the day. Jon seemed reluctant to return so soon, but he did not voice complaint. Together, they rode in silence broken only by the crunch of hooves and the gusting wind. Rhaegar glanced frequently between the two youths, thinking how different they were. Aegon, groomed from birth for royal life. Jon, shaped by the stoic traditions of the North. Yet he hoped they might become brothers in truth, forging a bond that could hold the realm together when he was gone. He recalled how, once, in his father's final days on the throne, the realm had nearly been consumed by the flames of madness. Now a new generation had a chance to keep that darkness at bay. Upon their return, the courtyard bustled with activity. Blacksmiths hammered steel in the frigid air, stable hands rushed to tend the newly arrived horses, and a few knights practiced archery in a corner. Standing near the open gate was a well-wrapped figure. Rhaenys, who had ventured outdoors with her Dornish septa, wearing a heavy fur-lined cloak over her more delicate southern attire. The swirl of white flakes around her lent her an almost otherworldly aspect. She offered them all a regal nod as they dismounted. "You're braver than I am," she called out, "to ride in such cold." Aegon dismounted and shot her a teasing grin. "Too cold for you, sister?" he asked. Rhaenys arched an eyebrow. "I value my ears and fingers. I prefer to keep them from freezing off." Jon handed his horse's reins to a stable hand, giving Rhaenys an awkward bow. She returned a polite nod, neither warm nor distant. Rhaenys was older than Aegon by a couple of years, and she carried herself with an easy grace that made her welcome in any court. The memory of her mother's plight, Elaya's heartbreak over Rhaegar's secret wedding to Lyanna, lingered somewhere behind Rhaenys' eyes, but she never let it sour her cordial demeanor. She stepped forward, glancing at Jon. "My Lord Stark," she began, but Jon gently interrupted her, coloring slightly. "You may call me Jon, my lady," he said, "or Jaehaerys, whichever pleases you." Rhaenys' lips curved in a slight smile. "Jon, then," We should speak more while we're both here, yes? I've heard so many stories about the North, and I'm curious about your life." Jon nodded quickly, the faint color not leaving his cheeks. "As you wish," he said softly. Rhaegar watched them with a sense of relief. While the lines of inheritance threatened endless tangles of rivalry, perhaps among the children themselves there could be acceptance, maybe even friendship. He suppressed a flicker of hope that felt almost painful in its intensity, for he knew how quickly such hopes could be dashed upon the iron realities of power. That evening, Ned Stark convened a smaller gathering in Winterfell's Great Hall. There were no raucous feasts this time, only a quiet council of the northern lords who had remained to speak with the king, along with some lords from other regions who felt it prudent to witness these talks. The hall was lit by the flickering glow of a few large hearths, casting dancing shadows across the stone walls. Servants moved discreetly, bringing mulled wine and salted mutton to the tables. Rhaegar sat at the head of the central table with Ned to his left and Lord Manderly of White Harbor to his right. Further down, men of lesser rank listened carefully. Aegon, Rhaenys, and Jon observed from a side table, absorbing the lessons of governance. Tywin Lannister was not present. He had remained in King's Landing to oversee matters of the treasury, so the king acted in full authority here. Lord Manderly stroked his thick beard, his voice carrying in the hush. "Your Grace, White Harbor stands ready to dispatch ships north to Eastwatch by the sea, if the watch needs additional transport or supplies. We can also hold some of their men, should they need rest." He eyed Ned. "But this will be costly, especially if the winter proves long. I'll need the crown's support to keep the harbor from falling into hardship." Rhaegar listened, nodding. "You shall have it," he promised. "We will underwrite a portion of the costs. Tywin Lannister and I have worked to restore the crown's coffers. That gold must go to the realm's most urgent needs. If the threat in the far north is real, we cannot afford to be unprepared." Some lords voiced agreement, others still seemed unconvinced. A tall man from the rills cleared his throat. "And what exactly is this threat? Ghost stories of White Walkers and Whites?" The question hung in the air. Benjen Stark, seated beside Ned, leaned forward. "I've served in the Watch for years. Even in normal times, the wildlings cause trouble. But I have never seen them so terrified. They speak of the others, white shadows that bring death with a cold touch." He rubbed his hands as though recalling a chill. "Whether you believe in these others or not, we cannot ignore the evidence. Entire villages deserted, only bones left behind. Tracks that shouldn't be possible in the deepest snows. Something drives the free folk south." The room fell silent. Manderly scowled. "A grim business," he murmured. "But if we do nothing and it turns out to be true, our entire kingdom might pay the price." Heads nodded around the table. Rhaegar observed that some men, while uncertain, seemed resigned to follow his lead. Others looked deeply troubled, wondering if they might be throwing good gold after a myth. But as the king, he made the final pronouncement. "The crown shall muster additional men at the gift and along the wall. We will send more shipments of grain from the Riverlands, the Crownlands, and the Reach. And if the Watch calls for further aid, I will ask every lord in this room, and beyond it, to answer. Winter is upon us, and we must face it with unity. That is my command." In the hush that followed, Ned Stark's somber gray eyes studied Rhaegar. There was respect in them and something like gratitude. A lesser king might have scoffed at the idea of a threat from the old tales, or withheld aid out of a desire to preserve his coffers. But Rhaegar, shaped by prophecy and the memory of war, chose caution. And so it was decided. The meeting concluded, and the lords filtered out in murmuring clusters. Some lingered near the braziers to warm their hands. Rhaegar caught sight of Aegon, Rhaenys, and Jon standing together, conversing quietly. He noted how Aegon stood with the easy confidence of a prince who had known no other life, while Jon seemed to fade into the background, uncertain of his place. Rhaenys linked arms with Jon in a sisterly gesture, pointing out a detail in one of the old Stark banners overhead. Jon smiled, replying softly, and Aegon laughed at something the two said. That single, fleeting image, his children together, warmed Rhaegar's heart more than any hearth. When at last the great hall emptied, Rhaegar retired to the guest solar set aside for him. It was a small space compared to the grand chambers of the Red Keep, but it suited him. The fire crackled in the hearth, and the thick walls kept out most of the chill. His guards, members of the Kingsguard who had accompanied him north, took their stations outside the door. Inside, the king sat at a table spreading out a map of the north. He traced routes from White Harbor to Eastwatch, from the Shadow Tower to Castle Black. A quill and inkwell waited for the notes he would make, summarizing their decisions. A gentle knock on the door startled him. At his invitation, Eddard Stark entered, moving with quiet steps as if not to wake a sleeping babe. "You're still working?" Ned asked, taking in the scattered parchments. Rhaegar sighed. "A king's burden," he answered, "though I suspect you know it well. Winterfell is no easy seat in times like these." Ned inclined his head. He stepped closer to the fire, letting its glow highlight the lines of care etched into his face. "I came to say that I appreciate what you're doing," he murmured. "Truly, my father and brother died in King's Landing. Robert rebelled because he believed you took my sister. And now, here you are, trying to protect the North when many would dismiss our warnings." The memory of Rickard Stark and Brandon Stark's deaths at Aerys' hands pressed upon them both. Rhaegar's jaw tightened. "If I could undo what my father did, I would," he said. "But no one can change the past. All we can do is learn from it and strive to be better." Ned studied him with a faint glimmer of respect. "You remind me of her," he said suddenly. "Lyanna, you have the same quiet seriousness, that same sense of unwavering purpose. She always said she wanted a life of meaning, not just of pretty words and empty pleasures." Rhaegar's breath caught. Lyanna's memory was still fresh in his mind, as though she had parted from him only yesterday. "She was a fierce spirit," he whispered, "and the realm was too small to contain her, I think." They did not speak further of her. Some sorrows needed no elaboration. Ned gave a short bow and withdrew, leaving Rhaegar alone with his thoughts once more. The king sighed and turned back to his map. He made a few more notes, detailing which lords might be best able to supply the watch with arms and men. Then, feeling a tremor of exhaustion, he set the quill aside and let the hush of the winter night envelop him. Word of the decisions reached King's Landing ahead of the royal party's return. Ravens flitted south, carrying messages that told of new fortifications along the wall, renewed emphasis on feeding the Black Brothers, and the king's concern about a looming threat. At court, the news was met with a swirl of gossip. Tywin Lannister fielded questions with his characteristic iciness. Some lords murmured that the king had fallen under northern superstition, that it was a wasteful obsession. Others quietly supported him, seeing wisdom in preparing for the worst. Varys, perched in the shadows of the Red Keep, listened to every whisper, making his own assessments. The Master of Whisperers found it intriguing that Rhaegar was devoting so much effort to a threat that might be imaginary. Yet Varys knew better than most how illusions could sometimes prove terrifyingly real. In the west, House Lannister flexed its might anew, increasing trade with the free cities and growing the crown's treasury. Tywin's watchers kept a careful eye on Robert Baratheon in Storm's End, mindful of any sign that he might attempt another rebellion. But Robert remained sullen, seemingly uninterested in launching another war, at least for the time being. Yet the Stormlord's brooding presence hovered over every talk of alliances, for if House Baratheon stirred again, it could still muster great numbers. With Stannis at Dragonstone, appointed by Rhaegar to keep watch over the Narrow Sea, and Renly a mere boy, Robert's own sense of disenchantment was the only thing that truly held him in check. That, and the memory of how Rhaegar's mercy had spared him when he lay broken on the Trident. Some weeks later, after final discussions in Winterfell, King Rhaegar began his journey south. He left behind a contingent of knights and engineers to aid the north, promising further resources once he reached the capital. The departure from Winterfell was a bittersweet affair. Ned Stark and his household stood in the courtyard to bid farewell. The howling winds whipped at cloaks and stirred banners overhead. Jon stood among the Starks, face subdued. Rhaegar embraced him, holding him close for a moment. "Stay vigilant," the king said softly in his ear. "Winter is harsh. Learn all you can from your uncle. And remember, the blood of the dragon flows in you too." Jon's throat tightened. He managed a nod. "I will, father," he said. Rhaegar saw the flicker of conflicting emotions in the boy's gray eyes. Part of Jon belonged to the North in heart and soul. Another part was Targaryen by right of birth. The tensions that might one day arise from that dual heritage were impossible to ignore. But for now, Rhaegar held onto the hope that Jon would find his own path, bridging the gap between wolf and dragon in ways Rhaegar himself never could. They left Winterfell in a long procession. Rhaenys rode near her father, wrapped in furs. Aegon rode on the other side, occasionally galloping ahead to scout with a few guards. The sight of the royal banner, red dragon on black, mixed with the gray direwolf of House Stark, gave many watchers a sense that some new bond had formed, an alliance to safeguard the kingdom's future. They passed the Moat Cailin, traveled the King's Road, and beheld the land transform gradually from the bleak northern snows into the wetter, milder climate of the Riverlands. Every league brought them closer to King's Landing. When at last the towers of the Red Keep rose in the distance, crowned by the dull red of winter sunlight, Rhaegar felt an odd mixture of relief and heaviness. He reined in his horse on a ridge overlooking the city. The wind tugged at his hair, now grown longer over the course of his journey. The walls of King's Landing sprawled out like a sleeping beast, the waters of Blackwater Bay reflecting a muted gray sky. Somewhere, in that sprawl, his father, Aerys, remained locked away under guard. Elia Martell, mother of Aegon and Rhaenys, awaited their return with a quiet dignity. The city that had once echoed with the cries of war and the stench of rebellion now seemed at peace, but King Rhaegar knew better than to trust outward appearances. They entered through the gates to a flurry of excitement. Courtiers and small folk alike lined the streets, craning to see the king and the royal children. Some cried out blessings, others just watched in silence. The king's guard parted the crowd, their white cloaks shimmering in the dusty winter light. Rhaegar noticed how the people seemed better clothed than they had been at the height of the war. Perhaps the realm's slow recovery was showing. He also saw the guarded, weary eyes of men who had endured too many horrors in recent years. Peace was fragile and memory long. Inside the Red Keep, Tywin Lannister stood waiting in the throne room, immaculate in his attire, flanked by a few members of his retinue in golden lion-embossed armor. His expression betrayed no emotion as he bowed. "Your Grace," he intoned, "welcome home. I trust your journey was productive." Rhaegar dismounted and climbed the steps into the Great Hall. Aegon, Rhaenys, and the rest of the party followed. "It was," the king said simply, handing his cloak to a waiting servant. "We have matters to discuss, my Lord Hand." Over the next few days, Rhaegar held audiences in the throne room. Lords from the Vale, the Reach, and even the Iron Islands arrived to pay respects and gauge the king's temperament. A sense of both relief and tension permeated the court. They heard of new measures to support the Night's Watch, as well as subtle changes to tax structures that Tywin had implemented to bolster the crown's wealth. Through it all, Rhaegar tried to maintain a balance, encouraging trade, forging alliances, and reinforcing the idea that the monarchy now cared for every corner of the realm, not merely King's Landing. Yet behind the scenes, older rivalries simmered. The Martells still remembered the perceived slight against Elia. The Lannisters eyed the Targaryens with interest and caution. The Baratheons seethed quietly, nursing old grudges. And in the north, a menace that might be myth or might be real waited. In a private meeting, Elia Martell came to speak with Rhaegar, her expression as carefully composed as ever. She wore a simple gown of Dornish silk, layered with warm linens for the winter. "Welcome back," she said softly. "Aegon and Rhaenys have told me all about the north. They seem impressed by the land's harsh beauty." Rhaegar inclined his head, recalling the vow he had made in Dorne, that Aegon would be recognized as his heir to secure Martell's support. "It is a land of pride and resilience," he said, "but also of sorrow. The memory of my father's atrocities remains strong." Yet the North stands with me, if only for the moment. Elia folded her hands. I've heard you have done much for them. Perhaps that generosity can also be extended to Dorne, which has its own hardships. She spoke politely, yet there was steel beneath her words. Rhaegar understood that the Martells would not be pacified by kind words alone. I have not forgotten Dorne, he assured her. I plan a royal progress there in the coming year. We'll ensure that any burdens caused by trade routes or taxes are eased. Prince Dorne knows he has my ear. Elia studied him, dark eyes reflecting memories both bitter and fond. See that you keep your promises, she said gently. Then her tone softened. Aegon's training progresses. He grows taller by the day. He idolizes you, This talk of White Walkers and the far north. It unsettles him, but it also lights a fire in him. He wants to be a warrior king, though I fear for his safety. Rhaegar offered a small, sad smile. I was a warrior once until I saw the toll it took on the realm. I pray he does not have to fight a war like the one we endured. Elia paused, then placed a gentle hand on his arm. Sometimes wars choose us, Rhaegar, no matter how we try to avoid them. In the council chambers, Tywin Lannister spoke with crisp efficiency, updating Rhaegar on the kingdom's finances. Shipments from Lannisport have increased, as have those from Old Town, he said. We've seen some disruption with the Ironborn raiding near the Shield Islands, but not enough to cause serious concern. They always test boundaries in winter, when patrols are fewer. We can dispatch the royal fleet if necessary. Rhaegar rubbed the bridge of his nose, fatigue tugging at him. Yes, do so, he said. Let us remind the Ironborn that we will not tolerate piracy, even in winter. Tywin nodded, ever the dutiful hand. Yet behind his impassive face, Rhaegar sensed the man's perpetual ambitions. And what of Robert Baratheon? The king inquired. Any trouble from Storm's End? Tywin's lip curled in mild disdain. He broods, drinks heavily from what my informants say. He does not openly conspire, but he has a younger brother, Renly, who might one day spark new ambitions if Robert remains dissolute. There is also Stannis, unyielding and austere as the stone walls of Dragonstone. Tywin's eyes flickered. We watch them all. For now, I judge them no immediate threat. Rhaegar exhaled. Keep watching, he said. I would rather not be blindsided by old resentments. Tywin bowed, stepping away. The memory of Robert's warhammer nearly caving in his chest on the Trident still haunted Rhaegar's nightmares. At times, in the quiet of his bedchamber, he thought of how a single twist of fate had spared him. Had the blow landed true, all these delicate alliances would never have come to be. House Targaryen might have been eradicated, or the realm plunged into chaos under a different conqueror. That twist of fate weighed on him heavily, an invisible yoke he felt the gods had placed around his neck. As the days turned into weeks, the sun's feeble warmth seldom broke through the clouds. King's Landing was not as cold as the north, but a damp chill settled over the city, seeping into stone walls and giving the capital a dreary cast. Yet the city's life went on. Markets bustled, blacksmiths clanged, sailors unloaded ships in the harbor, and outside the gates, farmers trudged through muddy fields. Rhaegar occasionally walked among the small folk, escorted by a handful of Kingsguard, to hear their concerns. Word spread that this Targaryen king was not like the Mad King, and not like the aloof princes of older days. He listened. Some suspected it was a ploy, yet others believed he was earnest. Slowly, rumor by rumor, the city bent further toward acceptance. During these walks, men would bow hastily, women would curtsy, children would stare wide-eyed at the silver-gold hair that marked Targaryen lineage. Rhaegar always tried to offer a few reassuring words, or to ask if there was enough food. The royal treasury's new farmland initiative, championed by Tywin to restore the crown's reserves, had begun to yield results, though the harvest was meager in the face of winter. Even so, the city was better off than it had been during Aerys's final years. Sometimes, Rhaegar glimpsed the fear in an old crone's eyes, or the trembling posture of a scarred soldier, and he knew how tenuous the peace truly was. The memory of wildfire caches under the city, placed there at Aerys' command, had never fully left people's minds. Amid these tensions, the royal children found their own roles. Aegon returned to his sword training and statesmanship lessons. Rhaenys endeared herself to courtiers with her sharp wit and talent for music, occasionally playing the high harp in the solar. Letters arrived from Winterfell, telling of Jon's progress in the north. He was said to be assisting Eddard Stark with some small matters of administration, stepping carefully into a role that blended Stark practicality with Targaryen blood. Rhaegar treasured those updates. While he had never intended to be absent from Jon's life, the complexities of rule demanded otherwise. Ned's letters spoke of the boy's diligence, his love for the direwolves, and the respect he had earned from many northern folk who saw him as a living link to Lyanna Stark. A quiet evening found Rhaegar in his private solar, lit by a single brazier and a few candles. He was strumming a soft tune on his silver-stringed harp, one he'd composed in the aftermath of Lyanna's death. It spoke of love and loss, of the hush of falling snow and the warmth of a single rose blooming in winter. The heartbreak of that memory lived in each chord, and sometimes he felt he might drown in it. Yet he played on because music was one of the few paths left to his soul. Midway through the piece, a knock sounded. He let the notes fade. "Enter," he called. The door opened to reveal Ser Barristan Selmy, his Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. The great knight had a worried crease on his brow. "Your Grace," Barristan said, voice low, "there is a matter that requires your immediate attention." Rhaegar set the harp aside, rising. "What is it, Ser Barristan?" A flicker of concern rippled through him. He trusted Barristan as few others. Ser Barristan was honorable to a fault, and had served both Aerys and Rhaegar loyally, though in Aerys' time his sense of honor had been sorely tested. Barristan cleared his throat. "A raven arrived from Dragonstone. It's Lord Stannis Baratheon. He reports that a fleet of sails from the Free Cities arrived near the Stepstones, pirates by the sound of it, and he believes they may be preparing raids along the coast. With winter making northern seas perilous, these cutthroats might turn to easier targets in the south. Stannis requests reinforcements." The king's jaw tightened. "Where exactly are they believed to be heading?" Barristan shook his head. "No one knows for certain, but Stannis says they grow bold. They might strike at trade ships or small port towns. They could disrupt much of our maritime commerce." Rhaegar paced, the candlelight throwing his shadow upon the stone walls. "Very well," he said. "We can't ignore this. Summon the small council, Ser Barristan. We'll plan a response at once." Soon, the small council assembled in the torchlit chambers near the throne room. Tywin Lannister, Grand Maester Eric Varys, and a few other high officials were present. Rhaegar explained the letter from Stannis. Tywin, expression cold, tapped a finger on the table. "We cannot allow pirates to establish a foothold in the Stepstones," he pronounced. "Our trade with the Free Cities is vital. If these raiders become entrenched, the crown's revenue will suffer. The cost of sending reinforcements, however, must be weighed." Rhaegar set his palms flat on the table, recalling how, after the rebellion, Stannis Baratheon had been given Dragonstone as part of the crown's attempt to keep House Baratheon under watch. Stannis, a stern man known for his sense of duty, might chafe at the arrangement, but he would defend the Blackwater Bay with a fierce loyalty. "We'll send a detachment of the royal fleet," Rhaegar declared. "Enough ships to support Stannis in driving out these pirates before they can dig in. I'll not risk letting them harass our shores." Varys bowed his head slightly. "A wise choice, Your Grace," he said in his soft tones. Tywin pressed his lips thin, but did not object. The others nodded, and the plan was set into motion. In the days that followed, ravens fluttered back and forth. Ships in Blackwater Bay were readied, sails repaired, crews assembled. The grandest war galley, emblazoned with the three-headed dragon of Targaryen black and red, prepared to set sail under the command of a trusted admiral. Rhaegar observed the flurry of maritime preparations with a sense of grim purpose. He thought of how easily small threats could spiral into large conflicts if left unchecked. First, the Ironborn raids, now pirates in the stepstones. And far to the north, a possible nightmare of ice. The realm's stability was a tenuous tapestry woven from 1,000 threads. While these preparations took place, news arrived from Dorne that Prince Oberyn Martell was traveling to King's Landing. The Red Viper's name still inspired caution among many who recalled his notorious skill at arms and his fiery temper. Rhaegar guessed that Oberyn came not simply to visit his nieces and nephew, but to press for further concessions or perhaps to investigate the rumors swirling about the succession. The Martells wanted to ensure that Aegon's claim remained inviolate, and Oberyn, proud and volatile, would not hesitate to remind Rhaegar of his perceived failings in regard to Elia. Rhaegar sent word that Oberyn would be welcomed with honor. When the Prince of Dorne arrived a fortnight later, the entire court took notice. Oberyn swept in with a retinue of Dornish knights and ladies, a flash of color and warmth against the drab chill of King's Landing's winter. His dark eyes glittered, and he wore a half-smile that could mean either amusement or a challenge. In the throne room, he bowed with practiced flair. "Your Grace," he said, gaze lingering on Rhaegar as though measuring him. "How good to see you well." Rhaegar, seated upon the Iron Throne, inclined his head. "Welcome, Prince Oberyn. You honor us with your presence." Oberyn's gaze flicked over the king, the crowd of courtiers, and then settled on Aegon, who stood just to the side of the throne. The young prince inclined his head politely. Oberyn's smile warmed as he approached Aegon, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. "My nephew," he said, "you've grown taller since I last saw you in Sunspear. Does King's Landing treat you kindly?" Aegon nodded, though there was a hint of confusion in his expression. "Yes, uncle. I train daily, and Mother has taught me the ways of the court." Oberyn's lips twitched. "And your father, the king, he teaches you the ways of the realm, does he?" A tense silence fell, as if all in the hall waited to see how this conversation would proceed. Rhaegar watched, unflinching, but he sensed the undercurrent of Oberyn's challenge. Aegon straightened his shoulders. "My father does," he said, voice firm. "He has taught me that we must unite the kingdom, that we must not let old grudges fester." Oberyn shot Rhaegar a sidelong glance, then chuckled softly, as if amused. "Indeed," he drawled, stepping back. "Shall we speak privately, your grace? I bring tidings from Prince Doran." Rhaegar nodded. With a gesture, he rose from the Iron Throne, motioning Tywin and a few others to remain. The rest of the court drifted away as Rhaegar led Oberyn to a smaller council chamber. Alone with a pair of Kingsguard stationed discreetly outside, Oberyn and Rhaegar sat across a polished table. A decanter of Dornish wine awaited them, and Oberyn poured himself a cup, swirling it idly. "My brother asked me to come here," Oberyn said, not yet sipping the wine. "He is grateful for the assurances you made about Aegon's place in the succession. Grateful but still cautious. Our sister was your wife once. You have children by her, and you also have a child by—" He paused, letting the name hang unspoken in the air, Lyanna Stark. "We would not see Elia's children cast aside," Oberyn finished, his voice quiet but edged with steel. Rhaegar folded his hands. "I have no intention of casting them aside," he said. "Aegon remains my acknowledged heir, Crown Prince. Rhaenys stands to inherit a strong position. And yet, yes, I have a son in the north. I will not deny him as my blood, but I have abided by the agreement I made with Prince Doran. Aegon's claim is secure." Oberyn studied him with a predator's gaze. "Is it?" he asked softly. "Men whisper, especially when they see your northern son. They whisper that the blood of the dragon and the wolf may spawn something new, something you might favor." Rhaegar's face tightened. He had heard these rumors himself, the hushed speculation that Jaehaerys or Jon might be the subject of prophecy, the so-called prince that was promised. But prophecy did not necessarily align with the letter of inheritance law. He inhaled slowly. "Aegon is my heir," he repeated, pronouncing each word with clarity. "Let the realm hear it again if it must. That does not mean I will neglect my other children. I hope you can accept that, for the sake of peace." Oberyn's expression shifted from challenge to something more resigned. He lifted his cup and finally drank, rolling the wine on his tongue. The Red Viper can accept many things, if it means seeing our blood cherished, not cast aside like so much dross. I'll bring these assurances back to Dorne. But know this, your grace. If ever we see betrayal, if we see Elia's children in danger, Dorne will strike like a sand viper cornered. Rhaegar inclined his head. I would expect nothing less, he said quietly. After the meeting, Oberyn spent a few days in King's Landing, observing the city and reacquainting himself with Aegon and Rhaenys. He showed them how to dance in the Dornish style, quick movements that delighted Rhaenys and made Aegon laugh in embarrassment. The court watched with fascination, uneasy around the Red Viper's presence but intrigued by his flair. He also sparred with several knights, besting more than one with a quicksilver spear. In every movement, he seemed to remind the capital that Dorne was not to be trifled with, and that Elia's children still had powerful kin. While Oberyn's arrival stirred the southern corner of the realm, fresh tidings came from the Iron Islands. Balon Greyjoy, Lord of the Iron Islands, had grown restless. Reports suggested he was gathering reavers for raids along the western coast, emboldened by the realm's focus on the stepstones and the north. Rhaegar sat in council once more, speaking with Tywin. It seems we must quell another fire before it spreads, Rhaegar observed with a weary sigh. Tywin nodded curtly. The Ironborn are notoriously obstinate. A swift show of force is often all that keeps them in line. The king pinched the bridge of his nose. We have a portion of the royal fleet heading south. We may need to dispatch another force west, but we can't spread ourselves too thin. They weighed the options. House Tully in the Riverlands could muster forces to guard the coastal territories, while House Lannister might send some ships from Lannisport to threaten the Ironborn at sea. Tywin proposed that a short campaign of intimidation could suffice to persuade Balon Greyjoy to stay quiet until winter passed. Rhaegar grudgingly agreed to the plan. War-weary as the realm was, it seemed that pockets of conflict never ceased to arise. He hoped that one day, the realm would flourish in true peace, but for now the dream remained elusive. As the city moved toward the new year, a subdued sort of festival was arranged to mark the transition. In warmer times, King's Landing might have thrown a lavish celebration with tourneys, feasts, and dancing in the streets. But winter's gloom and the memory of recent wars tempered the festivities. Still, the king allowed a small joust to take place on the outskirts of the city. Knights from the Crownlands, the Stormlands, and even some from the Reach came to compete. The grounds were muddy from melt and frost, yet the contestants rode with determination, their banners fluttering in the chill wind. Rhaegar watched from a modest dais with Aegon and Rhaenys. Elia Martell sat on one side, her expression carefully polite. Oberyn lingered not far, exchanging barbed remarks with other onlookers. The stands were filled with a crowd of small folk and lesser lords, braving the cold to witness the sport. The thunder of hooves and the crashing of lances brought back memories to Rhaegar. The famous tourney at Harrenhal, ere he had crowned Lyanna Stark as the Queen of Love and Beauty. Even now, the memory tugged at him with a bittersweet ache. He glanced at Aegon and Rhaenys, wondering if they sensed his distraction. When the justs concluded, a young knight from the Reach emerged victorious, unseating two formidable challengers in a row. The crowd cheered, though the applause seemed muted by the biting wind. The victor approached the royal dais to claim his prize, a purse of gold and a token from the crown. Rhaegar handed over the reward, praising the knight's skill. Then the winner, flushed with triumph, bowed deeply. "Your Grace," he said, "it is my greatest honor to joust before the Dragon King." The phrase made Rhaegar's lips twitch. "Rise," he said. "Let the realm see more knights of your caliber, that we might be ever ready to defend our lands." After the joust, the royal family returned to the Red Keep, leaving the other festivities for the small folk. A mild exhaustion clung to Rhaegar. Each day's tasks seemed unending, and the weight of holding the realm together pressed like a physical burden. As night fell, he drifted to the library tower, searching among old tomes for references to the Long Night and the legends of the others. By flickering candlelight, He read about the Age of Heroes, the pact with the children of the forest, and how the first men banded together under the last hero to drive back the darkness. The language was archaic, the details uncertain, but one theme rang clear: unity was paramount, or the realm would fall. He closed the tome with a soft thud. So much of his life had been shaped by prophecy, from the day he read about the prince that was promised and believed it might be him, or one of his children. He had once convinced himself that 3 heads of the dragon must unite to stand against a greater threat. Now he saw glimpses of that in Aegon, Jaehaerys, and Rhaenys. But how could a realm so fractured truly unite? Doubt gnawed at him. Still, he pushed the worry aside. He would do all he could, for as long as he could. Across the city, behind locked doors, Robert Baratheon's name resounded in the hush of wine sinks and taverns. Some men, nostalgic for the days of open rebellion, muttered that the stag had lost his antlers. Others claimed Robert was gathering funds in secret, forging alliances with men eager to overthrow the Targaryens once more. But these rumors remained vague, and the Crown's informants found no solid evidence of new sedition. Robert stayed in Storm's End, indulging in hunts and feasts, nursing bitterness that winter could not freeze away. His younger brothers, Stannis and Renly, remained on separate paths. Stannis coldly loyal to the letter of law, Renly a charming youth with growing influence. If a storm was brewing, it was still hidden beyond the horizon. In the thick of all these intrigues, as the year turned, King Rhaegar announced a plan for a more ambitious royal progress. He intended to visit the Riverlands, the Reach, and Dorne in a sweeping tour to demonstrate the Crown's engagement with every region of the kingdom. Tywin Lannister approved, seeing it as a political move to solidify alliances. Elia Martell was quietly pleased that Rhaegar would finally return to Dorne for an official visit. Preparations began, though it would take weeks to organize the retinue and ensure the roads were safe. Aegon and Rhaenys would accompany him, while Oberyn promised to ride south with them, likely eager to see how the realm perceived House Martell's role at court. But fate had a different plan. Not 2 days after Rhaegar made this announcement, a raven arrived from the Vale. The message was sealed with the moon and falcon sigil of House Arryn. It bore alarming news. Lisa Tully, wife to Jon Arryn, claimed that the mountain clans of the Vale had grown unusually bold, raiding farmland at lower elevations, emboldened by harsh conditions. Lord Arryn himself was ill, bedridden, and could not mount a proper defense. Worse, some whispered that knights loyal to the Eyrie had deserted, vanishing into the mountains to lead the clans. Rhaegar frowned at the letter, reading it twice. The Vale was typically among the more peaceful regions, protected by its treacherous passes. Yet winter made those passes even more precarious for travelers, and if the mountain clans had indeed grown bold, it threatened the entire Vale. Could it be that discontent from the rebellion years still lingered there, twisting men's loyalties? He gathered the small council again, explaining the letter. Tywin pressed his lips together. "The Vale is vulnerable if Lord Arryn is incapacitated," he said. "But do we have the resources to dispatch men there? The stepstones remain unsettled, and we still keep watch on the Iron Islands." Rhaegar weighed his options. The rumor of deserted knights unsettled him, suggesting potential sedition. But was it connected to Robert Baratheon, who had once fostered with Jon Arryn? Or was it simply local opportunists? Varys steepled his fingers. "Your Grace, you might consider a strategic approach. Send a contingent of troops to the Eyrie to aid Lord Arryn, while also investigating the rumored desertions. We can learn if the disloyalty extends beyond the Vale." Rhaegar nodded slowly. "Yes, we must not leave Jon Arryn to fend for himself. His loyalty during the rebellion was absolute, and though we were on opposite sides, I respected him. He took up Robert's cause because he believed in their cause. After the war, he accepted my pardon and served the realm in peace. I owe him this much." So the next wave of plans formed. The royal progress would be adjusted. First the Vale, then the Riverlands, and from there possibly onward to Dorne. The king's retinue would be smaller, but a detachment of well-trained knights would accompany him. A few from the King's Guard would remain behind to safeguard King's Landing, while Ser Barristan, steadfast as ever, would ride with the king. Aegon and Rhaenys prepared themselves for yet another journey. Elia seemed resigned, though worry pinched her brow. Prince Oberyn only smiled, remarking that the Red Viper would see how the Vale's mountains compared to Dornish peaks. In the midst of these preparations, Rhaegar received a private correspondence from Eddard Stark. The missive spoke of deepening snows, strange lights in the sky far to the north, and more sightings of undead creatures rumored among the wildlings. "I trust the men of the Watch," Ned wrote. "They sound the alarm, though we lack proof. Still, I fear a new wave of wildling refugees may press against the wall before winter's end. Send more reinforcements if you can. The watchfires burn each night." Rhaegar's heart clenched around the letter. He wanted to rush north again, but he could not ignore the Vale or Dorne or the pirates. The realm demanded him in 100 places at once. "We do what we can," he murmured. He drafted a response to Ned, promising additional supplies and encouraging him to send more patrols to the Gift. The unstoppable forward march of responsibilities threatened to overwhelm him at times, but he forced himself to remain steady. He was the king. The realm rested on his shoulders. The memory of the Trident reminded him how easily it all could have ended had he faltered. He would not falter now. At last, the day arrived for the journey to the Vale. The caravan assembled at the Red Keep's gates. Knights in polished armor, supply wagons, and a handful of carriages for those not used to long rides. Rhaegar chose to ride horseback, flanked by Ser Barristan and a few other members of the Kingsguard. Aegon and Rhaenys each had their own mounts, eager to show their growing independence. Oberyn wore a sardonic grin, as if the notion of traveling through the Vale's snowy passes amused him. Courtiers lined the keep's courtyard to bid the king farewell, each hoping to glean scraps of favor or advantage. Tywin Lannister stood by, stoic, giving final instructions to the stewards. The last to speak was Elia Martell. She approached Rhaegar quietly. "Be safe," she said, "and remember Dorne awaits your return. Do not linger too long in these icy realms." Rhaegar gently touched her hand. "I promise," he said. "Once the Vale is secure, I will come to Dorne." With that, the royal party rode out onto the King's Road once more. Their banners snapped in the chill wind, the dragon of Targaryen red and black mingling with the golden spear of Dorne. For Oberyn's men marched alongside them. Curious onlookers gathered in the streets, bowing and calling blessings. Rhaegar surveyed them with a calm nod, and then turned his gaze forward. He could almost sense the horizon beckoning, an unending series of trials for the man who wore the crown. If the realm would endure this winter and whatever darkness lay beyond, it needed a leader who neither shied from war nor lusted for it. A king who balanced mercy with strength. That was the lesson he had learned on the Trident when he chose mercy for Robert Baratheon, and the realm had been reshaped ever since. The journey to the Vale took them through the Riverlands, where the roads were muddied by recent rains, and patches of melting snow turned the countryside into fields of slush. The lands around Riverrun were quiet, though the visible ruins of war-torn villages still dotted the horizon. Slowly, with each passing league, they drew nearer to the high, mist-shrouded mountains that guarded the Vale. The passes were steep, treacherous, and the temperature dropped further each day. Often, the path curved around sheer drops into mist-filled ravines. Aegon and Rhaenys stared wide-eyed at the scenery, while Oberyn's men muttered about the cold under their breath. When at last they caught sight of the Gates of the Moon, the castle at the foot of the Vale, dusk was falling, and torches flared along the walls. The king's party was welcomed by a cadre of errant knights who hurriedly bowed to Rhaegar. Their captain spoke of raiders in the mountains, forcing the garrison to be on constant alert. Rhaegar and his council dismounted, met by a steward who explained that Lord Jon Arryn remained bedridden at the area itself, high above. Lisa Tully was at his side, overseeing the castle. "We have mules ready to carry you and your retinue up the final ascent, Your Grace," the steward said nervously. "The mountain paths can be perilous in winter. We ask that you travel with caution." Rhaegar nodded. "Then let us rest here for the night and make the climb in the morning light." The steward exhaled in relief. So the party settled in the Gates of the Moon, a smaller stronghold overshadowed by the jagged heights above. Fires roared in the hearths, and men stamped their feet to chase away the chill. The king was given modest accommodations, still comfortable, but nothing like the spacious halls of the Red Keep. Rhaegar spent the evening poring over reports of the raids, talking with the Arryn knights, and gleaning what he could of the situation. It soon became clear that the mountain clans were not the only problem. Disgruntled knights had indeed abandoned their posts, possibly to join the clans or pursue their own goals of banditry. They say they were cheated out of rightful pay. One knight confided to Rhaegar, "The Vale's finances have been strained by winter, and with Lord Arryn ill, decisions are delayed or confused. Meanwhile, the clans see a chance to push deeper into the Vale, stealing grain and livestock. The roads are unsafe for merchants. If this goes on much longer, the Vale will starve." The next morning, Rhaegar and a smaller contingent made the difficult ascent up the mountain to the Eyrie. The rest remained below, guarding the gates of the moon. The path was narrow, lined with sheer drops, and the slightest misstep could send a horse or mule plunging into the swirling mists. Aegon and Rhaenys rode in cautious silence, while Oberyn occasionally muttered a curse at the biting wind. Higher and higher they climbed, until the air grew thin and the sky opened wide above them. At last they reached the Eyrie, perched like an eagle's nest on the mountainside. White towers jutted up against the pale sky, and the entire castle seemed carved from the very stone. Guards in Arryn livery opened the gates, shivering in the relentless wind. Inside, the courtyard was quiet. A cluster of robed maesters hovered near one tower, and Rhaegar surmised that was where Lord Arryn lay. Servants rushed forward, bowing before the king. The dryness of the mountain air made Rhaegar's throat ache. Lysa Tully, slender and pale, awaited them in the main hall. She managed a nervous curtsy, overshadowed by her swirling cloak embroidered with the falcon and moon of House Arryn. "Your Grace," she breathed, forcing a polite smile. "Thank you for coming. My lord husband has been unwell for weeks. I fear he does not have long." Rhaegar's heart sank. Jon Arryn was among the realm's older generation, but he had once guided Robert, Eddard, and many others in their youth. That same man had accepted Rhaegar's rule after the rebellion, quietly supporting a peaceful transition. If Jon died, who would lead the Vale? Lysa's child with Jon was still just an infant, hardly able to rule. The Vale might be thrown into chaos. "Take me to him," Rhaegar said gently. He handed the reins of his mule to a stable boy, then followed Lysa into the tower. Up winding steps they went, the cold stone sapping warmth from their limbs. At last they arrived at a bedchamber where a single brazier crackled, barely enough to fight the mountain chill. Jon Arryn lay in the bed, his once strong frame wasted by illness. His breath rasped in his throat, and his skin looked sallow. A maester hovered, administering some concoction. The old lord's eyes fluttered open at their approach. He seemed to recognize Rhaegar, for he let out a weak chuckle. "Your Grace," he whispered. "Forgive me, I cannot rise to greet you." Rhaegar came to the bedside, taking Jon's hand gently. Felt cool, the pulse faint. "No need," Rhaegar said quietly. "You served this realm with honor. I've come to see what aid I might render." Jon's eyes flickered with a trace of his old determination. He tried to speak, but coughed, wincing in pain. Lysa hastily dabbed his brow with a damp cloth. The old lord's eyes found Rhaegar's again. "The Vale, you must help them. Protect them from these fiends." He coughed once more. "My boy, Robert, he's so young." Rhaegar squeezed his hand. "I will help," he promised. "Focus on your health, my lord." Jon's next breath came in a wheeze. Lysa turned away, tears in her eyes. The maester stepped in, giving Rhaegar a helpless glance. "I fear there is little we can do," he whispered. "All we can offer is comfort at this point." Rhaegar set his jaw, remembering how many had died around him. His father lost to madness, Lyanna lost in childbirth, friends and foes on the battlefield. Now Jon Arryn slipped toward death, leaving the Vale in a precarious state. He silently vowed not to let the region descend into chaos. The realm needed stability more than ever. Over the next few days, Rhaegar toured the Eyrie and met with the remaining knights loyal to House Aegon. He learned more details of the renegades, a handful of lesser knights who had once believed in Robert Baratheon's cause, now disillusioned by Robert's inaction and seething at the Targaryen monarchy. They found common cause with the mountain clans, or so rumor said. If it was true, it implied a small-scale rebellion brewing in the Vale's high passes. Rhaegar convened a council in the Eyrie's High Hall, a place of echoing stone and frosty draughts. Aegon and Rhaenys stood nearby, huddled in cloaks. Oberyn paced, the cold aggravating him. Lisa Tully sat at the table, eyes rimmed red. Several Vale knights attended, as did Ser Barristan. "We must root out these renegades," Rhaegar said firmly, "and we must do so swiftly, lest the Vale starve." One knight, older and battle-hardened, nodded. "A direct assault into the mountains in winter is risky, but if we wait, the clans will only grow bolder." Oberyn's voice cut through the discussion. "Then perhaps a small strike force is needed. Better to have stealth and speed than a large, lumbering army. We can outmaneuver these clans, or cut off their supplies." He eyed Rhaegar. "With your permission, your grace, I would lead such a mission." Rhaegar regarded the Dornish prince with measured caution. Oberyn was undeniably skilled and fearless, but also unpredictable. Still, the plan made sense. A large-scale campaign in the mountains during winter could end in disaster. A swift, targeted approach might suffice. Rhaegar nodded slowly. "Very well, Prince Oberyn. Choose a score of men from among my guard and the Vale Knights. Target the renegade knights who stoke the clan's boldness. Without their guidance, the clans might revert to small raids, less dangerous." Oberyn gave a slight bow, a predatory smile curving his lips. "As you wish. The Red Viper will taste mountain air." Aegon took a step forward, brimming with youthful courage. "I want to go too," he said. Rhaenys stared at him in alarm, but Aegon's face was set. "I am Crown Prince. I should learn how to quell unrest." Rhaegar considered him for a moment, torn between fatherly protectiveness and the recognition that Aegon was nearly of age to face real dangers. "You're brave, my son," he said softly, "but these mountains are treacherous, and I cannot risk you falling into an ambush." Aegon's jaw tightened. "How am I to earn the knight's respect if I hide behind the walls?" Oberyn interjected, glancing slyly between father and son. "He has a point, your grace. A measure of caution is wise, but so is experience in real conflict. I will keep him safe." For a moment, Rhaegar weighed the risk. Was it worth exposing the Crown Prince to mountain raiders and the chaos of a winter campaign? But perhaps this was how Aegon would win the loyalty of knights, forging a reputation beyond the protected halls of King's Landing. He exhaled. "Very well," he said, his voice thick with reluctance. "But you will follow Prince Oberyn's orders. If he deems it too dangerous, you will withdraw." Aegon's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Yes, father," he said, bowing. That same night, Oberyn's strike force gathered provisions, studied maps of the mountain passes, and set out before dawn. Aegon rode with them, adrenaline fueling him in the freezing air. Rhaegar watched from the Eyries parapets, the wind biting his face, as the torches of Oberyn's men dwindled into the distance. He silently prayed to the gods that he had not just made a catastrophic mistake. Days passed in a tense wait. Rhaenys spent time at Jon Arryn's bedside, reading to the man in a soft, lilting voice. Lisa Tully clung to her last shred of hope. Snowstorms swept through the mountains, howling against the castle walls. Scouts occasionally returned with news of skirmishes. Oberyn's force had ambushed a group of raiders, scattering them with minimal casualties. Another message told of progress deeper into clan territory. But no word came of the renegade knights until the 5th day. A battered Vale knight stumbled into the Eyries gates near dusk, half frozen, with news that Oberyn's group had found the renegades holed up in a sheltered valley. A fight ensued. "Prince Oberyn triumphed," the knight said, panting. "But we lost men. Aegon was struck by an arrow. He still lives, he hurried to add. But he's wounded. Prince Oberyn is bringing him back. Rhaegar's heart lurched. He ordered the gates to be kept open despite the storm. Braziers lit, healers readied. Near midnight, a cluster of riders appeared, fighting their way through the snow. At the forefront was Oberyn Hood Dra. WN, face like carved stone. He carried Aegon before him in the saddle. The boy slumped. At the sight, Rhaegar and the others rushed forward. Aegon was conscious, though pale, an arrow wound in his shoulder. Blood soaked his cloak. His face twisted in pain, but he managed a weak grin when he saw his father. I'm all right, he mumbled through chattering teeth. Rhaegar barked urgent orders, summoning maesters to tend the wound. They carried Aegon inside on a makeshift litter, and Oberyn followed, his expression layered with anger at the renegade knights who had done this. In a cramped chamber warmed by a single brazier, the maesters bent over Aegon, cleaning and stitching the wound, applying ointments to prevent infection. Rhaegar hovered nearby, ignoring the chill that penetrated his bones. Rhaenys stood at the doorway, eyes brimming with worry. After a tense hour, the maesters announced that Aegon would likely recover. The arrow had not struck bone or any vital organ, though blood loss and infection were risks. They wrapped the shoulder in clean bandages, forced a warm draft down the boy's throat, and left him to rest. Rhaegar sank onto a stool by Aegon's bedside, relief making him tremble. Oberyn, standing across the room, removed his gloves, flexing stiff fingers. He fought bravely, Oberyn said quietly. Too bravely. Charged in when I told him to hold back. Still, he handled himself well. The Dornish prince's expression softened. He will be stronger for this, once he heals. Rhaegar nodded, too exhausted to speak. He gently smoothed the hair from Aegon's brow, recalling a fleeting image of the newborn he had first held in the Red Keep. Now, that child was nearly a man wounded in battle. In his half-conscious state, Aegon mumbled, "Father, I did my duty." Rhaegar's throat tightened with emotion. "Yes," he whispered. "Rest now, my son." Word of the skirmish soon spread. Oberyn's men had captured or slain most of the renegade knights. The mountain clans, left without leadership, scattered. The immediate threat to the Vale receded, though scattered raids would continue. On the 7th day since Oberyn's return, a hush fell over the Eyrie as Jon Arryn passed away in his sleep. The old lord died with minimal pain, the maesters said, though his last words were a whispered concern for his infant son, Robert Arryn. Lisa Tully wailed in grief, and the Knights of the Vale donned black armbands. Rhaegar led a brief ceremony in the Ares chapel, speaking solemn words of tribute to the man who had once shaped the course of the realm by harboring Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark. Then the question arose, who would serve as Lord Protector of the Vale until young Robert came of age? Lisa Tully demanded that the Vale Knights swear fealty to her, though many doubted her capacity to lead in troubled times. Whispers abounded that she was overly emotional, not well suited to command. Some knights asked if the king might appoint a regent or a warden. Rhaegar, not wishing to infringe on the Vale's rights, sought a compromise. He summoned the Vale's major houses, Royce, Corbray, Hunter, Waynwood, and insisted they elect a council to guide the Vale until Robert Arryn reached his majority. Lisa Tully would have a place on that council, but the knights would hold the actual authority of governance. The arrangement was uneasy, but better than open strife. Days turned into weeks. Aegon's wound healed slowly, though it left him weak. When he could finally stand, he insisted on walking with help from Rhaenys or Oberyn, refusing to appear frail. Rhaegar saw in his son's eyes a spark of pride tempered by a flicker of fear. Close brushes with death often leave such marks on the young. Rhaenys hovered, gently teasing him, but her eyes shone with relief that her brother was alive. At last, with the Vale stabilized as best it could be, King Rhaegar prepared to depart. The roads were slightly safer. The renegades were destroyed, and the mountain clans had retreated into hiding. Snow still veiled the peaks, but the passes were passable. The newly formed Vale Council stood in the courtyard to bid him farewell, each house kneeling in turn. Lisa Tully made no secret of her resentment at ceding power, but she dared not challenge the king openly. And so the Ares gates opened for the royal procession once more. They descended the mountain with cautious steps, wind ripping at cloaks and muffling breath. Aegon rode in a small carriage for now, protected from the cold, while Rhaenys rode alongside him, refusing to let him feel alone. At the foot of the mountain, they reunited with the larger body of knights and servants at the Gates of the Moon. There, Rhaegar learned from fresh ravens that the Stepstones pirates had been scattered by the royal fleet and Stannis Baratheon's forces. The reaving was halted, trade routes reopened. In another missive, Tywin Lannister informed him that the Ironborn had launched only minor raids so far, easily repelled. For the first time in months, Rhaegar felt a hint of genuine relief. The realm's immediate crises seemed contained, at least for now. He wanted to continue his progress to the Riverlands and eventually to Dorne, but Aegon's convalescence required respite. The Vale's business had already cost them precious time, and winter's hold tightened with each passing moon. Reluctantly, Rhaegar decided to return to King's Landing, to ensure Aegon's full recovery and to prepare the realm for the deeper cold still to come. He hoped to make the journey south to Dorne after the worst of winter had passed. Prince Oberyn seemed disappointed, but he understood that Aegon's health took precedence. So they turned back along the road, traveling once more through the Riverlands in the hush of late winter. The fields lay frosted, the rivers half-frozen. Wagons rolled slowly, and nights were spent huddled around fires. Rhaegar occasionally caught sight of peasants looking at him with wonder. This Targaryen king who roamed all over the realm, quelling troubles as they arose. He thought of the prior generation, how seldom Ares had left King's Landing in his later years, a prisoner of his own madness. Change, Rhaegar hoped, was the realm's salvation. Upon returning to the capital, they found King's Landing battered by cold, though far less severe than the mountainous Vale. Elia Martell greeted them in the Red Keep's courtyard, eyes drawn anxiously to Aegon's bandaged shoulder. She embraced her son, tears glistening in her eyes, though she quickly composed herself before the watching courtiers could see. Oberyn parted ways soon after, promising he would wait in King's Landing for a time and then lead an escort to Dorne once the king was ready. That night, after all the bustle of arrival, Rhaegar retreated to his private chambers. His head throbbed with the day's demands, and his limbs felt leaden from travel. He longed for a moment of solitude. Taking up his harp, he began to pluck a gentle, melancholic tune. The notes reverberated in the chamber, like the echo of heartbreak and hope all at once. He thought of the tapestry of events since the moment he'd survived the Trident. The dethroning of Ares, the uneasy alliances, the simmering resentments, the flickers of progress. So many times the realm had stood on the precipice of collapse. And yet, here they were, still standing, still forging a fragile future. He closed his eyes, letting the music guide him. In the notes, he saw the silhouette of Lyanna Stark, a winter rose clasped in her hands. He saw Elia Martell, sorrow in her dark eyes as she raised their children. He saw Aegon, wounded yet steadfast, and Rhaenys, wise beyond her years. He saw Jon in Winterfell's courtyard, half-wolf and half-dragon, waiting in the falling snow. He saw armies clashing. He saw the might of House Baratheon and House Lannister, the cunning of House Martell, the stern honor of House Stark. And beyond them all, he saw a darkness stirring, an ancient cold that cared nothing for crowns or banners. In that darkness, a single flame burned. It was the flame of hope, of unity, that he as king had tried to kindle. The harp's final chord faded into silence. Rhaegar opened his eyes, exhaling slowly. The burdens of the day remained, but in the quiet aftermath of the song, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. The realm was far from safe. Threats simmered on every edge, from the Iron Islands to the Stepstones, from seditious knights in the Vale to the uncertain hearts of men who once fought for Robert's cause. And still, the northern darkness loomed, a shadowy prophecy that refused to be dismissed. But as long as Rhaegar Targaryen drew breath, he would strive to hold the kingdom together, piece by piece, alliance by alliance. He had chosen mercy on the Trident. He had chosen to spare Robert Baratheon, dethrone his father, and rule with compassion rather than fear. That choice had reshaped the fate of the Seven Kingdoms. Whether it would be enough to withstand the trials ahead remained to be seen. In the silent room, Rhaegar allowed himself a single moment of hope. He set aside the harp, let the hush envelop him, and prayed to any gods who might be listening that when the final storm came, whether it was a mortal rebellion or the White Walkers from beyond the wall, this realm of men and dragons would stand as one. And in that fleeting instant, he believed it might. Rhaegar Targaryen set the harp aside, the final note still trembling in the cool air of his private solar. Outside, the harsh winds that blew off Blackwater Bay rattled the shutters, carrying with them the smell of brine and distant smoke from the city's hearths. Winter's chill had claimed King's Landing, though the climate here in the Crownlands would never rival the deadly snows of the north. For a moment, he rubbed tired eyes, feeling the weight of crown and duty settle heavier upon his shoulders with each passing moon. He glanced around the chamber, lit by a single brazier that did little to push back the cold stone. Though every tapestry, shelf, and candle was familiar, he felt like a stranger here, as though his spirit still roamed the kingdoms he had so recently traversed in a vain attempt to keep them at peace. A knock came at the door. Rhaegar drew a breath and called to enter. One of his Kingsguard, Ser Jon Darry, a quiet, reliable man, stepped inside, careful to shut out the wind. "Your Grace," the knight murmured, bowing his head. "Pardon the interruption, but Lord Tywin requests your presence in the council chamber. He says it is urgent." Rhaegar nodded, rising from the chair. Of course, urgent news was never good news. He followed Ser Jon Darry along the corridors of the Red Keep, his boots echoing on the cold marble floors. Ghostly torchlight traced patterns on the walls, and guards in Targaryen black and red stood at intervals, saluting as he passed. He wondered, absently, how many still remembered the days of Aerys' cruelty, how many wore their loyalty like a veneer of convenience. Even after these years of attempts at reconciliation, old scars remained in every corner of Westeros. By the time he reached the council chamber, a half-dozen figures awaited him. Grand Maester Erec stood by the hearth, warming his hands. Varys hovered in the background, eyes half-lidded, the flicker of the brazier casting spidery shadows on his smooth face. Tywin Lannister sat at the head of the table, posture rigid and calm. Opposite him was Prince Oberyn Martell, who lingered with restless energy, his posture betraying impatience. Elia Martell stood by one of the windows, arms crossed. Aegon, swathed in a modest cloak to hide the bandages on his shoulder, had insisted on attending as well, though a faint pallor still clung to him. Rhaenys was not present. She tended to avoid these councils unless directly asked, preferring to observe from the periphery. Barristan Selmy, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, stood near the table, watchful as ever. Tywin inclined his head in greeting as Rhaegar entered. "Your Grace," he said without preamble, "we have received troubling tidings from the west. Balon Greyjoy has mustered a larger force of longships than expected. Our sources in the Westerlands say that several fishing villages along the coast have been sacked, presumably by Ironborn reavers acting under Balon's orders. Lord Farman of Fair Isle has lost ships to raids at sea. The local lords are calling for the Crown's intervention." Rhaegar pressed his lips together. "When we last spoke, you mentioned only minor Ironborn raids that had been repelled." Tywin dipped his head in acknowledgement. "It appears the Iron Islands have grown bolder. Perhaps they sense that our attention is split. With recent troubles in the Vale, the pirates in the Stepstones, and talk of northern hazards, Balon may deem this the moment to assert Ironborn independence, or at least to carve out plunder while the realm is occupied." Varys clasped his hands together. "Balon is cunning, Your Grace. He may not declare open rebellion yet, but these raids test our response. If we do nothing, he will escalate. The Ironborn thrive when they sense weakness." Oberyn gave a soft snort. "He's welcome to test the might of Dorne's fleet if he strays south, but I doubt that's his immediate aim. The Greyjoys always look to the western coasts for easy spoils." Elia's expression was pinched, her gaze on Aegon. "Your Grace," she said, turning to Rhaegar. "The Iron Islands have men who fear no winter. If Balon gathers his krakens and reavers, the devastation on the western shore could rival the days of old." Her voice was quiet, but urgent. "You must act." Rhaegar studied the table, picturing the map of Westeros in his mind. "Our fleet is not endless," he said. "We sent a portion to the stepstones under Stannis. Though that threat is waning, redeploying those ships westward will take time." He glanced at Tywin. "Can your bannermen help to contain the Ironborn while we reassemble our forces?" Tywin nodded curtly. "The fleet of Lannisport and smaller ports along the coast can defend part of the shoreline, but the Ironborn are elusive. They strike quickly and vanish. We will need a decisive blow if we mean to curb their ambitions. However, I suggest we coordinate carefully, so we don't leave the city undefended." Rhaegar's thoughts churned. The step he took next might define how House Greyjoy perceived the crown's resolve. If he overcommit the royal fleet, another pocket of the realm, whether the Vale again or the Stormlands, might detect weakness and stir trouble. But if he did too little, Balon would sense vulnerability and might even declare open rebellion. "We must gather enough ships in the west to strike Ironborn strongholds," Rhaegar said finally. "A swift campaign, well coordinated with Lannisport. If we strike at the Iron Fleet at anchor, we might force Balon to retreat to Pike and sue for peace, or at least to cease these raids." Oberyn arched an eyebrow, a faint smile ghosting his lips. "Another campaign," he said, a hint of dry amusement. "We've barely patched up the Vale. Now we turn to the sea. The realm's at war by small degrees, but war nonetheless." Aegon shifted in his seat, wincing slightly. He spoke, voice subdued but clear. "If Balon does not fear the crown, he may choose to escalate rather than yield. The Ironborn do not respect half measures. Father, if we go west, we should do so with overwhelming force." His eyes gleamed with the memory of his own near-fatal experience in the Vale. "They must see we are not weak." Tywin cast a calculating look at the young prince. "For once, I find myself in agreement with His Highness. The Ironborn respond to displays of power. A few burned longships and a captured harbor might be all we need." Rhaegar gazed at his son, then nodded. "We will do precisely that," he said. "Lord Tywin, send orders to prepare ships at King's Landing. Recall some portion of the fleet from Dragonstone. Dispatch ravens to the Westerlands, instructing Lord Farman, Lord Westerling, Lord Crakehall, and others to coordinate with the royal fleet. We will muster a force on the western coast. I'll not let Balon savage my subjects unchecked." Barristan Selmy cleared his throat gently. "Your Grace, shall you lead this campaign yourself?" The question hung in the air. Tradition held that Targaryen kings did not always march to war, especially with the realm as large as it was, but Rhaegar had proven more hands-on than many monarchs before him. His presence at the Trident and more recently the Vale showed that. But each campaign weighed on him, and his absences from the capital sometimes emboldened other factions. Rhaegar rubbed the scar on his hand, an old wound from a training accident years ago. "I cannot be in all places at once," he murmured. "Yet if I remain absent, Balon might guess I am too burdened to act decisively. My presence could make all the difference in forging loyalty among the Western lords." Still, he paused, weighing the faces around the table. Tywin Lannister was already deeply involved as Hand. Varys was no warrior. Oberyn had only just proven invaluable in the Vale. And Aegon was injured, though eager. Elia spoke softly. "Perhaps let Prince Oberyn command the forces on your behalf, with the support of the Westerlands fleet. You know Dorne is loyal, and you would show that the crown can unite even with once-rival regions to face a common threat. Prince Oberyn is well-versed in naval skirmishes, especially after the stepstones." Oberyn tilted his head with a dangerous smile, as though the suggestion intrigued him. "I have no love for the Ironborn. If you command it, Your Grace, I'll turn their raids into nightmares." Tywin gave a small nod of cautious approval. "That might work. If Prince Oberyn leads the operation, it frees you to remain here, ensuring stability." We can't risk the capital or the realm unraveling in your absence. In addition, we must watch Storm's End. Robert has been quiet, but I do not trust him to remain so forever." Rhaegar listened. He recognized the logic. The realm's endless upheaval made each decision fraught. "So be it," he said at last. "Prince Oberyn will lead a royal fleet west. He will join forces with Lannisport to strike at the Ironborn. Tywin, you will coordinate supplies and logistics from here. Should Baelon escalate into an open rebellion, I will ride forth with the main host. But let us hope a swift strike at his reavers suffices." He paused, meeting Oberyn's gaze. "I entrust you with this command. Serve the realm well, Prince of Dorne." Oberyn placed one hand over his heart in a gesture of fealty that seemed almost mocking in its flourish. "Your Grace, I live for the thrill of battle, and for the good of the realm, of course." The council concluded with final details assigned. Aegon tried to speak up once more about joining the fleet, but Rhaegar placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Your wound still needs time, my son," the king said gently. "I cannot risk you at sea, not now." Aegon's frustration was evident, but he bowed his head. He did not yet have the strength to argue without wincing. Night fell deeper over King's Landing. Rhaegar left the council chamber exhausted and returned to his solar. He tried to rekindle the quiet sense of peace he'd known earlier with his harp, but now the chords sounded hollow. His realm, it seemed, was in a constant state of scattered warfare. Was this truly better than a single catastrophic rebellion under Robert? Rhaegar believed it was. Fewer lives lost, fewer fields scorched, but the endless vigilance weighed upon him like a chain around his neck. He had one small mercy to look forward to. Daenerys and Viserys, his younger siblings, had returned to King's Landing some months ago. Daenerys in particular had shown a childlike wonder at the city, marveling at corners of the Red Keep she barely recalled. Though Rhaegar's father's madness had driven them into exile, Rhaegar had extended his protection once he stabilized the throne. Viserys had proven prickly, but less so than rumors claimed. Rhaegar suspected that living in Essos had tempered his arrogance somewhat, or at least taught him caution. Daenerys, still barely on the brink of womanhood, displayed a gentle spirit that made many at court adore her. Rhaegar found that seeing them occasionally reminded him of simpler days, before the realm bled under Aerys' tyranny. On the following morning, as the first pale light crept into the sky, Rhaegar joined Aegon in a small courtyard of the Red Keep for gentle sword drills. Aegon wore a thick padded jacket to shield his healing shoulder, and the wooden practice sword in his hand looked too light for a serious duel. Still, he insisted on practicing footwork. Rhaegar observed his stance, offering corrections. "Keep your knees bent," he said softly. "Your balance is everything. If you favor your wounded side too heavily, an opponent will sense weakness." Aegon set his jaw. He lunged clumsily, grimacing when pain flared. Rhaegar tapped his wooden sword aside with ease. "I know," Aegon muttered, sweat beading on his brow despite the cold. "But every movement hurts. I feel less than I was." Rhaegar's voice turned gentle. "That is the nature of wounds. They remind us we are mortal. Let them teach you humility, not shame. In time, you'll regain your strength, and more." He recalled how Aegon had rushed into that Vale skirmish, earning both a victory and a near-fatal arrow. Perhaps this experience would temper his boldness with caution. Cough made them turn. Daenerys stood at the edge of the courtyard, wrapped in a cloak of pale blue. "I hope I'm not interrupting," she said softly. She had the Targaryen silver hair, though hers was tinged with a pale brightness that caught the dawn light like hammered silver. Aegon straightened, offering a slight bow. "Aunt Daenerys," he said, always a bit shy around her, though she was barely older than him by a handful of years. Rhaegar lowered his practiced sword and smiled. "Good morning, Daenerys. You're up early." She nodded, her face a quiet mask of politeness. "I couldn't sleep. The wind howled all night." Her gaze drifted to Aegon's bandaged shoulder. "I heard what happened in the Vale. I'm glad you're safe." Aegon shrugged with the uninjured shoulder, as if trying to appear nonchalant. "It was nothing," He winced again, betraying the lie. Daenerys pressed her lips together but did not comment further. Rhaegar suspected that she, of all people, understood the precariousness of Targaryen fortunes. They had escaped a kingdom in chaos once. Now they had returned to one still plagued by difficulties. But if she sensed how close the realm stood to fresh calamity, she did not voice it. Leaving Aegon to rest, Rhaegar escorted Daenerys toward the royal gardens, where meager winter blossoms drooped under protective covers. Servants had tried to keep a few hardy plants alive for the sake of beauty, though the biting cold made it a challenge. Daenerys walked with her hands clasped, glancing at the frost-laced petals. "It's so strange to see kings landing under winter's touch," she murmured. "In the stories I heard while in Essos, I imagined the city always burning under a bright sun." Rhaegar exhaled a cloud of breath. "Westeros is a land of contrasts," he said. "We have summers that scorch and winters that freeze. And if the rumors are true, this winter may be long indeed." He thought of the letters from Eddard Stark of talk of White Walkers. Daenerys gave him a curious look, almost hesitant. "Is it truly so dire in the north? They speak of monstrous things in the shadows. Some of the courtiers whisper it's all superstition." He paused by a small statue, depicting a dragon curling protectively around a maiden. "I have learned that even stories hold seeds of truth," he said carefully. "When the Night's Watch sends warnings, I heed them. War and chaos can mask greater threats. One day, we may face dangers that make the Ironborn or mountain clans seem trifling." Daenerys gazed at him with wide, lilac-tinted eyes, trying to piece together meaning from his words. She was still young, but there was an earnest intelligence behind her gentle demeanor. He laid a hand on her shoulder. "For now, do not fret over it," he added softly. "It's my burden to carry. Yours is to grow, learn, and enjoy the blessings of home." She smiled, though he sensed the worry behind her eyes. He led her back inside before the cold could bite deeper. The rest of that day was consumed by the business of dispatching Oberyn, gathering ships, and hearing final requests from lords who had come to the capital to plead for small boons. Rhaenys hovered at the edges of many discussions, quietly observing how her father handled the lesser lords. In the corridor, Rhaegar caught her eye and beckoned her closer. "You spend much time watching," he said. "Do you find these proceedings dull?" She shook her head, dark hair brushing her cheeks. "No, father. I find them fascinating. Each lord has his own angle, his own fear. They try so hard to cloak their intentions in flowery words, but you see right through them. I want to learn that skill." Rhaegar regarded her a moment, recalling how as a child she would hide behind Elia's skirts, reluctant to speak at court. Now she was a poised young woman. "In time," he said, "you'll learn to read men's hearts. But be cautious. You must also keep your own counsel close. Courts can be dangerous places." She smiled wryly. "I've noticed." Then her gaze flickered with curiosity. "Is it true that Prince Oberyn sets sail soon to face the Ironborn? I overheard talk." He nodded, eyes flicking to ensure no eavesdroppers lurked. "Yes, he does. I've entrusted him with a large portion of the royal fleet. We must quell Balon Greyjoy before his raids grow bolder." Rhaenys hesitated, biting her lip. "I hope that doesn't leave us vulnerable elsewhere." She was only a girl of 14, yet her questions carried weight beyond her years. Rhaegar pressed a hand gently to her shoulder. "We can never be everywhere, but we must take measured steps to secure the realm. Sometimes that means risking partial vulnerability to quell a threat before it worsens." As days passed, the royal docks buzzed with activity. Dozens of war galleys, their prows fashioned into snarling dragon heads, bobbed in the harbor while sailors loaded provisions. Prince Oberyn, clad in leather and steel with a vibrant cloak pinned at his shoulder, oversaw the operation. His men wore the sun and spear crest of Dorne, but they mingled with Crownlanders and a few Westerland bannermen. Rhaegar rode down to the harbor in a modest escort to bid farewell and give final instructions. Standing on the quay, the wind whipping his silver hair, Rhaegar studied Oberyn. "Strike swiftly," he advised. "Coordinate with Lannisport, If Balon yields, accept his surrender only if it's unconditional. He must cease all raids or face further wrath. Oberyn's eyes gleamed with anticipation. No half measures, he agreed. We'll show him what it means to provoke the dragon and the viper. He bowed with a flourish, then clasped the king's hand. Take care, your grace, and keep an eye on the snakes in your own court. With that, he strode aboard the flagship, the sails already unfurling in the cold breeze. Rhaegar watched as the fleet drifted into the gray waters, turning west. The gulls circled overhead, screeching as if in warning. Returning to the Red Keep, Rhaegar felt a hollow sense of foreboding. The court was calm on the surface, but rumors flitted like bats in the dark. He heard whisperings that some Stormland knights grumbled about new taxes. Others said Robert Baratheon had been hosting questionable guests at Storm's End, though no one had proof of actual conspiracy. Viserys, too, had begun to move about the city, meeting foreign envoys from the free cities, forging unknown friendships. Rhaegar had tried to welcome his younger brother back into the fold, but old resentments lingered. For Viserys, the trauma of exile as a boy had left an imprint of bitterness, even if Rhaegar was not the direct cause. Meanwhile, Daenerys wrote delicate letters to potential suitors or alliances, guided by an eager septa who wanted to see her well married. The swirl of palace intrigues never stopped. Into this uneasy atmosphere arrived a letter from Eddard Stark. Rhaegar retreated to a quiet antechamber to read it. Ned's words were as spare and direct as the man himself. Your Grace, the snows deepen. Wildlings have been reported in record numbers, fleeing south. The Night's Watch reports that several rangers have gone missing along the Frostfangs. I have it on good authority these disappearances may not be mere accidents. There is talk of pale shadows in the snow, silent and deadly. We have scant evidence beyond terrified witnesses, but I recall your warnings about ancient evils. I will press for increased patrols, but the north is vast, and resources are thin. I urge you to send more men if possible, or at least reinforce the supply lines to the wall. If the wildlings are fleeing something, that something may soon face us all. Eddard Stark. Rhaegar read it twice, dread coiling in his stomach. The more pressing conflicts, Ironborn raids, Vale upheaval, seemed like child's play compared to the potential threat of White Walkers. Yet the realm had no appetite for a massive expedition north. Skeptical lords would balk, calling it a wild goose chase. The royal treasury, though improved, was not limitless. And how many knights would freeze or starve on the way to the wall, only to find no tangible enemy? Still, he could not ignore Ned Stark. The man was no fool, and if he sounded an alarm, it must be taken seriously. He summoned the small council the next day, reading Ned's letter aloud. Tywin's expression grew stony. Again with these ghost stories from the far north, he said, tapping his gloved fingers on the table. Your Grace, I respect Lord Stark, but this talk of pale shadows is reminiscent of children's tales. We cannot scatter the realm's forces on the strength of frightened rumors. Ser Barristan Selmy, standing behind the king's chair, spoke quietly. Children's tales or no, the wildlings rarely move south in such numbers without cause. And if there is an unknown threat, ignoring it won't make it vanish. We could at least bolster the watch with supplies, men, or more rangers. Varys spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. The question is, from where shall these men come? We are stretched thin. Prince Oberyn and a large portion of the fleet are gone west. The Vale's knights are still reorganizing under their new council. The Stormlands remain uncertain. Rhaegar closed Ned's letter. At the very least, we can reinforce the wall with additional provisions. Let us also encourage lords in the Reach and the Riverlands to send second sons or criminals to take the Black. Perhaps, too, we can fund another recruitment drive in the city. I won't force men to go, but I can offer pardons and coin for those who do. Tywin remained impassive. If that is your will, your Grace, we can arrange it. I simply caution that we cannot conjure an army from thin air. And if a real war arises in the south, or the Iron Islands escalate, we may regret sending men north. Rhaegar set the letter aside, voice firm. My father's folly was ignoring the realm's needs in pursuit of his own paranoia. I will not repeat that mistake. We do what we can for the North without destabilizing the entire kingdom. Tywin, see it done. With that, the matter was settled, at least on parchment. Rhaegar wondered if, when the final test came, any mortal effort would suffice. The ancient stories of the Long Night depicted armies of the dead, unstoppable without the union of all living men. He pictured the realm as it was, splintered, weighed down by grudges, half-healed from the last rebellion. How would it ever unite to face a threat beyond imagination? Time marched on. The wind carried sharper cold, and King's Landing endured bleak midwinter days with gray skies that spat icy rain. Word from Oberyn in the west spoke of early successes. A small ironborn fleet caught by surprise near Fair Isle, ships burned, reavers slain. But the fighting was not over, as Balon himself had yet to appear. Meanwhile, rumors of restlessness at Storm's End multiplied, though no open rebellion manifested. Robert Baratheon was said to brood over his cups, occasionally entertaining lords with old stories of the war. Some claimed he still swore vengeance on the dragon who had stolen Lyanna Stark, even though that dragon was now the king who had spared his life. But rumor was rumor. No direct aggression had come from the Stormlands. Aegon's shoulder healed slowly, yet each day he forced himself to practice. Sometimes Rhaenys came to hold the practice shield for him, and they would share a quiet camaraderie. Elia, seeing her children so often near the yard, sometimes winced at the sight. She had known too much heartbreak, and the notion of her son or daughter dying in some future war haunted her. But she did not forbid them from learning, for a Targaryen royal ignorant of arms was vulnerable indeed. Late one evening, as Rhaegar finished hearing petitions in the throne room, a hush fell among the courtiers. The great doors opened to reveal a messenger from the west, soaking wet with travel grime. He wore the sigil of House Farman. The man staggered forward, dropping to a knee. "Your Grace," he rasped, "I bring news from the fleet. Prince Oberyn sends word that Balon Greyjoy has sacked a portion of the shoreline near Case. The Iron Fleet is massing at sea, defying the Crown's ships. The prince requests reinforcements, or at least additional supplies, if he is to launch an assault on Pike." Rhaegar descended the steps of the Iron Throne, heart thudding. "Has Prince Oberyn taken heavy losses?" The messenger swallowed. "He lost a few vessels in a skirmish, but inflicted greater damage on the Ironborn. Yet Balon's main strength has not been fully engaged. The prince says an all-out strike against Pike might end this swiftly, but it requires more men and ships." A low murmur spread among the gathered courtiers. Rhaegar could sense the tension, the subtle flickers of fear and anticipation. Another full-scale campaign? After all the realm had endured? Tywin Lannister, who was present, stepped forward with a quiet cough. "Your Grace, we expected the Ironborn might pull back after those initial defeats, but apparently they have not. It seems Balon would rather gamble on open war than cede. We must decide quickly. If we leave Oberyn unsupported, he might fail, giving the Ironborn a chance to ravage the western shore. But sending a large force means draining men from here or from other regions that might resent the burden." Rhaegar's mind churned. Each crisis demanded he weigh the cost in lives, gold, and trust. Too many men had already died in wars sparked by House Targaryen or against it. He stepped back up to the throne, not seating himself but standing before it, looking over the silent crowd. "The Ironborn have defied the crown too many times," he said. "Let Balon Greyjoy learn that the realm will not tolerate endless plunder. I will lead a force west myself, if that is what must be done to end this quickly." A stir passed through the hall. Tywin's brows drew together. "Your Grace, you place yourself at risk. Your presence here is also valuable, considering the unrest in the Stormlands and rumors from the north. Perhaps we can muster a large host under another commander." Aegon, standing at the periphery, squared his shoulders. "Send me, father." His voice cut through the hush. He approached the throne, ignoring the twinge in his healing shoulder. "I can go west with a host of Crownlanders. Oberyn is already there. Together we can break Balan's fleet. Let me prove I can lead as your heir. The realm must see that the crown prince stands ready to defend them." Rhaegar studied his son's earnest face. Aegon was nearly a man grown by Westerosi reckoning, only a few moons shy of that threshold. And the boy had tasted real battle in the Vale. Perhaps this was the moment for him to forge a reputation that would silence doubts about his claim. Yet fatherly caution warned Rhaegar that another arrow might not spare Aegon's life. "This is not a small skirmish," he said. "The Ironborn can be vicious. Reavers show no mercy." Aegon dipped his head. "I know, father. Still, I won't stand idle while others fight for the crown. I understand the cost of war now better than before. That is why I must go. I'm not a child any longer. Let me do my duty." Silence reigned for a few breaths. Tywin weighed in, his voice measured. "Your Grace, it may indeed strengthen the realm to see the crown prince command. It spares you from leaving the capital. If we send a sufficient force with loyal commanders under him, it could be the decisive blow we need." A murmur of agreement rose among some lords who believed a strong show of royal presence would cow the Ironborn. Rhaegar inhaled slowly. The memory of seeing his son bleeding in the Vale flashed across his mind. Yet the realm needed to see Aegon's strength, just as Rhaegar himself had once proven his resolve at the Trident, though that had nearly killed him. A father who clung too tightly might stunt the realm's future. "Very well," he said at last, voice quiet yet firm. "Aegon, I will send you west with a sizable host. You will join Prince Oberyn and coordinate a final blow against the Ironborn. But heed me well. Do not let pride or thirst for glory override caution. I want no reckless charges, no needless gambles with men's lives." Aegon bowed, eyes shining with determination. "I understand." He glanced at Tywin, who nodded, and at Barristan, who gave a solemn bow of acknowledgement. In that moment, Rhaegar saw a reflection of his younger self in Aegon's posture. The same hunger to prove worth, the same sense that fate demanded action. He swallowed the knot in his throat, praying that this choice would not bring him grief. Preparations began at once. Over the next fortnight, the Red Keep was abuzz with activity. Knights from the Crownlands were summoned, their banners unfurling in the courtyard. Lords Rosby, Stokeworth, Massey, and others pledged men. From the Reach came a token force as well, since the Tyrells still wanted to prove their loyalty to the Targaryen crown. Aegon conferred with these lords, forging alliances with a polite but firm hand. Tywin gave him counsel on logistics, while Barristan oversaw the mustering of the King's Guard. Elia hovered, anxious for her son's safety but proud of his determination. Rhaenys drifted around the edges, uncertain whether to voice her fears or bury them. Rhaegar took an evening to speak privately with Aegon in his solar. Outside, a cold rain sluiced down the windows. The brazier's glow created dancing shadows on the stone. Aegon stood near a table, studying maps of the western coastline. Rhaegar joined him, resting a hand on his back. "Remember," he said, "Oberyn has more experience with war at sea than you. Let him guide you. The chain of command is vital. If you disagree on tactics, weigh each other's reasons carefully." Aegon nodded, absorbing the advice. "I'm not too proud to learn from Prince Oberyn," he said, "but I won't shrink from leading." The king's mouth curved in a faint, bittersweet smile. "And that is why you'll do we. Ll, if the gods are kind. Your men will look to you for inspiration, but never forget they are not merely pawns on a board. Their lives matter. A king, or a prince, must value them." Aegon's expression softened. "I understand. I saw men die in the Vale, and I know now war is not a glorious game. But I have to be strong. I owe it to them, to this realm." Rhaegar's mind flicked back to the memory of the Trident, when he had tasted both the terror of near death and the burden of mercy. "Yes," he whispered, "we do owe it to them." He set a hand on Aegon's cheek, fatherly warmth mingled with concern. "The night before the Trident, I prayed for wisdom. I pray now for yours. May the gods keep you safe." Aegon's gaze flickered, raw emotion in his eyes. He bowed his head, then turned back to the maps. Rhaegar watched him silently, marveling at how quickly the child had become a young man shaped by war's demands. On a gray morning, the departing forces assembled in the Red Keep's courtyard. Banners snapped in the cold wind, armor glinted with fresh polish. Mounted knights formed ranks, while footmen held spears and shields. Aegon donned a half-plate, newly fitted to accommodate his healing shoulder, with the Targaryen sigil across the breast. He clasped arms with Rhaenys, who said nothing but fixed him with a look that silently pleaded for caution. Elia kissed his brow, murmuring a prayer to the Seven for his safe return. Rhaegar approached last, pulling Aegon into a quick embrace. "Go with my blessing," the king said, voice thick. "End this swiftly and return victorious." Aegon mounted his horse, nodding to the assembled men. He glanced one last time at his father, face resolute, then signaled to advance. The portcullis rose, and the column poured out of the Red Keep, heading toward the city gates. Onlookers filled the streets, whispering or cheering as the crown prince rode past. Many still recalled the horrors of the rebellion and now wondered if a new round of war loomed. Rhaegar stood in the courtyard long after the last soldier had vanished, the echo of hooves ringing in his ears. In the days that followed, news trickled slowly from the west. Rhaegar immersed himself in the daily tasks of governance, though a portion of his mind traveled with Aegon's column. Letters from Prince Oberyn, penned before the arrival of Aegon's force, described skirmishes at sea, small victories against Ironborn raiders, interspersed with warnings that Balon's main strength lay at Pike's rocky fortress. One courier brought word that the Crown Prince had joined Oberyn near Banefort, forging a combined army that now prepared to sail or march on the Iron Islands. Elia often sought solace in the castle sept, lighting candles for Aegon's safety. Rhaenys lingered in the library or accompanied Daenerys in strolls through the courtyard, both young women worried for their loved ones. Viserys, for his part, seemed detached, occasionally making pointed remarks about how the realm bled gold for these endless wars. Rhaegar did not confront him directly, hoping time would soothe his brother's old wounds. Yet tension simmered each time Viserys questioned the crown's expenses or the wisdom of fighting pirate rabble. Rhaegar reminded him that Balon Greyjoy was no mere pirate, but the Lord of the Iron Islands, capable of great destruction. Tywin Lannister continued to orchestrate the mundane but vital tasks of the realm, ensuring the city had enough food, collecting taxes, dealing with petty disputes among lords. Whenever Rhaegar spoke with him, he sensed the hand's controlled impatience. The realm was far from truly stable, and Tywin would have preferred a more iron-handed approach to quell any discontent. Rhaegar, however, strove to rule with a gentler touch, hoping not to spark new rebellions. It was a delicate dance, and Tywin had mastered the steps he could follow, even if at times he might have done differently were he king. Then, at last, a raven arrived in the dark hours before dawn, tapping at the chamber window of the maester's turret. The bleary-eyed Maester Eric stumbled to bring it before the king, while the city still slept under a pall of drizzle. Rhaegar lit a lantern, scanning the parchment. It was from Aegon himself, bearing the seal of the Crown Prince. Relief surged through Rhaegar's veins to see his son had not fallen silent in the midst of battle. "Father, we have joined our forces with Prince Oberyn and the Westerland lords near the coast. After a brief council of war, we resolved to strike Pike from both land and sea. The Iron Islands are rugged, but we are making progress. I led a vanguard on Great Wyke, capturing a key outpost the Ironborn used for raids. In that engagement, I lost a handful of knights, but we succeeded in driving the Reavers off. Prince Oberyn has harassed their ships at sea, forcing Balon to retreat to Pike for a final stand. We expect to launch our assault on Pike's fortress within days. If we can breach their walls or starve them out, the Greyjoys may yield. Pray for our swift victory. I remain in good health, though the shoulder aches in cold rains. Prince Oberyn fights like a demon unleashed, and I follow his lead where naval matters are concerned. The local lords are cooperating, if grudgingly. There is tension between Dorne and the West, but for now we are united in common cause. I will write again when Pike falls. Let the realm see that the crown stands firm. Your loyal son, Aegon." Rhaegar exhaled shakily, relief and anxiety intertwined. His son was alive, unbroken, pressing forward. But the final struggle loomed, likely the bloodiest. Pike was no easy target. He could not help recalling how King Robert, had he taken the throne, might once have hammered the Iron Islands into submission if they rebelled. Now it was up to a prince who had only tasted war once. He whispered a prayer to the Seven, wishing for Aegon's safe return. A 7-day later, another raven arrived. This one's parchment was stained with salt water. The writing hurried. It bore Oberyn's personal seal. Rhaegar held it in trembling hands as he broke the wax and read, "Your Grace, we have begun the siege of Pike. Balon holds out behind thick walls, with scorpions and archers along the cliffs. Aegon's men landed on the beaches under cover of my ships. The fighting was fierce, but we gained a foothold. Now we pound Pike's walls with trebuchets from the rocky shore. The Ironborn show no sign of surrender. We suspect they hope the sea itself will drive us off with storms, or that we'll tire of the assault." Aegon led an assault on a smaller tower near the main keep, seizing it in a bloody fight. "That tower has given us a vantage point over Pike's causeways. He fights valiantly, as though he has a dragon's flame in his veins. My men respect him, though they grumble at times over the losses. This is no clean war. The Ironborn yield only to iron or fire. I believe we have them cornered. Balon's ships cannot break our blockade, and his fortress grows short of supplies. If all goes as planned, Pike will fall before another moon's turn. We will present Balon with terms, but if he refuses, we will tear down his fortress stone by stone. I will keep you informed. Know that your son stands as a true warrior prince, though he bears the burdens of command with a heavy heart. He has seen more death in these few weeks than many see in years. Let us hope the Greyjoys see sense soon. Prince Oberyn Martell." Rhaegar felt a surge of pride mixed with sorrow. War was ugly. He had learned that too well at the Trident. He could almost picture Aegon climbing battered walls, sword in hand, hearing the screams of dying men, forging a name in blood. Yet if this ended the Ironborn threat swiftly, it might spare thousands more from future raids. That was the only solace. He read the letter again, then shared it with Elia. She clutched his arm, tears filming her eyes, but a certain grim resolve lined her features. "He will succeed," she whispered. "I must believe that." In the days that followed, tension in King's Landing grew. Courtiers whispered of the siege. Some called it Aegon's War, anticipating a legendary victory for the Crown Prince. Others muttered that the Iron Islands were too remote to truly conquer, that it might devolve into a prolonged conflict. Rhaenys walked the halls in quiet worry. Daenerys prayed in the sept, speaking softly with Elia. Viserys seemed to care little, aside from occasional remarks that the realm's gold was being wasted on rocks in the Western Sea. Rhaegar's patience frayed. He tried to remain calm, ignoring each biting comment. One cold morning, a new messenger arrived unexpectedly from the Stormlands. It was not a raven but a man in Baratheon livery, wrapped in a soaked cloak from the rains. He arrived at the gates of the Red Keep and demanded audience, bearing a missive sealed by Lord Robert Baratheon himself. Rhaegar received the man in a modest audience chamber, suspicion gnawing at him. Robert had not corresponded with the crown for months, beyond routine formalities. The messenger bowed, presenting the sealed parchment. "His lordship bids me say he has urgent words for the king's ears only, regarding unrest in the Stormlands and a matter that concerns the realm." Rhaegar broke the seal, scanning the bold, slanting handwriting. "Rhaegar Targaryen, know that I have kept my oath. I have not raised banners against you, nor have I conspired in open rebellion. But I will not remain idle if your rule leads the realm to ruin. Rumors reach me of the North's terrors, of endless war in the Vale and Iron Islands, of a treasury drained by your campaigns. My people suffer as well. We endure new levies to fund your conquests, while you chase foes at sea and speak of phantoms in the snow. Yet I write now because a new threat stirs near our shores. Strange ships have been sighted off Shipbreaker Bay, ships that do not bear the banners of any known lord. My scouts suspect they are raiders from the stepstones or beyond, drawn by the realm's turmoil. I do not seek war with you, but if these raiders land, I will deal with them myself. Should you wish to avoid further bloodshed, perhaps we can find cause to ally. If not, keep your men out of my lands. I am lord here, not your puppet. Robert Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End. Rhaegar set the parchment down with a mix of irritation and grim amusement. Robert's letter was laced with accusations and grudging courtesy, but the mention of unidentified ships near the Stormlands was unsettling. If new raiders moved in from the Narrow Sea, perhaps remnants of the Stepstones pirates who had evaded Stannis, this could open yet another front of chaos. He sat back, mind racing. Did Robert invite a meeting, or was he merely taunting the crown? The letter's tone implied both. Varys, after reading it, tapped a slender finger to his lips. Lord Baratheon might be posturing, but I suspect he does face some incursion. Pirates or sell sails from the free cities might see the Stormlands as an opportunity, especially if they assume the crown is distracted by Balon Greyjoy. Rhaegar nodded. I can't ignore it. Even if Robert remains sullen, the Stormlands are part of the realm. I will not let them become a foothold for foreign raiders. Better to quell the threat now than face a larger invasion. Tywin, who had joined them, offered a guarded look. We could send Stannis from Dragonstone to investigate, but that might cause friction between the Baratheon brothers. Robert resents any perceived intrusion from Stannis. Alternatively, you could attempt a personal negotiation with Robert, show him respect by hearing his concerns, though he might see that as weakness. Rhaegar rubbed his temple. Storm's End is a day's sail from King's Landing, or a longer ride by land. If these raiders are real, we need swift action. I have no wish to stoke Robert's paranoia by marching a large royal host onto his lands uninvited. But nor can I ignore a threat at his doorstep that might spread inland. Perhaps I will go myself, quietly with a small escort, to see what truly transpires. Tywin frowned. You place yourself at risk traveling near Storm's End with so few guards. Robert's temper is legendary. I do not fear him, Rhaegar said, perhaps too quickly. Memories of the Trident flickered. A hammer blow, nearly fatal, parted only by the swirl of fate. But he pressed on. If he wanted to kill me, he had ample chance long ago. No, he writes because he sees a chance to force dialogue. I'll take a handful of Kingsguard, nothing more. If we can avert another conflict and discover the truth of these raiders, it's worth it. So the plan was set. With Aegon away in the west, Rhaegar left Tywin in charge of the capital once more. He chose Ser Barristan, Ser Jon Darry, and Ser Mandon Moore from the Kingsguard to accompany him, plus a few reliable knights. Daenerys and Viserys were told to remain in the Red Keep. Elia wished to accompany him, but he gently refused, not wanting to drag her into a potentially hostile environment at Storm's End. Rhaenys also stayed behind, though she offered her father a tense farewell. Bring Robert to reason, she murmured. If such a thing is possible. The journey by sea took a day, their small ship riding choppy waters along the coast. Winds battered the sails, and salt spray stung the eyes. Rhaegar spent most of the voyage cloistered in his cabin, recalling the last time he had come near the Stormlands, when war had ravaged half the kingdom. Now, as king, he came not in conquest but in caution, hoping to unify rather than burn. When at last Storm's End loomed, a massive fortress perched on black stone cliffs, Rhaegar felt his heart pound. The thick walls seemed carved from centuries of unyielding storms, battered by waves. No castle in Westeros possessed such daunting natural defenses, and in a sense, no lord matched its stony gloom better than Robert Baratheon. They landed at a small harbor near the castle. A crisp wind cut across the dock, carrying the briny tang of the sea. The few men stationed their wore Baratheon sigils, a crowned stag on gold, and eyed Rhaegar's party warily. Barristan stood close, hand on his sword hilt, though he kept an air of polite calm. We come at Lord Baratheon's invitation, Rhaegar said mildly. The garrison captain, a weathered soldier, bowed stiffly. Yes, your grace. Lord Robert awaits you in the great hall. He was told of your coming by Raven. This way. They made their way up a steep, winding path carved into the cliffs, salt-slicked and treacherous. The roar of the sea below was almost deafening, crashing against the rocks in a constant thunder. As they entered Storm's End's gates, Rhaegar recalled how, in another life, he might have been the usurper's prisoner, or they might have clashed swords for the final time. Fate had chosen otherwise. Soldiers in Baratheon livery lined the courtyard, but they did not threaten. They simply watched, expressions guarded. Inside the great hall, the ceiling arched high, supported by massive pillars. Tapestries depicting storms and stags hung from the walls. At the far side, upon a simple wooden dais, sat Robert Baratheon, a hulking figure with dark hair shot through with streaks of gray. He wore no crown, of course, just a fur-lined cloak thrown over broad shoulders. A large flagon of ale stood near his hand, and a warhammer, battered and formidable, leaned against his seat. Rhaegar's eyes caught on that hammer. Memories flared of the Trident, the swirl of rubies that never quite scattered that day. Robert rose, face impassive. "So," he said, voice resonating in the stony hall, "the Dragon King comes to Storm's End. Only a few nights? You must trust me more than I trust you." Rhaegar inclined his head, ignoring the jibe. "You wrote of raiders. I have come to see if we can thwart them together. We need not be enemies, Robert." A bark of laughter escaped Robert's throat. "Don't call me that so casually, Dragonspawn. You and I have a history. But if you're here to help me rid the coast of these sell-sales or pirates or whatever they are, I won't turn you away." He gestured to a seat. "Sit if you like. Have an ale. It's piss poor, but it's all we have in these times." Tension coiled in the air. Barristan remained near Rhaegar, posture rigid. The other Kingsguard took positions behind. Rhaegar stepped forward, voice level. "I'll stand." He let his gaze flick over the hall. Dozens of Stormland knights stood watch, some with clear hostility in their eyes. Where did these raiders appear? Robert reached for his flagon, taking a deep draught before answering. A half-dozen black-sailed ships near Tarth, then rumored sightings further south along the coast. My men say they might be Tyroshi or Lyseni, but their banners are obscured. They slip in at night, plunder villages, carry off loot and perhaps captives. His voice hardened. That's not even the worst of it. I suspect they've made a temporary camp on the coast within my lands. Hard to track, but the footprints and burned hulls suggest a hidden cove. Rhaegar frowned. I can dispatch a royal force to comb the coastline. If we trap them, we can end these raids. But you'd have to allow the Crown's men to operate in your territory. Are you willing to accept that? Robert placed the flagon down with a dull thunk. That depends on your intentions. If I see your men riding around Storm's End as if they own it, I'll cut them down. My father's bones are in that crypt, and I swore no Targaryen would rule over the Stormlands again. Barristan spoke quietly, but firmly. Lord Baratheon, this is your rightful king. He has spared your life, offered you clemency. Robert cut him off with a raised hand. I know what he did at the Trident, old knight. I was there. That doesn't mean I have to bend over and let him do as he pleases in my lands. I keep the peace, yes, but on my terms. His glare slid back to Rhaegar. Listen well, dragon. I'll let a small company of your men join mine in scouring the coast. No more than 100. If we find these raiders, we smash them. You get your victory. I get mine. Then you leave. Rhaegar met his gaze, feeling the old tension swirl like the waves beyond these walls. You speak as though I've demanded something from you, he said. I come to help your people. If that's your condition, so be it. We'll do this together. But I'll not stand aside if your men provoke a confrontation with mine. We must act in concert, or these raiders will slip away. Robert's nostrils flared, but after a charged moment, he inclined his head. Agreed. We'll search along the southern shores from here to Estermont. My scouts suspect a large cove near the Shipbreaker's Bay that's sheltered by cliffs. Good place for pirates to hide. We strike, burn their ships, and hang any who resist. Rhaegar nodded. ignoring the flicker of distaste at the mental image of hangings. "Let us set out at first light, then." Robert grunted, took another swig of ale, and waved for the hall to clear. The tension still crackled. Before Rhaegar departed, Robert called out, "We have a room prepared for you. It's no royal suite, but you won't freeze." Then he looked away, as though the courtesy pained him. Rhaegar took it as the closest thing to a concession. That night, the wind battered the castle walls. Rhaegar tried to sleep in the small chamber offered to him, but the unceasing thunder of waves and the swirl of old memories kept him awake. He rose from the narrow bed, pacing. The faint light of a guttering candle revealed damp stone walls, a single shuttered window. He wondered if this was the same room Robert had once used as a war council chamber. So many ghosts haunted Storm's End. Echoes of a siege during a rebellion, the starving defenders, the smuggler Davos who saved them with onions. Now here he was, ironically joined with Robert in a new fight. Shortly before dawn, Rhaegar armed himself lightly, leather and mail, a long sword at his hip. Barristan wore the white cloak over his plate. They joined Robert in the courtyard. The Storm Lord emerged in heavy plate, warhammer slung across his back, looking every inch the warrior who had nearly killed Rhaegar years ago. 100 men under the crown's banner waited, matched by a larger force of Stormland knights. Robert glowered at any sign of Targaryen insignia, but held his tongue. They rode out under gray skies that dripped rain, heading south along the coastal roads. The land was rugged, battered by storms that scoured the soil. Wind-whipped grass bent low, and the sea crashed in the distance. Robert led the column with Rhaegar at his side, neither speaking much beyond curt remarks about the terrain. Now and then, they paused to let scouts range ahead, searching for footprints or signs of campfires. A handful of villages had been attacked, leaving charred huts and frightened peasants. Some recognized the king's sigil and cried out pleas for help. Others simply stared, haunted by trauma. At midday, one of Robert's scouts galloped back, breathless. "My lord, we found them. A half-dozen ships beached in a cove, hidden by tall cliffs. The pirates have a camp inland, maybe 200 men. They don't seem to know we're near." Robert's eyes gleamed with battle lust. "Perfect. We hit them hard and fast before they can escape." "Dragon," he said, half turning to Rhaegar, "are you with us? Or do you want to watch from a safe distance?" Rhaegar set his jaw. "I'll fight, but we do this in an organized manner. If they have archers, we can't just charge blindly. The tide can trap us if we're careless." The older man snorted, but nodded grudgingly. Soon, the combined force advanced along a narrow goat track leading down to the cove. The crash of waves grew louder, mixed with the hiss of wind through stunted trees. Barristan advised they split into 2 groups to flank the camp. Robert approved, dividing the men so the Targaryen knights and a portion of Stormlanders circled around. In the drizzle and low light, the pirates likely had no warning. Rhaegar's heart thumped as they crept closer, longing for a more peaceful realm. He had hoped that the horrors of war would abate. Yet here he was again, drawn sword in hand, about to clash steel for the sake of the realm. He recalled the vow he made to protect the small folk, to unify the kingdom. This was the cost. At a signal from Robert's horn, they descended on the cove. Shouts erupted among the raiders, who scrambled for weapons. Some tried to shove their ships off the wet sand, but the tide was not in their favor. Rhaegar's group rushed in from one side, Barristan at the forefront. Steel clanged against steel. The pirates wore mismatched armor, likely spoils from many raids. Their banners were indeed unknown. Some sort of black serpent on a gray field, perhaps a free company from Essos. They fought viciously, but the surprise was complete. Rhaegar parried a wild swing from a tall, scar-faced man, feeling the jolt rattle his arm. With a twist, he opened the man's guard and struck him down. Cries of pain and fury echoed on the wind. Robert's warhammer rose and fell like thunder, crushing skulls and shattering shields. The man was older, stouter, but still formidable. A ring of bodies formed around him, Barristan cut through a knot of defenders near the water's edge. The pirates tried to rally, some launching arrows from behind crates, but their numbers were too few. In minutes, the beach was a bloody sprawl. Some raiders threw down weapons, pleading for mercy. Others tried to flee by wading into the waves, only to be pulled down or shot by arrows. Rhaegar panted, sword dripping, scanning the scene for any sign of hidden threats. The smell of salt, blood, and wet ash clung to the air. Robert stomped among the dead and dying, face grim. He kicked a corpse aside, fury still burning in his eyes. "Where is your leader?" he roared to a wounded pirate who clutched a gashed leg. "Tell me, or I'll pry it from your guts." The man babbled in a tongue Rhaegar recognized as Lyseni, thickly accented. He pointed inland, gasping. Barristan strode up, pressing him for more details. They gleaned that the main leader, some exiled noble from Lys, had gone inland hunting for supplies with a band of men. Robert spat. "We'll find him. These scum won't trouble my shores again." Rhaegar exhaled, trying to keep his voice steady. "This camp is destroyed. Let's see to the ships." Their men set fire to the hulls. Flames leapt high, fueled by the tar-soaked timbers. The tide and wind conspired to swirl smoke across the cove. The smell was choking. Rhaegar turned away, chest tight with the memory of wildfire. But this was necessary. It prevented the pirates from escaping by sea. Robert gazed at the burning vessels with a savage satisfaction. For a moment, Rhaegar saw the man from years past, unstoppable in battle, fueled by rage. Then Robert's eyes flicked to Rhaegar. The old hatred there dimmed slightly, replaced by a grudging acknowledgement. "You fight well enough," he said. "Still the same man from the Trident, I see." Rhaegar stifled a reply, uncertain how to answer. Instead, he wiped his blade and said, "We must find their leader before he returns. If we kill or capture him, we end the threat for good." Robert nodded, turning to gather a search party. Barristan joined them, along with a handful of knights from both sides. They followed a narrow, muddy path inland, leaving the remainder of the combined force to guard the cove. The path twisted through scrubby forest battered by salt-laden winds. Seabirds shrieked overhead. Rhaegar's senses were on high alert, scanning the gloom for movement. Eventually, they came upon a small clearing. The smell of campfire hung in the air, but no sign of men. Robert knelt, studying footprints in the wet earth. "Fresh," he muttered. "They can't be far." Barristan opened his mouth to speak, but the attack came before he could form words. A volley of arrows hissed from behind a cluster of rocks. One arrow grazed a Stormland knight, another lodged in a shield. Rhaegar ducked, adrenaline surging. Robert roared, charging forward. Barristan and Rhaegar followed, swords drawn. In the swirl of confusion, half a dozen pirates leapt up, brandishing swords and spears. Rhaegar found himself locked in a desperate clash with a tall man in stained leathers who snarled in Lyseni. Their blades met in a ringing clash, each strike more forceful than the last. Over the man's shoulder, Rhaegar glimpsed a figure in a plumed helm, likely their leader, rallying the rest. Robert battered his way through with the hammer, sending men flying. Barristan's sword flashed in arcs of lethal precision. The tall Lyseni lunged, and Rhaegar sidestepped, slashing downward. The man stumbled, and Rhaegar's blade bit deep into his side. With a grunt, the pirate collapsed. Another attacker charged from the flank, only to be tackled by a Stormland knight. Robert engaged the leader, a wiry figure with a curved saber. Their weapons crashed, sparks flying. Rhaegar glimpsed the Lyseni duck a hammer blow, then slash at Robert's exposed side. Blood spattered. Robert growled in pain, backhanding the man with a gauntlet fist. The Lyseni staggered, losing his saber. In an instant, Robert's hammer swung low, connecting with a sickening crunch. The leader dropped, blood pooling in the mud. Silence fell, broken only by ragged breathing. 4 pirates lay dead, 2 more fled. Robert sank to one knee, cursing as he clutched at a wound on his side. Rhaegar rushed to him, scanning for the severity. Blood soaked Robert's leather surcoat, but the cut might not be mortal if staunched quickly. "Hold still," Rhaegar said, pressing a scrap of cloth over it. Barristan stood guard, in case any hidden foes remained. Robert grimaced, sweat beading on his brow. "A scratch," he spat, though pain laced his voice. He glared at the dead Lyseni leader. "Bastard nearly took my guts, but not quite." Rhaegar signaled for a Stormland knight who carried rudimentary bandages. They bound the wound as best they could. "You must get that tended," Rhaegar said quietly, "or infection will set in." Robert growled but allowed them to help him to his feet. His eyes flicked to Rhaegar. "You're a fool to risk your royal hideout here," he muttered. "But we may have done something worthwhile today." Rhaegar forced a faint smile. "If these were the raiders, the threat to your shores should end. You've saved your people from further harm." Robert exhaled, wincing with each breath. "Perhaps. Or maybe more scum will show up next moon." The realm's grown used to war. Predators flock to the carrion. The cynicism in his words stung, but Rhaegar did not deny it. They helped the injured Stormlord hobble back toward the cove, where the combined force awaited news. The pirates who had not been slain or fled were now prisoners, guarded by scowling Stormland knights and Targaryen guardsmen who eyed each other suspiciously. Yet for the moment they shared a sense of victory. The battered ships smoldered on the sand, an acrid smoke curling toward the iron sky. They returned to Storm's End by dusk. Robert's wound required a maester's attention, so Rhaegar waited outside while the old man stitched him up. Eventually, Robert emerged, pale but defiant. "Maester says I'll live," he said, leaning on a younger knight's arm. "That's enough. Tomorrow I'll feast, if I have to crawl to the hall." Rhaegar inclined his head. "I'll stay only long enough to be certain no more of these raiders lurk. Then I'll return to King's Landing. A portion of the Crown's men can remain to patrol the coast, if you permit it. A small garrison, nothing more." Robert studied him with bloodshot eyes. "Fine," he growled. "Better that than letting more pirates slip in. But don't think this changes anything between us, Targaryen. I remember everything you took from me." Rhaegar's throat tightened. He recalled how Robert had once believed Rhaegar stole Lyanna, though the truth was more nuanced. The realm's tragedies could not be undone. "I know," he murmured. "Let's keep the peace all the same." For a heartbeat, Robert said nothing. Then he turned away, letting the knight help him down the corridor. Rhaegar stood in the flickering torchlight, mind swirling with regrets and relief. At least they had cooperated long enough to destroy the raiders. Perhaps that minor success would keep the Stormlands from erupting into chaos. Yet he sensed that Robert's old wounds would never truly heal. There was too much blood under the bridge. Rhaegar remained a further 2 days, ensuring the coastline was swept for any stragglers. No more pirate vessels were found. The Stormland knights grudgingly admitted that the threat was ended. Then, leaving a small contingent to assist local lords, Rhaegar prepared to depart. Robert did not attend his farewell in person. A steward delivered a terse message. "Lord Baratheon is indisposed." Rhaegar understood the meaning. No warm goodbyes, no illusions of friendship. Boarding his ship with the Kingsguard, Rhaegar gazed at the looming fortress one last time. The wind whipped the sails, and the gulls cried overhead. He felt drained, though thankful a new war had been averted for now. They set sail under lowering clouds. The sea heaved, but they made decent time back to King's Landing. Once more, the city's walls came into view with no triumphant fanfare, just relief that the Stormlands would not devolve into battle this season. Returning to the Red Keep, Rhaegar found a fresh wave of letters awaited him. Tywin met him at the gates, wearing a stiff expression. "Your Grace," the hand said. "Urgent word from the west. Pike has fallen." Joy and apprehension warred in Rhaegar's chest. "Aegon?" he asked. "Is he?" Tywin's nod was crisp. "Alive and victorious. It appears Balon Greyjoy capitulated. The Ironborn fortress was breached, and the Crown Prince accepted Balon's surrender on the condition that Balon yield his ships and swear never to raid the mainland again, upon pain of death. Prince Oberyn's letter suggests it was a bloody fight, but the outcome is decisive. Rhaegar let out a breath he'd been holding. Thank the gods. Is Aegon unhurt? Tywin glanced at the parchment. Some injuries among the men, but it does not mention a serious wound for the prince. I believe he is well. Relief flooded Rhaegar, though he realized more details might arrive with a fuller account. The letter also states that the prince means to bring Balon and key Ironborn captains back to King's Landing to swear fealty in front of the Iron Throne. In essence, a show of subjugation. Rhaegar's relief mixed with mild unease. The Ironborn would resent such humiliation, but perhaps it was necessary to deter future rebellions. I see. We will host them, then, and see that the vow is formalized. Let them know the realm stands united against wanton raiders. He climbed the steps to the Red Keep, exhaustion weighing him. The realm's troubles felt endless, yet these victories, at Pike, in the Stormlands, offered a spark of hope. If Aegon had indeed proven himself in war, the realm might rally behind him more strongly. Perhaps even Dorne and the West could find some unity, at least for a while. And Robert, sullen though he was, might remain quiet if pirates no longer plagued his shores. Inside, Elia greeted Rhaegar with a soft embrace, pressing her cheek to his chest. You're safe, she breathed. Thank the gods. Any harm? He shook his head. Only a few minor skirmishes. Robert took a wound, but he'll survive. Elia exhaled. Better than open war. She glanced around, ensuring no one listened. Word spreads that Aegon did great deeds at Pike. His men hail him as Aegon the Brave. Is it true? Rhaegar offered a tired smile. So it seems. He has proven his mettle. Let us hope the realm finds comfort in that. 7 days later, the battered victors from the west arrived in King's Landing. The gates opened to a procession of ships on the Blackwater, carrying men with bandaged limbs, soot-stained armor, and weary faces, but also with a sense of triumph. Aegon and Oberyn led them. Crowds thronged the harbor, eager to see the spoils of war. Behind them sailed a handful of Ironborn longships, escorted under guard, carrying Balon Greyjoy and his principal captains as prisoners of war. Rhaegar stood on the quay, flanked by Barristan and Tywin. Elia and Rhaenys waited behind, along with Daenerys and Viserys. Trumpets blared a greeting. Aegon disembarked first, face pale from fatigue, but his eyes alight with fierce satisfaction. A bruise marred his jaw, and his armor bore dents. Yet he moved with confidence, returning the crowd's cheers with a slight nod. Oberyn followed, grinning wolfishly despite a bandaged arm. Behind them came the chained Balon Greyjoy, tall and gaunt, his hair in disarray, a scowl etched into his features. A hush descended. Aegon strode forward to kneel briefly before Rhaegar. Father, the Iron Islands submit. His voice rang clear. Balon Greyjoy surrenders his claim to war upon the mainland. The Ironborn have lost many ships. Their fortress stands broken. He will swear fealty to you, or face the consequences. Rhaegar touched his son's shoulder, urging him to rise. You have done the realm a great service, he said, voice resonating over the murmuring crowd. Take pride, but remember the weight of what war costs us all. Aegon nodded, letting out a long breath. Then Rhaegar turned to Balon, who was forced onto his knees by guards. The Greyjoy Lord glared up defiantly, but he was beaten. Do you yield? Rhaegar asked. Balon spat. I yield, for now. His voice dripped with hatred. Rhaegar's expression hardened. Then swear it, in the sight of gods and men, that you and your heirs shall never again raise arms against the crown. If you do so, you may depart for Pike once you've paid restitution. If you refuse, your life is forfeit. Balon's lips curled in something like a sneer, but he muttered the oath nonetheless. Each word spat like venom. The onlookers shifted, uncertain whether to jeer or cheer. When he finished, Rhaegar motioned for the guards to take him away. He will remain in the Red Keep for a time, as a hostage to his own peace, Rhaegar pronounced. Let his heirs keep Pike from further bloodshed. The crowd rumbled. Some seemed disappointed not to see Balon's head on a spike, but Rhaegar would rather show mercy than breed further grudges, though with the Ironborn, grudges seldom died easily. As Balon was hauled away, Oberyn approached Rhaegar, head inclined. "Your Grace, you have your victory. I trust the reward is worth the blood spilled." His tone was sardonic, but not without respect. Rhaegar met Oberyn's gaze. "It spares the West from more raids. My thanks to you for your service." Oberyn gave a casual shrug, wincing at the pull of his bandaged arm. "Victory is sweet, but the bitter aftertaste remains. The realm bleeds in small cuts everywhere. Let's hope we can bind them before more arise." In the following days, King's Landing filled with the hum of returning soldiers, battered ships docking in the Blackwater. Aegon was hailed as a hero, especially by those who believed the Targaryen line needed strong warrior kings to keep the realm in check. Even some of the previously skeptical lords seemed impressed. Elia doted on her son, while Rhaenys teased him about being Lord of Pike, which made him grimace. The young man's eyes held a new gravity, haunted by the memories of siege and slaughter. He confided to Rhaegar one evening, "Father, it was worse than the Vale. We battered down Pike's walls, and the screams, I'll never forget them." Rhaegar placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Nor should you," he said softly. "A ruler must remember the price of victory. It will make you wiser." Word of Balon's capture and vow spread swiftly across the Seven Kingdoms. Some lords praised the crown's might. Others wondered if the Ironborn's surrender would last. But for the moment, the West breathed easier. The Stormlands had no more pirates raiding their coast. The Vale, though mourning Lord Arryn, seemed stable enough under its new council. The Stepstones' threat had faded with only minor scattered raids. Even the capital's mood brightened, bolstered by the presence of a triumphant prince. Yet Rhaegar could not ignore the persistent letters from Eddard Stark, which arrived every few moons with increasingly dire warnings. The wildlings had grown desperate, attempting to scale the wall in larger numbers. Strange sightings were still reported by rangers, and winter deepened. One evening, in the quiet of his solar, Rhaegar looked over a new missive from Ned. "Your Grace, we have received the largest influx of wildling refugees in decades. Lord Commander Mormont warns that beyond the wall, something terrible presses them south. The free folk speak of white shadows, of the dead walking. I cannot say how much is truth or rumor, but the fear is real. We have mobilized every man we can spare, but still the wall is vast and undermanned. If you can find it in your power to send more men or resources, I believe it may save countless lives, wildling and Westerosi alike." Eddard Stark. Rhaegar closed his eyes, hearing an echo of old prophecies. The realm was battered, exhausted. Yet if the old threat was truly stirring, the wars with the Ironborn or the pirates or rebellious lords would pale in comparison to what might come. Yes. Eti the letter aside, reflecting on Aegon's growth, on the alliances tenuously holding the realm, on Robert Baratheon's simmering resentment, on Balon Greyjoy's defeated pride, on Oberyn's fierce skill and Tywin's cold efficiency. Could all these factions ever unite if the long night returned? He feared the answer might be no, unless something monumental forced them to band together. He retrieved his harp, plucking a soft tune. The notes conjured fleeting solace, images of a better world. He thought of Lyanna, of how she had once told him that only through understanding each other's pain could men set aside feuds. He wondered if she had been right. Mercy had spared Robert and, in time, led to a partial alliance at Storm's End. Mercy had let Balon keep his life, though only time would tell if that was wise. Mercy had begun to mend bridges in the Vale, the West, and Dorne. But would Mercy hold the line against an ancient evil? He closed his eyes, letting the melody carry him, each chord a fragile hope in a land plagued by conflict. The realm had taken a different path when he survived the Trident, yet the challenges remained immense. His children grew, forging their own destinies. His enemies lurked, sullen but quiescent. The threat from beyond the wall loomed, half mythical, half real. In that moment, he let the music speak, weaving sorrow and aspiration together, a requiem for what might have been and a hymn for what might come. In every note, he felt the pulse of a kingdom still healing, still bristling, still hungry for tomorrow. When he set the harp aside at last, the candle had burned low, and a deep hush filled the solar. He recalled the swirling waters of the Trident, the hammer blow that had almost ended his life, the fleeting rubies that glimmered on his armor that day, never scattered. That single twist of fate had allowed him to stand here now, harp in hand, father to a triumphant prince, king of a realm still in flux, caretaker of a prophecy that might soon be tested. He whispered a final prayer to the seven, or perhaps to the old gods beyond the neck, that this fragile peace he had wrought would endure. And then he let the silence enfold him like a cloak, mindful that come the dawn, the burdens of a dragon king would begin anew, as they always did. Rhaegar Targaryen set down Ned Stark's latest letter and rubbed at the deep ache beneath his ribs, a sensation that seemed to grow each time warnings arrived from the far north. The feast of Balon Greyjoy's surrender had barely ended when new dispatches reported fresh horror beyond the wall. More missing rangers, more wildling clans turning up in droves with stories of walking corpses and pale fiends. His realm, exhausted from war after war, showed no appetite for another conflict, least of all one that defied understanding. Yet in quiet moments, Rhaegar feared that if the threat was real, all the petty squabbles of the Seven Kingdoms would pale before it. In the hush of the royal solar, the only sound was the faint crackle of a brazier and the distant bustle of King's Landing. He felt the weight of all his dreams for a better realm, a realm he had tried to mend since living through the Trident. Now, the rumors from the north threatened to shatter the fragile peace just as it had begun to take root. He heard soft footsteps in the corridor. A moment later, the door opened to reveal Elia Martell. She wore a modest gown of dark fabric, her hair partially braided, and the flicker of the fire lit the quiet concern in her eyes. Without a word, she came to his side and laid a hand on his shoulder. Her presence was a gentle reassurance, a reminder that not all was lost. He sighed, folding Ned's letter. "More pleas for support," he murmured. "Ned warns of unnatural foes in the snow. The Night's Watch is overwhelmed. Each time I send men, I weaken the realm's defenses elsewhere. Yet I cannot leave them to their fate." Elia slipped her hand into his. "Your Grace," she said, voice hushed. "You've done so much already. You quelled Balon Greyjoy. You kept Robert's ire from igniting the Stormlands. You aided the Vale. Let the lords of the North and the Watch handle their own troubles, at least until we know more." Her expression turned apologetic at once, as though she regretted offering a pragmatic suggestion. "I don't mean to sound heartless, but the realm has bled enough." Rhaegar bowed his head. "And if the legends are true, if these White Walkers step beyond myth, we might all face a danger greater than anything in living memory. We talk of bandits and pirates, but they are only men. This might be something else." His gaze drifted to the harp in the corner, the instrument he so often used to find solace. He did not reach for it tonight. The tune in his heart was uneasy. Before Elia could answer, another knock sounded. It was a page boy, breathless from climbing the Red Keep staircases. "Pardon, Your Grace. Lord Tywin requests you in the throne room. It appears the captains from the stepstones have arrived. They bear tidings from overseas." The king closed his eyes briefly in frustration. At times, it felt as though the entire world demanded his attention all at once. He pressed Elia's hand. "I'll attend," he said. "Leave word for Aegon and Rhaenys if they wish to join me. I suspect these tidings may concern them too eventually." Elia nodded and they left together. His mind lingered on the letter from Ned, though. The idea of ignoring the North gnawed at him. He resolved to return to it soon. The throne room was less crowded than at peak hours, but a handful of guards, courtiers, and the Master of Whisperers, Varys, were present. Tywin Lannister stood near the Iron Throne, all cool poise, while two sun-browned men in battered sea leathers waited at a respectful distance. Elia drifted toward the side of the hall, while Rhaegar stepped forward, his silver-gold hair catching torchlight as he ascended the dais. He eyed the newcomers. They bore no obvious sigils, but their wide stances and the salt crusting their boots hinted at a lifetime at sea. Tywin bowed his head in greeting. "Your Grace, these captains come from the seas near the stepstones. They claim to have encountered a large fleet of Volantine war galleys." "Volantine," Rhaegar echoed, his tone registering mild alarm. Volantis was a powerful free city, sometimes given to expansionist leanings. "Do they threaten the narrow sea?" "We have no standing quarrel with Volantis, to my knowledge." The first captain, a wiry man with a scar across one cheek, offered a hasty bow. "Your Grace, I can't say if they threaten Westeros directly, but we saw them passing westward at speed. Rumors swirl that they might be chasing pirates, or perhaps they're looking for new conquests. Volantine triarchs are known to dabble in distant expansions. There's talk they want to secure shipping routes. If that's so, they could sail dangerously close to the Stormlands or the Dornish coast, depending on which route they take." Rhaegar felt a prickle of unease. "Have you any sense of their numbers?" he asked. The second captain, a stockier man, removed his salt-stained cap. "A half-dozen larger war galleys, maybe more, plus smaller escorts. Could be near 30 ships in total. Enough to cause real trouble if they're bent on it." Varys inclined his head, a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. "Volantis is far from the Straits of Tarth, but not impossibly so. If they desire to show their might, they might test us, as the Stepstones pirates did. Or they might simply be traveling on business far from our shores, though I doubt it. They rarely venture this close without purpose." Tywin cleared his throat. "This realm is worn thin by conflict. We have few ships to spare, especially after sending a portion west to subdue Balon Greyjoy. Prince Oberyn and the returning fleets are still reorganizing. Stannis Baratheon holds Dragonstone, but even that is not a massive fleet. This could be ill-timed if Volantis decides to meddle." He flicked a glance at Rhaegar. "Still, we cannot cry war at every shadow." Rhaegar nodded slowly. "I'll not declare them enemies yet. We do not have proof of hostile intent. But we should watch them. If their ships stray too close, or if they threaten our trade routes, I'll have no choice but to respond. Captains, you've done the realm a service by warning us. You shall be compensated." He turned to a steward, who nodded, ready to see the men paid. As the meeting ended, Rhaegar descended the throne steps, heart heavy. Another potential threat from across the sea, even as the North wavered under the possibility of supernatural danger. He found Elia's gaze. She was as composed as ever, but he read the strain in her eyes. So many crises, so little respite. He quietly ordered a small council session that very evening, determined to keep all angles covered. They gathered in a smaller chamber adjacent to the throne room. Tywin settled near the head of the table. Varys hovered at the perimeter, while Grand Maester Erek stood flipping nervously through a ledger. Barristan Selmy, stoic in white cloak, took position at Rhaegar's back. Aegon was present, looking newly arrived from the practice yard, hair damp with sweat. Rhaenys sat beside him, and one seat was left open for Daenerys, who had asked permission to observe the session, eager to learn the workings of court. She slipped in quietly, face flushed. Rhaegar began by summarizing the Volantine situation. Then he spoke of the continuing letters from Ned Stark and the Night's Watch, warnings of wildling surges and rumored walking horrors. Tywin listened, expression flattening with each mention of others. Varys's face gave nothing away, though occasionally his eyes narrowed with interest. Aegon spoke up when Rhaegar was done, clearing his throat. "Father, I know we're still recovering from war, but if the wall is truly at risk, ignoring it might prove a fatal mistake. Let me lead a small force north. It doesn't have to be large, but the presence of a prince and a banner from the crown might rally lords who still waver." Rhaenys gave her brother a cautious look. "You've just returned from Pike. There's still tension in the west. If you ride north now, will that not leave a power vacuum in the Riverlands and the Crownlands? We can't keep redeploying you every time trouble stirs." Her voice was gentle, but the logic was sound. Aegon frowned, flexing his hand as though remembering the weight of the sword he'd swung so often in battle. Tywin made a small gesture of agreement with Rhaenys. Exactly so. The Crown Prince's presence here has been stabilizing. We still have to ensure Greyjoy's vow holds. Let us not spook the Ironborn by removing the prince entirely. Nor do I relish the idea of the realm's next king lost in a wilderness chasing rumors of whites. Aegon's cheeks reddened. We cannot keep ignoring the North. Father, you told me once that legends hold seeds of truth. If Ned Stark pleads for aid, we must give it. Rhaegar felt a swell of pride in his son's sense of responsibility. Yet the complexities were real. Barristan cleared his throat. I served the realm under Aerys, and I've seen how ignoring threats can unravel a kingdom. If the North is truly in jeopardy, we should at least bolster the Watch's resources. More men, supplies, coin. It's not the same as sending an army, but it would help. And it sends a message that the Crown has not abandoned them. Daenerys spoke for the first time. My lords, might we invite Lord Stark and some of his bannermen south for a council? If we cannot see the threat ourselves, perhaps hearing from them directly would galvanize the other lords. She glanced around, shy but earnest. A great gathering in the capital to address the North's concerns. Even if few believe in White Walkers, we can still discuss how best to reinforce the wall. Tywin's gaze flicked to the young princess with faint surprise, as though he had not expected her to offer anything useful. A summit, he said slowly. Dangerous if it stirs memories of the last great councils, but perhaps not a bad notion. Many lords might attend, if only to be seen or to press their own agendas. Rhaegar tapped his fingers on the table. A summit or assembly would draw every major house to King's Landing, possibly including Robert Baratheon, who had always grudged the Targaryen monarchy. It might be a powder keg with old animosities exposed under one roof. But it could also be the best chance to unify the realm over the question of the North, or at least gather more information. He thought of how war had nearly destroyed them all before. If a new war came from beyond the wall, they would need unity. Very well, the king said at last. We invite the great houses to a council. Lord Stark, of course, to share his reports. The Tyrells, the Lannisters, the Baratheons, the Martells, the Tullis, every region. We'll frame it as a gathering for the stability of the realm and for winter preparations. Let them come with their retinues, and we'll see how matters stand. In the meantime, we increase support to the Night's Watch. Tywin, arrange the finances to send more grain, arms, and coin. Barristan, see if we can spare a few loyal knights to reinforce the watch. And if the lords who come to this council bring additional volunteers, all the better. Perhaps we'll glean the truth. With that settled, they turned to lesser matters. The final dispositions of Greyjoy's men, the watch on Volantene movements, the continuing trade in King's Landing. Yet a weight pressed on Rhaegar's heart, because he sensed this council might prove the realm's last chance to stand as one, or else it might devolve into the same fractious rivalries that had plagued Westeros for generations. A flurry of ravens departed the Red Keep in the coming days, carrying invitations sealed with the dragon sigil. Word spread quickly that the king called for a grand assembly to address winter preparations and other pressing concerns. The small folk, hearing rumors of the gathering, speculated about another war or a new marriage alliance. Many recalled how the last grand assembly during Aerys' time had ended in tragedy. Others dared to hope Rhaegar's measured hand might yield a better outcome. Aegon busied himself with drilling the city watch, ensuring that King's Landing would remain orderly if large numbers of lords and retainers arrived. Rhaenys lent her quiet presence to court, observing each shift of power with a discerning eye. Daenerys hovered in the library, reading old texts about the Long Night and the Children of the Forest, her curiosity piqued by the looming threat. Viserys lurked at the edges, sometimes rolling his eyes at the mention of the White Walkers, muttering that the realm was being bled dry chasing northern phantoms. But Rhaegar paid him little mind. He had enough to worry about. The first lords to arrive were those closest: Stokeworth, Hayford, Rosby. Then came a trickle from the Riverlands, followed by a lavish procession of Tyrell bannermen from the Reach. Mace Tyrell himself did not come, claiming illness, so he sent his heir Willis, a thoughtful young man with a mild limp, accompanied by a large retinue. From the Vale, A pair of lords representing the young Robert Arryn showed up, uncertain how to proceed without a clear head of house. From the Iron Islands, Rhaegar did not expect enthusiasm, but he invited them nonetheless, trusting that Balon, still half a prisoner at the capital, would not sabotage it. Balon refused to attend any council, sulking in the Red Keep's lesser chambers. He had no illusions of being welcomed. The Martells were represented by Prince Doran, who traveled slowly due to his health but arrived with his customary dignity. Oberyn, still nursing a half-healed wound from Pike, came as well, a restless energy about him. Elia Martell served as a bridge of sorts between them and the crown, ensuring everyone remembered that her children were half Dornish, with Aegon recognized as heir. Tensions simmered but did not explode. So far, Tywin awaited news from the west. Cersei Lannister was not present, married elsewhere, though rumors whispered about her dissatisfaction. Ser Jaime Lannister remained with the Kingsguard, so Tywin's main hope for Lannister representation fell to Kevan Lannister and a few lesser cousins. The Lannister retinue arrived in gleaming armor, gold lions on crimson cloth, and some corners of the court whispered that House Lannister might use the council to press for more influence. Tywin gave no sign, wearing his usual mask of composure. Finally, Eddard Stark sent word that he would come, though not lightly. Winter storms threatened the roads, and he dreaded leaving the north at such a precarious time. Yet the king's summons demanded it, and Ned would do all he could to secure relief for the watch. Alongside him rode Lord Manderley of White Harbor, Lord Bolton of the Dreadfort, and a handful of other northern houses braving the cold. When they reached the neck, the roads turned treacherous with ice, so the journey took longer than expected. Rhaegar received regular ravens tracking their progress. Each time, he felt a mix of relief that Ned was indeed coming and anxiety about how the other lords would treat him. Some still blamed the Starks for the old rebellion. Robert Baratheon was the last uncertain piece. The invitation had been sent, but no reply came. Tywin suspected Robert might refuse or might appear in force. Rhaegar said nothing but prepared for either outcome. He still recalled how they had fought side by side against the coastal raiders, forging an uneasy truce. That memory felt distant now. Days stretched into weeks, and King's Landing filled with lords, knights, and curious onlookers. The city taverns did brisk business. Spies from every corner of the realm mingled, sowing rumors. Rhaegar's sentries patrolled restlessly, wary of even the smallest sign of sabotage. At last, on a damp, gray morning, horns sounded from the city gates. A column of mounted knights bearing the crowned stag banner wound through the muddy streets. At their head none other than Robert Baratheon, broad-shouldered, bearded, and scowling. He wore armor scratched from use, and a thick fur cloak draped his form. Behind him rode a strong retinue of Stormland lords. The crowds parted warily, uncertain whether to cheer or hide. Some recognized the hero of the old rebellion in him. Others saw the man who had lost that war and lived at the king's mercy. Robert entered the Red Keep with minimal ceremony, ignoring the curious stares of passing servants. Rhaegar stood at the top of the courtyard steps to greet him, flanked by Aegon, Rhaenys, Barristan, and Tywin. The tension felt thick enough to cut with a sword. For a moment, the memory of the Trident hovered between them. Then Robert dismounted, wincing slightly as he landed on an old war injury. He eyed Rhaegar, expression guarded. "Dragon," he said, voice low, "we meet again." Rhaegar inclined his head. "Welcome to King's Landing, Lord Baratheon. I trust the roads treated you fairly." Robert snorted. "Roads treat no one fairly in this weather. But I'm here. Let's see if your Grand Council is worth the trouble." He turned to Aegon, giving him a once-over. A flicker of grudging respect crossed Robert's face. "Boy, you've done well, they say. Made short work of Balon Greyjoy." Aegon maintained a calm expression. "I only did what needed to be done to protect the realm, my lord. I'm glad you could attend." With that, Robert moved past them, heading for the guest quarters without further small talk. Tywin arched a single eyebrow. Aegon frowned. Rhaegar released a slow breath. At least Robert had come, and not in open rebellion. That was a start. By the next evening, All were assembled in the Red Keep's great hall, more than 100 lords and their retainers. The dais was set up near the Iron Throne for Rhaegar and the royal family, along with Tywin, Varys, and Grand Maester Eric. To either side, seats had been arranged for each region's principal representatives. Ned Stark was there, somber in a heavy fur cloak, his breath still white in the warmer southern air. Next to him sat Manderly, Bolton, and other Northmen. Robert Baratheon loomed on the opposite side, arms crossed, near various Stormland lords. The Tyrell party brought color and polite smiles, while Doran Martell's quiet dignity contrasted with Oberyn's restless energy. The Vale lords mumbled among themselves, uncertain how to proceed without a clear leader. The Tully banners were present but subdued, as Hoster Tully was in ill health, represented by Edmure. Kevin Lannister and other Western lords stood near Tywin, forming a silent phalanx of gold and crimson. Balon Greyjoy, forced to attend under guard, lurked behind them, sullen and scowling. Rhaegar rose, silencing the murmurs. He spoke in a clear voice that carried across the cavernous hall. "Lords of the Seven Kingdoms, I welcome you to this council. We gather under the shadow of winter, deeper than any we have known in a generation. We have faced raids, rebellions, and unrest. We have bled. But I believe we must address two vital concerns: the strengthening of our defenses and the calls for aid from the north." A hush fell, broken only by the crackle of torches. Rhaegar inclined his head to Ned Stark, signaling him to speak. The Lord of Winterfell stood, his lean form wrapped in gray and white. His voice was quiet but firm. "The Night's Watch is at a breaking point. Wildlings flood the tundra, fleeing something they will not name openly. But they speak of the dead walking. Rangers vanish on patrol. We have found bodies turned unnatural." He paused, swallowing. "I do not ask you to believe old tales blindly, but the free folk do not abandon their lands for trifles. The Watch needs men and supplies in large numbers to guard the realm from whatever stirs. If we are wrong, we lose nothing more than time and gold. If we are right, ignoring it could doom us all." Some lords scoffed audibly, but others shifted uneasily. Lord Bolton's pale eyes flickered as he added, "We have seen the free folk ourselves, carrying fear in their eyes like a plague. They do not speak to kneelers lightly, yet many now kneel for bread and shelter." Robert Baratheon let out a low grunt. "You'd have us send armies to freeze beyond the wall, chasing ghosts? I say let the wildlings handle their own troubles." Ned shot Robert a sharp look. "That was once your stance, my lord, before you marched in rebellion. Look around you, these rumors are consistent, repeated by too many to be fantasy." Robert bristled, but before he could bark a retort, Rhaegar spoke again, calm but firm. "I have read multiple accounts from the Watch. I do not dismiss them. We ask not for a southern army to invade the north, but for each region to contribute men, supplies, funds. Bolster the wall so we need not face a threat in our own fields." Murmurs spread. Tywin rose, expression cool. "House Lannister stands ready to assist, but we cannot do so blindly. What if we pour resources north, leaving our coasts unguarded? The Ironborn have surrendered, but can we trust them? We still hear of potential threats in the stepstones, and Volantis might be on the move. How much more can we spare?" Balon Greyjoy spat. You'll blame the Ironborn for your every fear. We have sworn to raid no more, unless you provoke us." At that, Oberyn chuckled under his breath, earning a glare from Balon. Tension crackled until Rhaegar raised a hand. "Enough. No one is ignoring the realm's other vulnerabilities. But the North has never begged aid lightly. We must find a compromise." Willis Tyrell, representing the Reach, said softly, "We can supply grain, perhaps more than we initially planned. The Reach harvest, though diminished by winter, is still the largest in Westeros. If we cannot march an army, at least we can feed the Night's Watch so they can expand." Edmure Tully nodded, a hint of relief on his youthful face. "We Riverlanders can spare some men, perhaps 200 or 300. My father is ill, but I know he would not deny the Watch entirely. Robert Baratheon still looked unconvinced. I see a lot of talk. What if we do all this and it amounts to chasing shadows? The Stormlands are battered by storms and raids. I've my own folk to feed. Why should we send men north to vanish or freeze? At that, Ned's jaw tightened, but it was Rhaenys who spoke up, surprising many. Rising from her seat, she said, Lord Baratheon, the question is not whether you can spare men. It's whether you can afford not to, if the rumors prove true. If winter brings an enemy beyond mortal ken, do you think your Stormlands will remain safe? The threat will not stop at the neck. It will come for all of us. Her words were measured and calm, carrying a note of regal authority. Robert scowled, but he did not lash out. Doran Martell added in a quiet, firm tone. Dorne's climate is mild, but we know winter can reach even our deserts in dire years. We will send some volunteers with the crown's blessing. Like the Reach, our harvest yields are not vast, but we can contribute coin and arms. Rhaegar assessed the mood in the hall. A portion of the lords showed willingness. Others, especially the Stormlanders and certain Vale lords, remained doubtful. Tywin's face gave little away, though Kevin Lannister occasionally leaned in to whisper in his ear. The king decided to propose a direct plan. We do not ask for tens of thousands. A few hundred from each region, trained men plus criminals offered a choice. The noose or the wall, supplemented by gold for the watch to repair castles. Enough to double or triple their strength. If the threat is false, the watch will remain behind the wall, no harm done. If it is real, we will be prepared. Some lords looked at each other, judging the cost. Manderly, from White Harbor, cleared his throat. White Harbor will escort supply ships by sea, up to Eastwatch. If we see trouble, we'll send word. At length, after more debate, the majority agreed to the plan, some grudgingly, some with genuine conviction. Robert muttered that he would send a token force, but no more. Tywin pledged coin from Lannisport's coffers, though he insisted on oversight. The Tyrells, Tullis, and Martells offered supplies, while the Vale lords said they would try to muster a few knights once the snows eased in the mountains. Only Balon Greyjoy abstained, scoffing that the Ironborn owed nothing more. Rhaegar gave him a frosty look but did not press, not wishing to stir another Ironborn revolt. In the end, the agreement formed: a moderate reinforcement of the Night's Watch, immediate shipments of grain, a continued levy of criminals to the Black. It might not be the grand alliance Rhaegar had once hoped for, but it was something, a step toward readiness, should Ned's fears prove true. Relief spread through the hall, though underlying tensions remained. The conversation shifted to other topics, such as the rumored Volantene fleet, the continuing watch on the stepstones, and disputes between certain lords. But the main question, supporting the North, was settled, if not wholeheartedly. After the formal session ended, Rhaegar lingered near the throne, exchanging quiet words with Ned Stark. Ned offered a small, weary smile. "Thank you, Your Grace. This is more than I hoped for. The watch will make every coin count." His gray eyes flicked over the milling lords. "I only pray it's enough." Rhaegar placed a hand lightly on Ned's shoulder. "If you need more, do not hesitate to send word. I'll do what I can. But I must also keep the rest of the realm stable." Ned nodded, understanding the balancing act. Then he bowed, stepping away. Rhaegar spotted Robert Baratheon stalking toward the hall's exit, his men in tow. The Stormlord paused, glancing back over one shoulder, and locked eyes with Rhaegar. For a heartbeat, neither spoke. Then Robert gave a curt nod and continued out. Some days, that was as close to acceptance as Rhaegar could expect. In the days following the council, King's Landing saw feasts, private meetings, and negotiations behind closed doors. Some lords pressed for new trade deals or royal charters. Others attempted to secure betrothals. Rhaenys found herself at the center of rumors regarding potential matches. Tywin Lannister quietly asked if she might be wed to one of his kin, an offer that Rhaegar politely deflected for the time being. Aegon exchanged polite words with Willis Tyrell, who was rumored to be seeking an alliance. Meanwhile, Oberyn Martell prowled the feasting halls, all charm and sharpened smiles, occasionally locking eyes with certain Lannisters or Tyrells in silent challenges that never quite erupted into open quarrel. Ned Stark and his Northmen did not linger for extended revelry. After securing a promise of supplies and coin for the watch, Ned prepared to depart. Rhaegar insisted on hosting him at a private supper the eve before he left. Over roasted venison and spiced wine, they spoke softly of the North's gloom. Rhaegar studied Ned's face, noting the lines of concern. "If the watch is to be doubled," Rhaegar said, "we'll need men who can endure the cold. Not all criminals from the south will survive. Ensure that's understood, so the Rangers aren't burdened by those who can't handle the climate." Ned nodded, eyes glancing at his half-finished plate. "I'll do my best. The numbers may be ragged, but any man who can swing a sword is better than empty walls." He hesitated, then added, "Your Grace, if the day comes when the threat is more than rumor, I hope you'll come north yourself if needed. The men will rally behind a king who stands with them." Rhaegar exhaled. "I stood on battlefields enough to know the cost. If the North truly faces that horror, I will not remain idle. But I pray the day never comes." They left the words there, hovering as both men inwardly remembered the tragedies they had seen. Ned parted ways early, needing rest before the long journey. Rhaegar prayed to the Seven for his safe travel, wanting no more bloodshed on the roads. As weeks passed, the lords gradually departed King's Landing. Robert left with little fanfare, muttering about storms. Tywin oversaw the logistics of funneling coin to the watch. Shipments of grain were arranged, along with caravans for weaponry. Rhaegar tried to maintain optimism, reminding himself that small steps could lead to greater unity. Yet the realm was still a patchwork of old grudges. Spring loomed on the far horizon, though it was an uncertain concept in a Westeros locked in winter's grip. Grand Maester Eric pointed out that the Citadel's almanacs suggested this winter might last longer than average. In the courtyard, the city watch drilled, preparing to handle the influx of criminals who would soon be marched north to take the Black. The jails of the Crownlands and the Reach overflowed with those who would soon face the choice of the wall or execution. Some nights, the city's wind carried the stench of too many souls packed in too little space, a reminder that not all solutions were neat or merciful. Amid this uneasy calm, Rhaegar received a raven from beyond the narrow sea. The letter bore an unfamiliar seal, a stylized elephant's head, which Varys identified as belonging to one of the more influential princely families of Volantis. The letter was short, written in formal common tongue. "To His Grace, King Rhaegar of the Seven Kingdoms, we, the Triarchs of Volantis, send greetings. We have dispatched a fleet west on business unrelated to Westeros. Rumors suggest your realm suspects an invasion. Rest assured, we have no hostile intent toward the Iron Throne, so long as our trade vessels remain unmolested and our operations unimpeded. We request safe passage of any Volantine ship through your waters. In exchange, we offer to open new trade routes with Lannisport and Old Town, beneficial to both sides. Signed, in the name of the Triarchs of Volantis." Rhaegar read it twice and passed it around the small council. Tywin's cool gaze flicked over the parchment. They claim no aggression, yet remain vague about their operations. Could be slave trading or expansions of trade enclaves that skirt our laws. The question is how to respond. If we welcome them too freely, do we risk letting them establish a foothold near our shores? Varys added softly, "Volantis is known for seeking advantage wherever it can. Still, alienating a major free city might create more enemies at sea. We do not have the naval strength for another large conflict." Barristan nodded in agreement, recalling how thin the Crown's fleet had been spread. Rhaegar considered carefully. "We cannot ban them outright unless we wish to provoke them. Let's send a measured reply. They are free to navigate our waters if they respect our laws and do not engage in slaving or other forbidden practices. We can explore the proposed trade routes, but with caution. In that way, the threat of a Volantine invasion receded into a guarded standoff, overshadowed once again by the pressing question of the North. A rhythm settled in the Red Keep. Daily dispatches to the Watch, updates from Eddard Stark about new arrivals at Castle Black, and quiet hope that no dire incident had occurred. The tension in Rhaegar's shoulders remained, though. He remembered the prophecy he had once clung to, how a prince with the blood of dragon and wolf might be the realm's salvation. Aegon and Rhaenys were half Martell, while Jaehaerys Jon, up in the north, was half Stark, half Targaryen. But the question of prophecy seldom aligned neatly with inheritance laws or the realm's politics. All he could do was hold the kingdom together, preparing for any eventual disaster. Amid the swirl of duties, Rhaegar tried to spend time with his children, reminding himself that life went on. Aegon sparred in the yard daily, forging friendships with younger knights. Rhaenys studied statecraft, gleaning knowledge about how alliances formed and fell. Daenerys, meanwhile, blossomed into a thoughtful girl on the cusp of womanhood. She read about dragons of old, about the mystical ties of House Targaryen to Valyria, sometimes dreaming aloud of seeing dragons reborn. Rhaegar, haunted by memories of how House Targaryen had misused power, gently advised caution. If dragons still existed, we must hope they could be used for more than war, he told her. She nodded solemnly, though he saw the spark of curiosity in her eyes. Viserys rolled his eyes at any mention of the old ways, calling it nonsense that a realm suspicious of Targaryens would ever let them hold dragons again. But Daenerys only smiled and kept reading her scrolls. Another letter came from the north, this one from the Night's Watch itself, penned by Lord Commander Mormont. It thanked the crown for the incoming supplies, reporting that new recruits trickled in daily. The letter also spoke of continuing wildling movement, but no major breakthroughs of undead horrors. Only glimpses in the darkness, strange screams in the night. Mormont wrote, "We remain vigilant with outriders posted. We pray the day never comes when we face the dead at our gates. But if it does, we will remember your aid." Rhaegar breathed easier, though a lingering disquiet remained. He suspected that calm was but a reprieve, not a permanent peace. Weeks turned into months. The realm held its fragile balance, each region returning to its concerns. In the west, remnants of Ironborn hostility simmered, but Baelon remained a hostage in King's Landing, curbing his people's defiance. In the Reach, harvests continued, though diminished by winter's chill. In the Stormlands, Robert remained sullen but quiet, presumably focusing on his own lands. The Vale's new council endeavored to keep the passes secure despite the snows. Dorne, though distant, engaged in steady trade, with Prince Doran occasionally sending polite missives to check on Elia and his nieces and nephew. Tywin orchestrated the realm's finances like a man meticulously preventing leaks in a crumbling dam. Meanwhile, rumors about the steplords of Volantis died down, replaced by talk of new Sellsword companies forming in Essos, potential trouble for the future. A sense of uneasy normalcy spread, until a brisk morning when a rider arrived at the mud gate, battered and half-frozen. It was a black brother of the Watch, escorting a terrified wildling youth. Both demanded immediate audience with the king. Rhaegar, alerted by the city watch, arranged a meeting in a private antechamber. There, the black brother, eyes hollow from exhaustion, bowed stiffly. "Your Grace, I am Ed Tollett of the Night's Watch. My companion here is called Carsey. She claims to have seen an attack by whites in the haunted forest. Her village was overrun. The Watch found her wandering near Craster's Keep." The wildling youth, barely more than a girl, had lines of grief carved into her face. She spoke in halting common tongue, voice trembling. "They came in the night, dead men cold as ice. They took my kin, made them like them. I fled. The crows found me. Lord Commander said to come, to show the South the truth. If you do nothing, the dead will come for you too." A chill ran down Rhaegar's spine. The memory of all Ned's letters swirled. He saw the raw fear in this girl's eyes, sensed no deception. He summoned Aegon, Rhaenys, and Tywin to hear the story. Under gentle questioning, the wildling repeated the tale. Half a dozen whites shambling through her village, a figure of white frost that seemed to command them, unstoppable blades of ice. She sobbed, recalling how her brother turned on her after he was slain. Rhaenys went pale, and Aegon clenched his jaw. Tywin was stoic, but his eyes flicked to Rhaegar with an uneasy glint. The Black Brother added, Lord Commander Mormont believed Carsey's words enough to risk sending me south with her. He begs the crown to act. We hear more such stories every day, but few survive to share them. Rhaegar dismissed them gently, having maids bring the wildling food and warmth. Then he turned to Tywin, voice heavy. If this is true, we face a threat beyond mortal armies. The White Walkers, the others, the legends come to life. We cannot keep ignoring it. Tywin exhaled through his nose. We have not ignored it, but we did not fully believe it. If even half her tale is correct, the Watch alone cannot stop an undead horde. Aegon's eyes burned with intensity. Then we must raise the realm, father. March north in force. No half measures. Rhaenys frowned, stirring restlessly. Will the lords follow? They came to the last council grudgingly. They pledged only small support. We might need them all, every sword in Westeros. But how do we persuade them? They'll say we have no proof besides the word of a wildling. Rhaegar paced, remembering the chaos at the Trident. The rivers of blood shed for a mortal war. This was far worse if the stories were true. Then we must give them proof, he said finally. We can gather a small host from the Crownlands, maybe from the Vale or the Riverlands. Travel north ourselves. Investigate. If we see the truth, we can send ravens from the wall to rally the entire realm. Tywin's disapproval was immediate. You would risk your person on a venture that might be a wild goose chase? The realm cannot afford your death, or even your absence, in these uncertain times. Rhaegar's hand brushed the hilt of his sword, that old Targaryen steel. We face the possible end of the living world. My presence might be the only way to unify the lords if the threat is real. I must see it for myself. He turned to Aegon, weighing the memory of how his son fared in war. You would come with me? Aegon nodded without hesitation. Always. Rhaenys inhaled sharply. We can't both risk father and son, she whispered. If the worst happens in the far north, the realm would be left leaderless. Let me go in your stead, or let Aegon remain. Aegon frowned, ready to protest, but Rhaegar lifted a hand. No. If there is dire peril, leaving me alone would solve nothing if I die. If we succeed, we return with proof, or with relief that the threat is smaller than we fear. He paused, looking at Tywin. I need you to govern in my absence as hand, to keep the realm from fracturing. Rhaenys, you remain here too. We can't risk losing all of House Targaryen in a single expedition. And Elia would never forgive me if I dragged everyone into potential doom. The tension in the room felt like a bowstring pulled taut. Tywin pressed his lips together. Very well, your grace. If you are set on this, we'll gather a suitable retinue. At least let me urge you to bring enough force to deter any trouble. Warmer lords might see an opportunity if you vanish or fall. Rhaegar agreed. We will not go lightly. A small but strong host. Some cavalry, some knights, perhaps allies from the Vale or Riverlands if they'll come. And a portion of the King's Guard, of course. Within hours, ravens flew from the Red Keep, summoning loyal vassals to muster for a northern expedition. Rumor spread like wildfire. The king himself would travel to the wall to face the threat of the others. Some mocked it as madness. Others called it heroism. A swirl of confusion seized the city, but Rhaegar pressed forward. If the realm needed living proof to unify, he would do what needed to be done. 3 weeks later, the muster was complete. Rhaegar left Tywin in charge of King's Landing, placing the small council under his leadership. Rhaenys would assist from the capital, learning more of statecraft. Daenerys wanted to join the expedition, but Rhaegar forbade it. She was too young, and the journey too perilous. Aegon insisted on coming, determined to prove that if the realm was in danger, its heir would not stand idle. Half of the Kingsguard accompanied them. Barristan, Jon Darry, and Mandon Moore, while others remained behind to protect the royal family. About 1,000 mounted knights, plus a few hundred foot soldiers from the Crownlands, readied to march north. Rhaegar sent messages to the Riverlands and the Vale, inviting any lords who believed to join. Some responded, some did not. A group of 200 arrived from the Riverlands, led by a somber Edmure Tully. The Vale contributed a smaller band of knights, still reeling from their own troubles. All told, the expedition numbered around 2,000. King's Landing lined the streets to watch them depart. Rhaegar rode a black courser, clad in dark plate trimmed with subtle red. Beside him was Aegon, wearing the armor battered from Pike, his expression set. Barristan carried the white cloak with dignity. As they passed through the city gates, small folk murmured prayers. A few shouted encouragement. Others whispered that the king chased children's tails. Rhaegar heard fragments. He's braver than the Mad King ever was, and gods preserve them from whatever's beyond the wall. With each clop of hooves, a sense of finality grew. He was leaving the seat of his power, venturing toward the unknown. They took the King's Road north, slogging through winter rains that turned roads to muck. The soldiers kept up a steady pace, but the chill air tested even those from the Crownlands. Each time they stopped at a holdfast, small folk stared in awe at the king among them. Rhaegar tried to speak kindly, asking if the roads were safe, if bandits troubled them. The commoners mostly bent knee, offering what meager provisions they could. Though the realm had seen many kings come and go, few had traveled so openly, especially into such bleak conditions. In the Riverlands, Edmure Tully guided them along safer routes, though even these were prone to bandits. One frosty dawn, they clashed with a group of desperados who had terrorized a village. The king's knights made short work of them, capturing a few who might be offered the black in lieu of execution. Rhaegar saw the desperation in the brigands' eyes, a reflection of how winter ground men into desperation. After the fight, Aegon dismounted, helping bury the dead. Rhaegar watched his son dig graves, heart heavy with both pride and sorrow. This war without banners, as men starved, might deepen if the real threat loomed overhead. When they reached the outskirts of the neck, a flurry of snow welcomed them. Marshy terrain froze in patches, making the path treacherous for horses. They paused at Moat Cailin, once a grand fortress, now half-ruined but still a sentinel for the north. Lord Bolton joined them there with a retinue of silent, pale-faced men in fur cloaks. The Dreadfort men eyed the southern knights with a mixture of disdain and curiosity. Bolton gave Rhaegar the courtesy of a bow, though something about his too-quiet voice unnerved many. He assured them that Ned Stark awaited them further north. Pushing on, they encountered true winter. Snowdrifts piled along the road, swirling flurries obscured vision. The nights brought biting cold, forcing them to huddle around large fires. Some southern knights who had never seen such snow cursed and shivered. Barristan used his wisdom to keep morale from fraying, rotating night watch schedules and ensuring men shared tents. Aegon endured stoically, though Rhaegar noticed the red flush of windburn on his cheeks. The boy said little, stoicism deepening with each mile. Now and then, Rhaegar glimpsed him staring toward the endless white horizon as though searching for the rumored horrors. At Winterfell, Ned Stark welcomed them with solemn respect. He looked more worn than before, new lines etched by worry. "Your Grace," Ned said, bowing deeply. "I never thought to see you come so far in such conditions. The North is at your disposal." Rhaegar clasped the man's hand in greeting. "Thank you for the shelter. I bring men who need rest, and we all must see if the threat is real." He glanced around the courtyard, half buried in snow. Stable hands hurried to care for the horses. The black banners of House Stark rustled in the bitter wind. They spent 2 days recovering at Winterfell, warming themselves in Ned's great hall, feasting modestly on hot stews. Rhaegar was introduced to more northern lords who had mustered to help. The tall Great John Umber, the old Lord Serwyn, the taciturn Wyman Manderly who had ridden back north after the council. Each man spoke grimly of wildling refugees scattered in the foothills. None had personally witnessed whites, but the stories multiplied. They reported entire villages beyond the wall silent, lost in endless snow. One evening, Rhaegar stood by the Winterfell battlements, letting the cold seep into his bones, gazing across the white expanse. Aegon joined him. "Do you truly believe we'll find these others?" the young prince asked quietly. A part of me hopes not, for the sake of the realm. But if we marched all this way, Rhaegar's breath fogged in the air. I know. If we find nothing, many will call me a fool. But at least no more men will die. And if we do find them, he trailed off. Aegon glanced sidelong at his father's face, seeing the strain. Then we will fight, he said, as we have fought all who threaten the realm. Rhaegar managed a small nod, though his heart pounded with the realization that if the legends were true, swords might not suffice. At dawn on the third day, they set out again, this time with Ned Stark's guidance and a retinue of Northmen. The snow deepened, slowing their progress, but after a week's hard journey, they reached the Gift, the stretch of land south of the wall held in trust for the Night's Watch. At scattered farms and homesteads, watchers on horseback greeted them with looks of relief. The Watch had not expected such a large contingent. The farmland here was half frozen, dotted with scraggly sheep. At night, the wind howled across the plains, as though the land itself lamented. Finally, upon a gray afternoon, the looming structure of the wall appeared on the horizon, a vast barrier of ice that seemed impossible, rising hundreds of feet. The sight stole the breath of many southern nights. Rhaegar remembered reading about its scale in ancient books, but seeing it was another matter. A frozen monument that dwarfed the petty walls of mortal kings. At Castle Black, the Black brothers turned out in force to welcome the king. The gates opened, revealing a motley array of men in black cloaks, from grizzled veterans to wide-eyed new recruits who had come from southern dungeons. Lord Commander Mormont, a bear of a man, bowed low. His breath made a plume in the cold. Your Grace, we did not dare hope to see you here. The Watch is honored. Rhaegar dismounted, his muscles aching from the long ride. I come to learn the truth of these rumors, he said, glancing around. He saw the half-rebuilt fortifications, the new recruits drilling with old swords. The Watch was larger than it had been months ago, but still woefully small compared to the enormity of the wall. Mormont ushered them into the common hall, where fires roared and bowls of stew awaited. Even so, the cold seeped through every crack. High on the tables, the new Black brothers eyed the southern knights with curiosity. Aegon looked around, subdued, as Barristan and Ned Stark settled on benches. Rhaegar sat across from Mormont, letting the heat of the fire soak into his frozen limbs. Tell me of the threat, he said. The wildling girl Carsey spoke of a village attacked by whites. Have your rangers found any sign? Mormont's eyes glinted with weary frustration. A few. Bodies half frozen, missing limbs that walked off if you believe the men. Some watchers claim to have seen pale figures at night, never by day, always at the edge of vision. We lost a ranger patrol near the Fist of the First Men. When more men went looking, we found only blood and disturbed snow. I fear something roams the northern wastes. Ned Stark frowned. What about the wildlings who passed the wall as refugees? Have they told more stories? Mormont nodded. Many, each more horrifying than the last. They say entire clans vanish. Some claim a being they call the Night King. But the wildlings use that name for half their stories, so I can't say. Rhaegar stirred. Is there any chance we can bring back a tangible proof? A captured white. Mormont grimaced. We tried. The bodies rot quickly if not stored in cold. Some say the whites turn to dust in sunlight, though that might be rumor. If you want proof, your best chance is to send a strong party beyond the wall and see for yourself. But that's a perilous venture. The frost is deep, the wilds lethal. Even with a large force, we could be ambushed if these creatures are real. Aegon leaned forward, eyes bright with a mixture of dread and resolve. Then we must go, father, or we waste the entire reason for coming. Let us see these horrors ourselves, and if they appear, we'll cut them down or capture them as proof. Ned Stark pressed his lips together. It's madness, but if we remain behind the wall, the South will never believe us. So the plan formed, arranging north, guided by Black brothers who knew the terrain. They would not take the entire host. Traveling with thousands in the frozen wilderness was impractical. But a chosen group of knights, plus some of Ned's best trackers, and the Black brothers. Rhaegar would join, albeit with caution. Mormont tried to protest, but the king insisted. If he was to unify the realm, he had to see with his own eyes. They decided on about 300 men. The best riders, the surest swords, well supplied with dragonglass daggers provided by some old caches the watch had uncovered near the fist of the first men. The rest would remain at Castle Black, holding the fort. Barristan would stay behind to guard Castle Black if any wildling or white forces tried to assault it directly, while Jon Darry accompanied the king to the field. Within days, they stood at the northern gate of the wall known as the Ice Gate. The massive tunnel bored through the ice was barred by iron, but it swung open under the watchful gaze of Black brothers. They entered the haunted land beyond, a realm of endless snowdrifts, black pines, and skies perpetually gray. The wind cut like knives. The men formed a column, eyes scanning every treeline. Rhaegar wore heavier furs than he'd ever needed, a chill biting deeper than any southern winter. Aegon rode beside him, jaw set. Jon Darry led a forward guard of knights in black cloaks to blend with the environment. Ned Stark, robed in thick gray, guided them, aided by rangers who had scouted these trails for years. Each day, they advanced deeper, crossing half-frozen streams, weaving among pine forests. They found old wildling camps deserted, fire pits cold, occasional footprints that vanished in the drifting snow. Once, they discovered a half-burned village with no bodies to be found. Another day, they stumbled on a group of wildlings, starving, huddled in a cave. The Black brothers called out, promising food if they would speak. Those wildlings told of an army of the dead, forging north under a pale king. Rhaegar listened in grim silence. The wildlings refused to come south, claiming it was too late for them. They would die in these lands they knew. They only warned the living to flee. On the 8th day, the Watchers' tension spiked. A night fell, dark and moonless, the wind wailing through the pine boughs. The column made camp in a semi-clearing, building a ring of fires. Guards were posted. Ned Stark muttered that he felt eyes in the forest. The men clutched weapons, hearts pounding. But morning came without incident, only the howling wind as a companion. They pressed on. By the 10th day, some men whispered they might find nothing, that the wildlings had conjured a myth to scare them off. Rhaegar noticed the morale flagged, men complaining of the cold. He urged them forward, not wanting to turn back empty-handed. Yet part of him prayed they would find nothing, that he could declare the realm safe, even if called a fool. On the 12th day, near dusk, the scouts returned, faces pale. They reported seeing movement in a glade not far ahead. A group of figures that did not move like living men. Rhaegar's blood chilled. He ordered the camp prepared for an encounter. They advanced carefully, leaving half their force behind with the horses, proceeding on foot in a wide formation, torches in hand. Snow fell in drifting flakes, muffling every sound. The pine canopy overhead filtered the waning light, casting everything in a shifting gloom. Aegon stood at Rhaegar's side, sword drawn, breath steaming. Ned Stark was near, his own blade ready, flanked by rangers carrying dragonglass daggers. Jon Darry commanded a handful of southern knights. The air felt charged, as though crackling with unnatural cold. They came upon a clearing. Tall pines ringed a patch of open ground. Something about the light there seemed wrong, a faint shimmer as the last daylight faded. The scouts indicated movement in the shadows. Hearts thudding, they crept forward, blades raised. Then they saw them. Half a dozen shapes, pallid in the gloom, eyes gleaming with a blue-white glow. Humanoid forms, ragged clothing, some bearing rusted weapons or shattered bones. One turned at the sound of a snapping twig underfoot. Its face, half-rotted, pinned them with a dead stare. A heartbeat of stunned silence passed. Then the shapes lurched forward with inhuman speed. The men cried out, steel flashing. Ned slashed at one, but the blade skittered off icy flesh. Another lunged at a ranger, bony fingers tearing through cloth. Aegon thrust with Valyrian steel, hacking an arm off one of the wights. It stumbled but did not die, clawing the air with its remaining limb. Rhaegar recalled the instructions. fire or dragonglass. He shouted for the men to light torches. A black brother hurled a torch at a white, which shrieked as flames caught. Another knight plunged a dragonglass dagger into a white's chest, and it collapsed, limbs twitching, before dissolving into a husk. The men fought in a frenzy, a swirl of shouts, steam, and snow. One white, faster than the rest, hurled itself at Rhaegar. He swung his steel sword, feeling resistance as it bit into the white's torso. But the creature did not fall. Its eyes burned with cold fire. It gnashed rotted teeth, pushing closer, even as black fluid seeped from the wound. Rhaegar snarled, pivoting to seize a dragonglass dagger from his belt, one the Black brothers had given him. He drove it into the white's neck. Instantly, the creature stiffened, keening with a high, unearthly wail. Its body began to shudder and blacken, collapsing in on itself until it lay as a heap of decaying flesh in the snow. Aegon and Ned dispatched the others similarly. A white charged Ned, only to be skewered by a burning spear from a vigilant ranger. One more white lunged at Aegon, grabbing him by the cloak, but he whirled and stabbed with dragonglass, the creature disintegrating around him. After what felt like an eternity, the clearing fell silent, save for the ragged panting of the living. The men gathered, eyes wide with shock. 6 whites lay smoldering or dissolving. A small hush of swirling snow coated the corpses in a dusting of white. No sign of others. Rhaegar's chest heaved. "You all saw them," he said. "This is no myth." Men nodded, trembling with adrenaline. Aegon wiped black ichor from his blade, expression haunted. "Gods," he breathed. "They truly are the dead. If an army of these, we must warn everyone." Ned Stark looked pale, gripping his sword. "I can't believe we found them so quickly. But it's real. The Watch was right." One of the rangers stammered that this was only a small group. The real threat might be far larger. Rhaegar felt ice in his veins. If 100 or 1,000 such creatures marched, how could mortal swords stand against them? They returned to the main camp, carrying the remains of one partially intact white in hopes of preserving some proof. The men who saw it with their own eyes were shaken. Ned insisted they return south at once to rally the realm. Rhaegar agreed. "We have what we came for. The realm must unite, or we fall." Mormont, upon hearing the news, resolved to remain on high alert at the wall, sending out more rangers with dragonglass. Rhaegar promised him help was coming. The march back was both urgent and grim. They traveled as fast as the snow permitted, each day mindful that whites or white walkers might ambush them. But no further attack occurred. It felt as though the others had shown a glimpse of their power, then melted away into the endless cold. When they passed through the wall's gate again, the men were half frozen, battered but determined. Mormont offered any resources they needed to speed word south. Rhaegar embraced him like a brother in arms. Then the king turned his host back down the King's Road, pushing through the battered gift, halting only briefly at Winterfell to catch their breath. At Winterfell, Rhaegar conferred with Ned. The gruesome remains of the white, half frozen in a crate of ice, still twitched occasionally in unnatural spasms. Rhaegar shuddered, grateful for the thick walls of Winterfell's crypts. "We bring this to King's Landing as proof," he said. "The lords must see with their own eyes. Then they'll not deny the threat." Ned nodded. "It will be a macabre journey, but if it spurs them to act, so be it. I'll remain in the north, preparing my men. Once we have the realm's response, we can plan a coordinated defense at the wall." Rhaegar gripped Ned's arm. "The realm is in your debt." The return south was faster, as they spared no time. Men marched until they nearly collapsed. Aegon rode in silence, eyes distant, replaying the battle in the clearing. Rhaegar occasionally asked after him, and the prince merely replied, "I'm all right, just thinking." The memory of undead eyes haunted them both. Barristan and the others at Castle Black had not witnessed the whites themselves, but they believed the testimonies. Now it was a race to awaken the rest of Westeros. Spring threatened to stir in the southern half of the realm, but winter's grasp lingered. When they reached the Riverlands, Edmure Tully parted ways to gather his lords, promising to bring them to King's Landing if needed. If the rest of the realm refused to believe, Edmure would personally vouch for Rhaegar's word. The Vale knights likewise headed home, alarmed by the proof they glimpsed in the rotting crate. At last, the weary host arrived at King's Landing's gates. Townsfolk gazed in shock at the battered, grim-faced soldiers, some still wearing black cloaks from the watch. Whispers swept the streets. Had the king battled demons in the north? Tywin awaited them in the Red Keep's courtyard, impassive but alarmed at their ragged appearance. Rhaenys ran forward, relief flooding her features, though she hesitated at the tension in her father's eyes. Rhaegar wasted no time. He asked Tywin to summon an immediate assembly of the small council, and to invite any major lord in the city to attend. Word spread that the king had returned with dire news. Rumors of undead horrors took root, met by skepticism or dread. In the throne room, Rhaegar stood on the dais with Aegon and the key knights who had witnessed the Whites. A sealed chest of ice awaited near them, guarded by Jon Darry, Tywin, Varys, Grand Maester Eric, and numerous lords. Among them Kevan Lannister, Oberyn Martell, even Robert Baratheon, who had lingered in the capital, gathered. Robert looked ready to mock, but the hush in the air stilled him. Rhaegar spoke plainly, describing the small battle with the undead. He gestured to the chest. "I do not ask you to take my word alone. Look upon this thing." At a signal, Jon Darry cracked the chest open. Icy vapor spilled out, revealing a twisted, half-charred torso with one arm still attached, the flesh pallid and leathery. Its eye sockets flickered with faint blue embers. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Some recoiled, covering mouths as the stench of corruption wafted out. The thing twitched, as though struggling to rise. Even Tywin's composure faltered momentarily, disgust flickering in his eyes. Robert's mouth dropped open, color draining from his cheeks. Oberyn's smirk vanished, replaced by a grim set of lips. Rhaenys, standing at the dais's side, held a hand over her mouth in horror. "This is one of the Whites," Rhaegar said, voice echoing in the stunned silence. "Slain beyond the wall. Fire and dragonglass can destroy it, but normal steel barely slows it. We encountered several. They attacked us in the night, a horror from legend made real. This is proof. The wildlings speak of entire hordes, led by beings called White Walkers. If we do not unite, all we hold dear may perish." No one mocked. The living corpse before them squirmed, jaw snapping feebly, pinned by iron clamps. Grand Maester Eric stepped forward, trembling, to examine it. He whispered, "Seven save us. I believe these old tales only half, but—" He stumbled away, retching. Tywin's face was grim. "How many of these Whites can exist?" Rhaegar shrugged, voice bleak. "If every fallen foe can be raised, it could be countless in a war. A single battle lost might swell their ranks with our own dead. We must not face them unprepared." Robert Baratheon shook his head in horror. "By the gods, so Ned was right. The North doesn't cry wolf for nothing." He stared at the thrashing abomination, then looked up at Rhaegar. "What do we do?" Rhaegar seized the moment, stepping forward. "We muster every corner of Westeros. We gather an army not to fight among ourselves, but to hold the wall against an enemy that feels no fear, no pain. We send every man we can spare to the Night's Watch, or to join a host that can meet the White Walkers in the field if needed. We stockpile dragonglass, we train in the use of flame. We put aside old grudges, or we die. That is the choice." Silence reigned. Then Oberyn spoke, voice low. "Dorne has no desire to see our entire land become an army of corpses. We will fight." Kevan Lannister, after a glance at Tywin, said stiffly, "House Lannister stands with the crown." A wave of nods followed. Robert let out a hollow laugh, still eyeing the twitching thing. "Damn me, I swore I'd never kneel to a dragon. But if this is what we face, you have my hammer, Targaryen." Balon Greyjoy lurked at the back, eyes wide with horror, while the other lords pressed forward. Rhaenys covered the chest once more, letting the onlookers stare at the rotting visage for only so long. The living corpse's snapping jaws had made its point. And so, in that terrifying demonstration, the realm found a new reason to stand as one. Rhaegar had never wanted to unite the Seven Kingdoms through fear, but if fear of the dead was what it took, so be it. Tywin took immediate notes, preparing ravens to all lords. Muster your levies, prepare winter gear, gather dragonglass. The Citadel's maesters were tasked with scouring old records for any mention of the Long Night or how it was combated. Robert pledged the Stormlands. The Reach and the West readied men. Dorne, the Vale, and even the Ironborn, stunned by the horrors, agreed to send warriors. Balon's face twisted in fury, but he gave no immediate refusal. Perhaps the realization that whites would kill Ironborn as readily as mainlanders silenced him. The North, already mustered, prepared to double its efforts at the Wall. That night, Rhaegar stood on a balcony overlooking Blackwater Bay, Elia by his side. In the harbor below, lights bobbed from ships, some battered from past wars, others newly launched. He felt a tremor in his hands. The realm was about to mobilize for a conflict unlike any in recorded history. Would they arrive in time? How would men and steel stand against an enemy that turned the fallen into fresh soldiers? And yet, for all the dread, he felt a flicker of hope. The old grudges that had nearly killed him at the Trident, that had festered under Aerys' cruelty, might finally be set aside. The realm might unite in earnest. Elia looked out at the water, her expression pensive. "Do you recall the first time we spoke of destiny?" she asked softly. "You said you believed in a prophecy, a prince that was promised. Now it seems the entire realm must act as that prince, or lose everything." Rhaegar exhaled. "Yes," he murmured. "Whether the prophecy speaks of a single hero or many, we cannot wait for fate to choose. We must be the authors of our own salvation." Elia rested her head against his shoulder. "Then let us hope we are equal to it." In the weeks that followed, Westeros stirred like a giant rousing from a long sleep. Ravens by the hundreds flew from King's Landing, each bearing the message. An otherworldly threat approaches from the far north. Each lord was commanded by royal decree to send men and resources to the Wall, or to the mustering grounds in the north, where the king himself would lead. Some lords balked at uprooting their entire fighting force during winter, but the grisly proof of the White in the Red Keep cell left few illusions. Those who came to see it recoiled, and rumor magnified the horror tenfold. A wave of shared purpose swept the land. Robert Baratheon, hammered by nightmares after glimpsing the undead, threw himself into recruiting Stormland knights. Tywin pledged thousands of Lannister men, forging supply trains that marched north. Mace Tyrell, though lazy by reputation, could not ignore the demands for men. The best of the Reach's knights, famed for their chivalry, marched. The Vale overcame its internal leadership issues, sending a strong contingent. Even the Iron Islands, under the watchful eyes of crown-appointed overseers, mustered longships to carry soldiers north via sea routes. Dorne, fiercely independent, saw that no desert was safe if the Whites triumphed. Prince Doran rallied Dornish spearmen to prepare for the cold. The entire realm had never been so united in living memory. United by fear, by necessity, but united nonetheless. In King's Landing, the din of war preparations filled every street. Armorsmiths toiled night and day. Fletchers crafted arrows by the thousands. Dragonglass shipments from Dragonstone were collected, with rumors that the old island had hidden caches of obsidian. People whispered that the realm was repeating an ancient pattern, preparing for another long night. And in the Red Keep, Rhaegar Targaryen oversaw it all, working side by side with Tywin Lannister, Robert Baratheon, Oberyn Martell, and other once-rival lords to plan the greatest muster Westeros had seen since Aegon's conquest. Aegon stood at the forefront of these efforts, forging alliances among younger lords and knights, recognized now as a proven warrior. Rhaenys assisted with the monstrous logistics, her bright mind untangling supply lines that spanned from Dorne's deserts to the frosty north. Daenerys watched with wide-eyed intensity, more convinced than ever that the Targaryen blood might be destined to save the land from darkness. Even Viserys, cornered by the unstoppable tide of events, ceased his grumblings about wasted coin. The realm was at war, or soon would be, with an enemy beyond mortal reckoning. When the day came at last for the main columns to depart King's Landing in a grand procession, the city's population turned out en masse. Trumpets blared. Banners streamed overhead. The dragon of Targaryen side by side with the stag of Baratheon, the lion of Lannister, the rose of Tyrell, the sun spear of Martell, the falcon of Aegon, the trout of Tully, even the kraken of Greyjoy. For once, these sigils did not clash in mortal rivalry, but formed a tapestry of unity. Rhaegar rode at the head, flanked by Robert on one side, Tywin on the other, Aegon just behind, and a swarm of knights from every corner of Westeros in tow. Behind them stretched thousands of foot soldiers, supply wagons, and engineers. The plan was to converge at Moat Cailin, then at Winterfell, then press on to the Wall, establishing supply depots on the way. Criers shouted, "The king marches north to defend the realm from the others." And the small folk cheered, though some wept, terrified of what might happen if the army failed. Rhaegar's heart thumped as he passed the city gates, remembering how each war had cost so many lives. This final stand might cost more. But he held fast to the conviction that, by living at the Trident, he had made possible a realm that could unify in this darkest hour. As the great host snaked away from King's Landing, the wind carried an unseasonal chill. In his mind's eye, Rhaegar saw again the wights in the snowy clearing, heard their unearthly cries. He recalled the hush that fell over the throne room when men realized the undead were real. Now the entire realm moved as one, each house vying to outdo the other in readiness. The gods alone knew if that would suffice. Yet Rhaegar clung to hope. If the living fought together, forging a shield wall of mortal hearts and steel, perhaps they could hold back the tide of night. And if not, well, at least they would meet their end united, a realm at last made whole, even in the face of eternal winter. He spurred his horse forward, the banners snapping overhead, as the greatest army Westeros had ever known began its grim march toward the frosted horizon. In that moment, he felt the entire weight of the realm at his back, and perhaps, for the first time in generations, the Seven Kingdoms truly deserved that name. They were one. Whether it would be enough, only the dawn would tell. The army of the living stretched across the King's Road like a glittering serpent of steel and sigils, extending from horizon to horizon under a sullen gray sky. At the forefront rode King Rhaegar Targaryen, grim-faced and resolute, his breath steaming in the cold air. Next to him rode Robert Baratheon, broad-shouldered and silent, his warhammer strapped to his saddle, a familiar weight he had once turned against Rhaegar on a blood-soaked battlefield. Now they shared purpose instead of enmity, compelled by the knowledge that an ancient threat had stirred in the far north, an enemy beyond mortal comprehension. Around them clustered high lords and knights, their warhorses stamping at the frozen ground, the men's eyes clouded with both fear and determination. This was no ordinary war. In the distance, the clang of a blacksmith's hammer on traveling anvils mixed with the rumble of supply wagons pulled by weary oxen. The old grudges that once fractured the realm were, for the moment, set aside. Even the occasional glare between men of houses that had been at each other's throats for generations now yielded to the greater necessity. Towering banners of House Targaryen snapped in the wind beside the crowned stag of Baratheon, the lion of Lannister, the rose of Tyrell, the falcon of Aegon, the trout of Tully, the sun and spear of Martell, and, grudgingly included, the kraken of Greyjoy. Though many among the Ironborn followed under watchful eyes, they marched all the same. The realm had never seemed so united, nor so vulnerable. They advanced in segments, for no single road could handle such a vast throng. The main host followed the King's Road proper. Flanking columns cut through lesser paths, forging supply lines that branched from villages and holdfasts. Each morning, horns sounded in the cold dawn as knights donned armor and footmen strapped on boots still stiff from frost. Each evening, those horns called a halt, and the columns arranged themselves in sprawling camps. Most men had never traveled so far north. Night after night, they found the air colder, the skies darker, and the sense of foreboding stronger. Rumors spread quickly. The White Walkers marshaled an army of the dead, tens of thousands of whites prowling the haunted forests beyond the wall. Nobody doubted it anymore. Not since King Rhaegar had shown them that half-rotted creature that twitched with a chilling mockery of life. At the head of one vanguard rode Aegon Targaryen. Young as he was, he bore the scars of war, the memory of Pike, the arrow wound in his shoulder, and the chilling confrontation with whites beyond the wall. He had not found restful sleep since seeing those glowing blue eyes in the darkness. Yet he clung to a newfound sense of duty, urging his men forward with calm authority. His mother, Elia Martell, had stayed in King's Landing with Rhaenys. The parting had been tearful, yet neither Elia nor Rhaenys had tried to dissuade him. Dorne might be his mother's heritage, but half his blood was Targaryen, and the burden of the realm's defense fell upon House Targaryen's heirs as much as upon the king himself. Next to Aegon rode Ser Barristan Selmy, the legendary knight of the Kingsguard who had chosen to follow the prince rather than remain behind. In the earlier plan, Barristan was to stay south or remain at the wall, but it soon became clear that Rhaegar needed his best swordsman at his side. Ser Jon Darry, Ser Mandon Moore, and a host of younger knights had also joined. Barristan wore his white cloak over plate darkened with travel, always scanning the horizon for danger. Sometimes, Aegon thought Barristan's vigilance exceeded all reason. Then he would recall the rotting hand that had groped for him in the gloom beyond the wall, and he would thank the gods the older knight was so alert. Amid the columns marched the best of the West under Kevin Lannister, reinforced by men from the Riverlands commanded by Edmure Tully and a few seasoned bannermen. The Vale's knights arrived in uncharacteristic unity. For once, they had transcended their own power struggles to answer the crown's call. Partly out of fear, partly out of respect for Ned Stark's testimony and King Rhaegar's example. House Tyrell had committed its cavalry under the banners of Willis Tyrell, who, though physically constrained by an old leg injury, still led with a steady hand and a brilliant mind for logistics. Dorne had dispatched a disciplined spear host under Prince Oberyn Martell, who rode near the front, restless energy radiating off him. Oberyn's eyes glinted each time he heard the wind moan through the trees, as though daring any white or other to show itself. Even the Ironborn contributed a token force under watch. About 100 men, sullen but compelled by Balon's oath. They had no love for this war, but they understood that whites would not spare the Iron Islands if the living lost. Some among the large columns grumbled that the march was too slow, that by the time they reached the wall, winter might have devoured the north entirely. But Tywin Lannister, commanding the logistical heart of the host, knew better than to rush so many thousands into deadly weather. Each day he conferred with the quartermasters. Vast herds of livestock trailed in separate lines, supplying a staggering quantity of meat, while wagons hauled grain, salt fish, fodder for horses, barrels of fresh water, and, most crucial of all, dragonglass weaponry. Though forging conventional steel to kill the undead was less than useful, each soldier was at least given a dragonglass dagger. Many carried torches or flasks of oil. Rhaegar had seen how flame had crippled the white in that clearing, so fire remained the realm's surest ally. They marched for weeks, crossing the Riverlands in stages. The weather was fickle. Patches of intense cold gave way to unseasonal rains, turning roads to mud. Some southern lords cursed the conditions and raged at the slow pace, but none dared break from the host. If anything, the terrifying stories of the others pressed them onward. Each night, small groups of outriders patrolled the edges of the columns, ensuring no bandits or opportunistic raiders took advantage. For the most part, the presence of this enormous army deterred all but the most desperate criminals. The great Jon Umber, tall and boisterous, met them near the western edge of the neck. He embraced Ned Stark in a crushing hug and then greeted King Rhaegar with surprising deference. "These are strange days," the great Jon boomed, "when I kneel to a Targaryen king, but I've seen the winter that creeps beyond the wall. If we don't stand together, we'll all die alone." Rhaegar nodded, recalling the cold dread that had seized him when the white's dead eyes locked with his. "You speak true, my lord. How far have your scouts ranged?" Great Jon pointed north. "We've gone as far as the last river. We found no sign of the dead so far south, but wildlings slip through the woods, half-starved. They say the others gather in the haunted forests. could be anywhere by now. The ominous hush that followed pressed upon them all. By the time the combined host reached Winterfell, the fortress was barely able to house a fraction of the lords and knights. Tents sprawled around the castle walls, forming a second city on the frosty plains. The great courtyard bustled with blacksmiths, stable hands, soldiers jostling for space. Inside the great hall, Ned Stark offered what hospitality the North could manage. The stony gloom of winter weighed heavily, but the hot springs that warmed Winterfell's walls provided calm. A respite. King Rhaegar met with Ned, Robert, Tywin, Oberyn, Kevin Lannister, and Willis Tyrell in the Lord Solar, along with a handful of the most senior lords. Maps were spread across a long table, detailing the layout of the wall and the known passes beyond. Ned stood at the head of the table using a long pointer. Castle Black is our central station. Eastwatch sits on the coast, Shadow Tower to the west. In the lands beyond, there are no roads, just snowy forests, frozen rivers, and the occasional trail used by free folk. If the others march on us, they'll likely strike the wall somewhere along Castle Black or spread out across multiple weak points. The watch is stronger now than it was, but they can't hold the entire length. We must be prepared to reinforce whichever castle the enemy chooses. Robert Baratheon, arms folded, studied the map. His perpetual scowl had softened somewhat since his confrontation with the White in King's Landing. We can mass men at Castle Black, but if the dead come from the west or the east, we'll need swift movement. Horses are worthless in deep snow. We might be forced to fight on foot. Tywin's expression was cool. We should deploy outriders as far beyond the wall as possible, so we have warning. If we wait to see the enemy approach the gates, it'll be too late. Willis Tyrell pointed at a portion of the map. It may be wise to set small garrisons at the Shadow Tower and Eastwatch as well, not large enough to hamper mobility but enough to maintain a watch. If the others appear, ravens can fly to Castle Black or Winterfell. Rhaegar nodded, remembering vividly the half-dozen whites that had attacked him. Even a small group had nearly cost them dearly. An army of such creatures, augmented by White Walkers, creatures rumored to wield ice swords that could shatter steel, would be a nightmare. We must also store ample supplies at Castle Black. If we end up in a siege scenario, lacking provisions will doom us. Tywin, arrange caravans to bring additional grain north as soon as possible. The north is stretched thin. Our southern harvests must sustain everyone. Tywin gave a curt nod. Already in motion, they spent hours hashing out details, from which houses would man the Eastwatch garrison to how many men would remain at Winterfell as a fallback. By the session's end, Rhaegar dismissed them all to rest. The next day, he led a portion of the host north to the wall itself, accompanied by Robert, Aegon, Oberyn, and many others. Tywin stayed behind to oversee the final shipments, promising to follow soon. Riding through the snow, Rhaegar felt the tension ratchet higher with every mile. This was no triumphant campaign like Aegon's conquest in old songs. This was a march toward an unholy enemy that did not belong in the world of the living. They arrived at Castle Black under a leaden sky that threatened fresh snowfall. The Black brothers on the ramparts saluted wearily, relief etched in their faces at the sight of so many reinforcements. Lord Commander Mormont, draped in his bearskin cloak, greeted Rhaegar near the courtyard gate. "Your Grace, the watch stands ready. We've scouted as far as we dare, but sightings of whites or others remain intermittent. We do know that more wildlings have flooded the foothills, frantic to escape the deep north." Rhaegar dismounted, shaking off the biting cold. "We'll gather all the watchers we can. The realm's lords are not far behind, each sending men. This fortress must be our stronghold. If the others break through here, the rest of Westeros is lost." That evening, a somber hush settled over Castle Black. Soldiers from every corner of the Seven Kingdoms crowded the old halls and courtyards, mingling with Black brothers who had never expected to see so many highborn lords walking these walls. Men from the Reach, the Stormlands, Dorne, the Westerlands, the Vale, the Iron Islands, the Riverlands, they arrayed themselves along parapets of ancient ice, gazing out into the endless snowy wastes. Some muttered that the place felt haunted. Others tried to joke to dispel fear. The sheer scale of the wall, over 700 feet of ice at Castle Black, dwarfed any fortress they had known. Robert Baratheon found King Rhaegar standing on a battlement near a massive ballista the Watch had assembled from salvaged wood. The wind whipped at their cloaks. Robert's jaw was tight, the old resentments overshadowed by an even older terror. "I was a fool," he said abruptly, voice rough. "All those years, I stewed on vengeance, telling myself the real threat was you. While out there," he gestured to the darkness beyond the wall, "out there is an enemy that doesn't even know our petty quarrels. I'm no man for songs of prophecy, but I'll fight till my last breath to keep my folk from becoming whites." Rhaegar glanced sideways. The raw wind and gloom lent Robert's broad face a severity he had never shown in the southern courts. "We all were fools in our own way," Rhaegar replied quietly. "The realm bled for our disputes. Now it stands on the brink of annihilation. Perhaps the gods gave us a second chance at the Trident, maybe so we could face this threat together." Robert grunted, not exactly an agreement but not a denial either. The two men stood side by side, silent, until the cold forced them indoors. At dawn, the new arrivals formed a muster in Castle Black's courtyard. Thousands of men would continue to filter in from Winterfell over the next weeks, but a core group was already present. They set about fortifying the dilapidated defense towers, reinforcing wooden stairs along the interior of the wall, and constructing new ramparts. The Night's Watch offered what expertise they had, astonished by the influx of manpower. Camps sprawled beyond Castle Black in every direction, tents clustering under the looming shadow of ice. King Rhaegar walked among them, listening to men's concerns, encouraging them with quiet confidence. Aegon did likewise, forging a rapport with younger knights by sharing tales from Pike and from the terrifying skirmish in the forest. Morale remained cautious but determined. Days stretched into weeks. The realm's full might arrived in staggered waves, each new host greeted with relief. Tywin Lannister arrived at last, leading a massive supply train from the south, along with a large contingent of Westerland's knights. House Tyrell's main force, under Mace Tyrell and Randall Tarley, marched in looking surprisingly disciplined. The Martell legions under Dorne, slow to travel in the winter roads, finally caught up with Oberyn. Edmure Tully and his Riverlanders manned the southwestern approach. The Vale's knights arrived with stories of near skirmishes with mountain clans, but they made it at last. The Ironborn, though fewer, anchored a portion of the coastline near Eastwatch with their ships, under close scrutiny from royal overseers. All had come because of the horror that the king's demonstration had forced them to witness. All had come to make their stand. A hush fell over the entire region whenever men paused to realize the magnitude of what was happening. Never had Westeros seen such a unified array of houses. From petty bannermen to lords paramount, from the deserts of Dorne to the stony shores of Pike, an army coalesced, tens of thousands strong, thronging the base of the wall. Barracks, tents, wooden shelters, cookfires that spread for miles. The north could hardly supply them all for long, so caravans kept rolling from south to north, albeit more slowly as winter tightened its grip. And still the watchers scanned the empty horizon beyond the colossal barrier of ice, waiting for a sign of the others. Ned Stark took a measure of command, operating in tandem with Rhaegar. Each day, they sent scouts through the wall's gates in small units of Black Brothers supplemented by Southern Knights. Each day, some returned with little news except the vast emptiness. Others never came back. A tension developed. Men wondered if those missing scouts had deserted, or if something unspeakable had devoured them in the forest. In the meantime, the lords murmured that the threat might have been exaggerated. Some called for a more aggressive push beyond the wall, to find and kill the others in their lairs. Others worried that dividing the army in the frozen wilderness might invite ambush. King Rhaegar held daily councils in a large assembly tent pitched near the wall. In that heated space, the realm's mightiest lords argued strategies. Robert and Oberyn favored a bold strike far to the north, to crush the threat on their terms. Tywin, Ned, and Mormont advocated caution, warning that no man fully understood how the others fought, or how many whites they might command. Willis Tyrell and Kevin Lannister pressed the importance of supply lines. The more they debated, the more uncertain they became. Only Aegon stayed quiet, lips pressed together, remembering how 6 whites had nearly overwhelmed them. If thousands awaited beyond the Trident, could even this grand alliance hold? Weeks passed. Snow piled higher. Yet the enemy did not show itself. The great ranging that Rhaegar had led proved that the others existed, so no one questioned it anymore. But the question now was where they had gone. Some outriders whispered that the others might be mustering an army in the far north, waiting for deeper winter. Others said they might be circling east to cross the frozen sea and come around the wall's end. The tension rose, and so did the risk of men's spirits sagging if the threat failed to materialize. Men from the south were unprepared for the punishing cold. Sickness spread, frostbite claimed fingers and toes, and more than a few deserted. Rhaegar tightened discipline, encouraging men with as much mercy as feasible. But he recognized that an unseen enemy frayed nerves more than open battle ever could. At last, close to midwinter's darkest days, a raven arrived from Eastwatch by the Sea, penned by the acting commander there. The message was brief but urgent. A watchship returned from a short patrol at sea, reporting that the icy shoreline beyond the wall was crawling with strange shapes. The watchers glimpsed pale forms in the moonlight, possibly an army moving westward. The commander begged immediate reinforcement. King Rhaegar called a council, reading the letter aloud. Robert stood from the table, hammering a fist on the solid plank. Enough waiting. Let's march east along the wall, meet them at Eastwatch, and if these others come that way, we face them in open battle. Oberyn nodded vigorously, never one to shy from a fight. Tywin looked to Rhaegar, the lines on his face betraying that old caution. We can't strip Castle Black of all defenders. If this is a feint, the others might strike here while we're gone. Ned drew a breath. The letter says an army. If it truly is an army of the dead, we need the bulk of our forces to stand a chance. But perhaps leave a strong garrison at Castle Black to guard the center. Rhaegar closed his eyes, envisioning how any single point of weakness could destroy them. Yet Eastwatch's distress call seemed real. We will split our host, he decided. Half will remain here at Castle Black, prepared to defend or mobilize if we learn of another approach. Tywin, you command that half. Barristan, you stay as well. We cannot risk losing the seat of the watch if this is a trick. The rest of us, Robert, Ned, Oberyn, Aegon, along with the men of Dorne, the Stormlands, the North, the Vale, the West, and the Reach, will march east. If the others are truly on the shore, we'll meet them at Eastwatch. If they vanish again, we keep scouts spread wide. Tywin bowed, though Rhaegar sensed tension in his posture. As you command, your grace. We'll hold Castle Black to the last man if need be. Preparation was swift. Tents were struck, wagons reorganized, men sorted into columns. Tywin's portion, including many Lannisters and Tyrell men, remained behind, reinforcing Castle Black and some smaller castles along the wall. The rest formed a new host, with Robert leading the vanguard. This was the largest force Robert Baratheon had commanded since the rebellion he had once waged against Rhaegar's father. Now he marched for the Targaryen king's cause, his old fury channeled against the undead. The march east was punishing. The land along the southern edge of the wall was frigid and uneven, dotted with rocky outcrops and frozen streams. Great gusts of wind swept across the plains, stinging eyes and numbing limbs. They made slow progress, frequently forced to carve out new trails in the deep snow. Some wise souls used sledges in place of wagons. After many days of grueling travel, they spied the towers of Eastwatch by the Sea rising at the eastern terminus of the wall, perched near where the frozen sea lapped at the shore. A battered watchship bobbed in the nearby bay, half encased in ice. Smoke rose from the ramparts. As they drew closer, the watchers on the walls shouted welcomes laced with tension. Lord Commander Mormont, having traveled separately to coordinate the defenses, greeted them at the gates. His face was grim. "They're out there," he said simply. "Our scouts confirm it. An army of dead men, some miles north along the shore. They appear to be marching slowly, as though the White Walkers do not fear time. The ice itself is their ally. We believe they'll reach Eastwatch's vicinity in a handful of days. Rhaegar felt his stomach clench. He looked to Ned, Robert, and Aegon in turn. The prince's eyes flashed with the memory of that clearing. Robert bared his teeth in a mirthless grin, hefting his hammer. "Then we meet them here," he rumbled. They wasted no time. Eastwatch's walls were meager compared to Castle Black, but the presence of the wall to the west offered a flank of solid ice. The fortress itself had a modest harbor, half-choked with ice floes. The watchers installed ballistae on the ramparts, prepared braziers of flaming oil, stationed archers armed with obsidian-tipped arrows. On the rocky shore south of the fortress, the Allied armies built a sprawling camp, ringed by trenches and palisades. If the others approached from the north along the coast, the living force would meet them in a broad wedge formation. Mormont ordered the watchship to set sails for a final scouting run to confirm the enemy's location, though it risked being trapped by ice. The crew departed, hearts pounding, to find the silent tide of death that advanced at a glacial pace. During this wait, men's nerves frayed further. The bitter cold sank deeper each night, as though the others brought the wrath of winter with them. Some men argued for a preemptive strike. Others insisted they must wait behind Eastwatch's defenses. Rhaegar convened councils daily, gleaning the best ideas from each lord. Finally, the watchship returned with a single word: "They come." The sailors had sighted thousands of whites trudging across the ice-choked shore, led by tall figures clad in icy armor. The men had heard an eerie sound like cracking ice. Some claimed to have glimpsed giant silhouettes among the dead, as though a clan of frost giants had joined the others. That evening, the Allied host prepared for the battle to come. Torches dotted the shore in a line that stretched far to either side, forming a perimeter. Men of Dorne sharpened spears with obsidian tips. Knights from the Reach tested the flammability of their pitch-soaked arrows. Northern archers carried barrels of dragonglass arrowheads. The Stormlanders hammered stakes into the frozen ground, forming a bristling defense. Robert Baratheon paced near the center of camp, old ghosts dancing in his eyes. Ned Stark conferred with Mormont about the best vantage points. Rhaegar circulated among the men, encouraging them with a calm presence, mindful that many believed him touched by prophecy. Aegon helped lead small squads of younger knights, instructing them on how to employ dragonglass effectively. Over the fires, voices murmured prayers to the Seven, the old gods, and any deity who might lend a hand. The wind carried that hush of dread, as if the entire land knew a storm of death was coming. In the pre-dawn dark, the watchers on Eastwatch's ramparts saw faint movement in the distance. Through drifting snow, the others had arrived. Horns sounded across the camp, a low, resonant note that shuddered hearts awake. Men hurried to their posts, knights donned helmets. Robert drew his warhammer, face set. Rhaegar fastened his cloak of black fur over his armor, strapped a Valyrian steel sword to his side, and checked his dragonglass dagger. Aegon clasped his father's arm briefly, then hurried to gather his men. The air was so cold that every breath felt like knives. At first light, the lines were drawn. The living arrayed themselves in ranks that glimmered with hoarfrost. Northerners in the center, flanked by Stormlanders and Vale Knights. Dorne and the Reach took the left flank, under Oberyn and Willis Tyrell. The right flank belonged to men of the West, commanded by Kevan Lannister, with some Ironborn grudgingly integrated. Rhaegar, Robert, Ned, and Mormont positioned themselves at the center. Eastwatch's small gatehouse behind them served as a final fallback. The Black brothers manned the ramparts, ready with ballistae, archers, and huge vats of flaming oil. The enemy came into view like a slow tide, an ocean of pale forms moving over the ice. Thousands of dead men, women, and beasts, all reanimated by the others' dark magic. Their eyes glowed with blue fire, their flesh blackened or rotted. In some places, the mass of corpses parted, and tall figures emerged. White walkers, each clad in something resembling reflective ice armor, carrying swords that glinted like frozen starlight. The dawn was pale, the sky a swirl of cloud and snow, but in that half-light, the others shone with an unearthly aura. A hush of dread passed through the living. Many had fought in mortal wars, but this was different. No hearts hammered as fiercely as those who realized the foes facing them were once men, or beasts, now enslaved by some monstrous will. The lines stood uncertain. Rhaegar swallowed, tasting bile in his throat. He raised his sword overhead, a signal. "Archers," he commanded. The front ranks parted, revealing lines of bowmen who knocked obsidian-tipped arrows. A horn blew. A wave of black shafts streaked into the whitened sky, curving toward the undead horde. Some wights jerked as arrows landed, and indeed, many collapsed when struck by dragonglass. But the sea of them was so vast, it barely made a dent. The White Walkers seemed unperturbed, continuing their silent advance. Then a piercing, inhuman shriek tore the air, some shapeless command from the others. The Whites surged forward, a shambling run that seemed unstoppable. Men shouted, braced shields, leveled spears. The armies of the living collided with the undead in a horrifying mass. Steel clanged on icy flesh. Spears skewered rotted torsos. Dragonglass daggers found white skulls, turning them to blackened husks that disintegrated. But for every wight destroyed, two more pressed in. The stench of decay mingled with the shrieks of men grappling with unliving foes that did not register pain. Robert roared, hammer rising and falling, smashing wights into shattered bone and frozen gore. Ned Stark fought near him, sword nimble with the skill of a lifelong soldier, aided by black brothers who hurled torches into the thickest clusters of the dead. On the living's left flank, Oberyn Martell spun his spear, hooking wights and pinning them down so his men could plunge dragonglass into their skulls. Willis Tyrell, though unable to fight as vigorously due to his leg, directed archers and cavalry from behind the lines, ensuring waves of reinforcement. T.S. plugged any gap. On the right flank, Kevin Lannister's men locked shields, thrusting with obsidian-tipped pikes. The Ironborn among them hacked viciously, though more than one reeled in shock when a wight kept fighting after losing half its torso. Rhaegar himself strode amid the thick of the center line, striking calmly at wights, focusing on methodically destroying them with dragonglass. His Valyrian steel sword cut well, but only fire or obsidian truly destroyed the undead. So he kept a torch strapped at his hip, lighting it whenever a cluster threatened to overwhelm them, setting them aflame. Aegon was never far, leading a band of knights who fought as one, hacking and burning every wight they could. Now and then, Rhaegar and Aegon caught each other's eyes across the melee, confirming they both still lived. Above them, from the walls of Eastwatch, the Black Brothers loosed flaming arrows and poured scalding pitch onto the densest pockets of wights. The stench of burning flesh was overwhelming. Smoke billowed across the battlefield. Horses screamed, panicking at the unnatural foe. The living line wavered in places, men stumbling over corpses that tried to rise once more. A clash of swords signaled the arrival of a White Walker, tall and silent, stepping through the chaos with lethal grace. Its ice blade shattered a common steel spear, but a northern warrior lunged with a dragonglass axe. The walker shrieked, and a wave of cold erupted. The living man froze in place for an instant, but the dragonglass found its mark. The walker collapsed, disintegrating into a crackling of ice crystals. Such small victories repeated across the lines, each time at heavy cost. Despite the living's advantage in numbers, the wights kept surging. For every yard gained, the living lost men. Then, from the swirling lines of the undead, an even more horrifying figure appeared. A giant, once a free folk giant, now rotted and pale, its single eye glowing blue. It lumbered forward, roaring a guttural, unholy sound. It swatted entire knots of men aside, crushing them with a single blow. Archers rained arrows, but normal steel was useless. A few found their mark with dragonglass tips, and the giant bellowed in pain. But it rampaged on, scattering the living line. Aegon saw the break forming, recognized how the giant would allow wights to flood in behind them. He beckoned to a cluster of knights. "With me, bring the pitch and dragonglass." They followed, hearts pounding. The giant turned, swinging a massive club made from a tree trunk. 3 knights died instantly, hurled across the ice. Aegon darted in, thrusting a flaming spear the Martells had given him. The giant howled, but still lived. Another knight tried to hack at its leg with an obsidian axe. The giant roared, kicking the man aside. Desperate, Aegon rolled beneath the massive swing, jammed the flaming spear into the giant's belly, and sank the dragonglass tip deep. With a final, ear-splitting groan, the undead giant collapsed, limbs twitching as the fire and obsidian magic devoured the necromantic power that fueled it. Steam rose from the blackening corpse. For a moment, the living line cheered, but that moment cost them. From behind the giant's corpse, a fresh wave of whites surged, led by 2 white walkers. Their eyes glowed an eerie blue, and the air crackled with cold. Another living warrior tried to block them, only to have his steel sword shatter like glass against the walker's frozen blade. The man died screaming. Aegon found himself face to face with one walker, the inhuman figure standing nearly as tall as Robert, its limbs elongated. Icy runes seemed etched across its chest. A flicker of terror shot through Aegon, but he gripped his dragonglass spear. The walker flicked its wrist, sending a chill wind that nearly knocked Aegon off his feet. He forced himself to charge, jabbing the spear. The walker parried with its ice blade, the spear's tip skittering away. The chill radiating from the walker sapped Aegon's strength. Before the walker could strike a killing blow, Rhaegar intervened, swinging a torch at the walker's face. The creature hissed, recoiling from the flame. A second white walker lunged at Rhaegar's flank, forcing the king to spin away from Aegon. A fierce struggle erupted. Rhaegar deflected one blow with his steel sword, feeling the reverberation as if his blade might shatter at any moment. He knew a single misstep meant death. He flung the torch in the walker's direction, buying a heartbeat of time. Then Jon Darry rushed in, thrusting a dragonglass dagger at the walker's side. The unearthly figure twisted, swift as a gust of wind, parrying the blow and freezing Jon's gauntlet with a single swipe of the ice sword. Aegon mustered his courage, feinting high then thrusting low, aiming for the walker's abdomen. The dragonglass spearhead found purchase, piercing the ice-like armor. A splitting screech echoed across the battlefield as the walker's body cracked like fragile crystal. The shards collapsed in on themselves, leaving only a swirl of frost in the wind. The second walker turned in fury, but Rhaegar seized the chance, burying an obsidian dagger in its back. It shrieked, the sound so piercing that men nearby stumbled in agony. Then it, too, fractured into shards of ice that scattered across the snow. All around them, the allied lines struggled. Smoke from burning whites stung men's eyes. The sheer number of undead pressed them relentlessly, though the living's dragonglass and fire inflicted massive losses. In places, the whites faltered, entire ranks collapsing under flights of flame arrows from Eastwatch's walls. White walkers died, undone by well-timed spears or ambushes of knights carrying torches. Yet every inch was paid in blood. Barricades toppled. Men fell shrieking under the claws of undead. Some whites clambered over piles of corpses to claw at archers. The living's advantage in numbers was real, but the dead fought without fear or exhaustion, guided by a chilling intelligence. At length, hours into the savage battle, the tide began to shift in the living's favor. The whites that remained pressed forward more erratically, lacking enough white walkers to coordinate them. The allied lines reformed, led by the great lord's bellowing commands. Robert battered his way through a final throng of corpses, caving in skulls with his hammer, howling curses that half-choked him with tears. Oberyn Martell, spear tipped black with congealed gore, finished off another cluster of whites near the right flank, lighting them ablaze with a quick flick of a torch. Ned Stark and Mormont, battered but alive, rallied men to push forward. Gradually, the undead ranks fell away, many simply disintegrating once the White Walkers controlling them were destroyed. When at last the last white collapsed, its animating magic undone, the living collapsed too, though in exhaustion, not death. The battlefield was a charnel house of ash and ice, littered with hundreds of bodies of men and thousands of the dead. A hush heavier than any in living memory settled on the shore. Dawn's light revealed the tragedy in full. Heaps of corpses, the stench of burnt flesh. Some men wept openly. The waters near Eastwatch had frozen over with blackish ice where gore and pitch congealed. Rhaegar stood in the midst of it, chest heaving, hair plastered to his brow with sweat turned to frost. Aegon limped to his side, a cut on his forearm and a smear of blood on his cheek. They looked at each other, tears welling unbidden in both pairs of Targaryen violet eyes. The relief of survival mixed with the horror of what they had faced. Robert Baratheon slogged over, leaning on his hammer. His armor was splashed with black fluid and rimed with ice. He stared at Rhaegar, then Aegon gave a single nod. Ned Stark arrived next, a grim acceptance in his eyes. Oberyn joined them, panting. "We destroyed them," he said, half wonder, half anguish. "How many men did we lose?" No one had an immediate answer. The cost was clearly immense. Countless allies lay in the snow, frozen in contorted postures. Kevan Lannister, battered on the right flank, approached to report heavy losses among the men from the west. The same was true for the north and the Stormlands. Yet as the living took stock, it seemed that the brunt of the undead army had indeed been destroyed. They had faced a massive host, including multiple White Walkers and a giant. They had prevailed, but fear lingered. Was this the entire host, or merely a fraction? Lord Commander Mormont approached, face ashen. "We've no sign of others approaching. If there are more, they must be scattered or further west. We'll send scouts at once." Rhaegar nodded, forcing his numb lips to form words. "Do it. We can't assume the war ends here." Robert's voice, hoarse from shouting, broke in. "If there's more, we'll kill them. We did it once. We can do it again." Yet the faint tremor in his tone spoke of how close the living had come to being overrun. The allied host had lost thousands. If a second wave, equally large, attacked them soon, would they have the strength to stand? The next days were consumed with tending to the wounded, burning the dead, both friend and foe, to ensure no corpses might rise again. Eastwatch's corridors overflowed with injured men. Maesters and healers worked day and night, but many succumbed to injuries or frostbite. The smell of death clung to every breath. A gloom settled over the survivors, as men realized that even in victory, the cost was hideous. Some prayed the others had spent the bulk of their strength. Others whispered that the real storm had yet to come. Rhaegar organized search parties to scour the shore northward for straggling whites or White Walkers. Aegon joined in, determined to confirm the undead had truly retreated. They found scattered remains, small pockets of frozen dead or half-melted lumps of ice that might once have been White Walkers, presumably destroyed by the unraveling of some central necromantic bond. The battered watchships circled the icy coastline, seeing no sign of a second wave. Meanwhile, ravens flew to Castle Black, informing Tywin Lannister of the victory. They flew also to King's Landing, to let the realm know the living had prevailed in a great battle. But Rhaegar refused to declare a final triumph. "We must remain vigilant," he said grimly. "The others do not think as men do. They may regroup, or they may have other plans." Still, amid the horror, a cautious hope took root. Men spoke in reverent tones of how the United Realm had accomplished what once seemed impossible, driving back an army of the dead. Robert said it best in a rare moment of sobriety. "We turned aside a nightmare. If we stand together, maybe we can keep the darkness away." Ned, standing near him, quietly agreed. Oberyn teased Robert that the Storm Lord was becoming a poet, earning a tired chuckle. In the aftermath, Eastwatch's harbor, still half-choked with ice, became a hub for messenger ships carrying news south. Lords penned accounts of the battle, describing the White Walkers' vulnerabilities to dragonglass and flame. The Citadel's maesters compiled these into urgent treatises, distributing them to every corner of Westeros so that if further pockets of undead arose, local lords would know how to fight them. Rhaegar spent hours dictating letters to the great houses, urging them not to disperse their armies too soon. They might be needed again. Many men died from their wounds or the freezing nights. Funerals piled into mass pyres. The living learned that even a triumphant clash with the others left a bitter aftertaste. Gradually, small groups of men began returning to Castle Black to reunite with Tywin's contingent. Some lords argued it was time to go home. Winter might last years, but harvests and governance demanded attention. Robert, for one, desired to see the Stormlands again, to rebuild what war had depleted. Others felt uneasy leaving the north unguarded. Rhaegar wrestled with the dilemma. The realm could not maintain such a colossal army at the wall indefinitely, but if the others stirred again, a slow southern recall might cost them the advantage. Ned Stark and Mormont recommended a compromise. Keep a strong force stationed at the wall, perhaps 10,000 men from across the kingdoms, rotating every few moons, while the rest returned to manage their lands. Robert snorted at the idea, hating the thought of a prolonged deployment, but he also recognized they had no better plan. Tywin, always pragmatic, agreed it might be the only workable approach. The realm could not starve itself sustaining a permanent grand host in the far north. So the plan was formed. A fraction would remain as watchers on the wall, enough to deter smaller pockets of undead. The rest would gradually rotate out, ensuring every region had representation. Rhaegar intended to remain for some time longer, to oversee the fortifications, though many lords pressed him to return to King's Landing. When the first wave of departing lords set off, the mood was a strange mix of relief and caution. Robert left with the bulk of the Stormlanders, promising to send replacements in a few moons. Before he rode away, he and Rhaegar clasped arms in the courtyard of Eastwatch, both wearing simpler armor now that the immediate threat had subsided. Robert looked Rhaegar in the eye. "We did good," he said, voice raw. "Never thought I'd fight beside you, but the gods have strange humor. Keep safe, dragon." Rhaegar allowed a faint smile. "Likewise, stag." They parted, old enemies shaped by a new war. Other lords drifted south in staggered waves, escorted by caravans that braved the winter roads. The lines of supply reversed direction, hauling the wounded and the dead for burial in family crypts, where possible. Oberyn Martell lingered a while, unwilling to leave without ensuring no further sign of whites loomed near Eastwatch. Eventually, he too departed, leading the Dornish spears home, though a portion of them stayed as watchers. Kevan Lannister, pressed by Tywin's instructions, left a regiment of Westermen at the wall but returned with the rest. Edmure Tully placed a garrison of Riverlanders as well, then set off to manage the Riverlands. The Vale did similarly. The Ironborn withdrew most of their men, though a handful remained, possibly to maintain some shred of honor. Meanwhile, the Black brothers worked tirelessly to reorganize, distributing the newly arrived watchers along the entire length of the wall, so no single castle stood empty. In the weeks that followed, the realms to the south exhaled a shaky breath. The stories of the great battle at Eastwatch circulated widely, fueling tavern ballads that tried to capture the terror and valor. The small folk repeated tales of white walkers shattered by obsidian and steel. While most had never seen the undead themselves, the accounts of thousands of battered knights returning with missing limbs and haunted gazes confirmed it was no mere rumor. War with the others might not be over, but at least the realm had proven it could unite against a common horror. Rhaegar oversaw the final transitions of men at the wall, refusing to depart immediately. A part of him needed to be certain that the nightmarish threat would not reappear in a matter of days. Aegon insisted on staying, too, though his mother's letters from King's Landing implored him to rest. Each day, father and son patrolled the ramparts of Castle Black or Eastwatch, conferring with the watch commanders, scanning the horizon. Snow kept falling, wind kept howling, but no sign of a second undead host emerged. Scouts returned from beyond the wall with empty reports. The haunted forests felt emptier than ever, as though the others that remained had slunk away, biding their time. In a private moment, Rhaegar ventured once more beyond the wall with a small escort, determined to see the battlefield near Eastwatch from the vantage where the whites had emerged. Aegon accompanied him. They trotted across the frozen coastline, lumps of ice drifting offshore, the sea black and still. Eventually they found the place where the others had first appeared, an expanse of churned snow stained with old blood and pitch. A hush reigned, broken only by the wind. Aegon knelt, sifting a handful of snow as if searching for some sign. "There's nothing left," he murmured, voice echoing. "You'd never guess thousands of corpses trudged this way. It's as though the land swallowed them." Rhaegar looked out toward the icy horizon. "We can't assume they'll never return," he said quietly. "But for now we hold them at bay. This is more than the realm had months ago. We must remain vigilant. The prophecy speaks of a long night, but perhaps we can prevent it from falling in full." He glanced at his son. "You've seen more war than you should at your age. I'm sorry for that." Aegon stood, shaking his head. "I chose this path, father. War might be terrible, but if it saves the realm from that darkness—" He trailed off, remembering the stench of the undead. "It's worth it." Rhaegar placed a hand on Aegon's shoulder. "Well said." Not long after, the final shape of the Watcher's rotation solidified. Ned Stark and a large portion of the Northmen agreed to remain for the foreseeable future. 10,000 men from across the realms, commanded in rotating shifts by various lords, manned the wall's fortresses, ensuring each stretch of ice had watchful eyes day and night. The Night's Watch, heartened by the reinforcements, took the lead in training new recruits with dragonglass weaponry. The rest of the allied host returned south by mid-spring, though spring was a gentle term for a land still blanketed by snow. King Rhaegar and Prince Aegon made preparations to depart for King's Landing, trusting that the Watchers would send ravens if any sign of a renewed invasion arose. On the day Rhaegar finally said farewell to Castle Black, the Black brothers lined the yard in silent tribute. Ned Stark accompanied him to the gate. They clasped hands, that old history between House Stark and House Targaryen overshadowed by recent collaboration. "Thank you for everything," Ned said quietly. "If you had not come, the North would have fought alone." Rhaegar inclined his head, silver-gold hair stirring in the cold wind. "We are one realm," he replied. "If the threat returns, send word. We will not fail you." Ned nodded, unspoken gratitude in his gray eyes. The king's column began its southward trek. It was smaller than the force that had come north, for many had chosen or been assigned to remain on the wall, and many more had perished in the battle at Eastwatch. They navigated the partly frozen King's Road back through Winterfell. There, Rhaegar thanked the northern houses who had supported him, while Aegon parted from the Great John and the Manderleys, forging lasting friendships. Winterfell had never hosted so many Targaryens in memory, yet now the name Targaryen no longer conjured universal fear. Tales spread of how the king had fought White Walkers in the snow, side by side with northern men. Some whispered that he was the greatest Targaryen since Aegon the Conqueror, not for forging with dragonfire, but for forging a unity that transcended old hatreds. As they journeyed further south, the land gradually shed some of winter's grip, though it remained chill. In the Riverlands, peasants lined the roads to greet the returning soldiers, relieved that the realm had not collapsed. They offered what meager bread and thanks they could. Rhaegar politely declined lavish welcomes, preferring to keep the column moving. He wanted to see King's Landing to ensure stability. War had battered the realm before. Now a different war threatened it, one of ice and death. In quiet moments, he reflected on how the entire shape of Westeros had changed since the day he survived the Trident. Perhaps the gods had orchestrated that survival so he might unify the realm against the others. Or perhaps it was blind luck. Either way, the realm's future felt precarious but not hopeless. Finally, the column arrived at the capital. King's Landing's walls rose behind muddy fields, the city larger and filthier than the northern towns. But upon hearing that the king returned victorious, if battered, crowds poured into the streets. They cheered, waved scraps of cloth, and thronged to glimpse the knights covered in soot and half-healed wounds. Word had spread of the great battle at Eastwatch. The small folk seemed torn between relief that the immediate crisis had passed and fear that such undead monsters existed at all. Rhaegar sensed their eyes upon him. He forced a gentle smile, raising a hand in acknowledgement. Aegon rode close by, looking similarly subdued. Once inside the Red Keep, They were greeted with an outpouring of relief from courtiers. Elia Martell and Rhaenys embraced them both, tears slipping. Daenerys, eyes bright with emotion, hovered behind them. Viserys looked on, uncertain, less combative than usual. The entire court seemed to exhale a breath it had been holding since the day Rhaegar marched north. In a private gathering of the small council that evening, Rhaegar recounted the events. The muster at Castle Black, the battle at Eastwatch, the losses, the uncertain possibility of future assaults. Tywin listened gravely, nodding as Rhaegar described the rotating watchers. Varys tapped his fingers on the table, expression pensive. Grand Maester Eric busied himself with parchments detailing the updated knowledge on White Walkers. Robert Baratheon had returned to Storm's End, but he had left behind certain loyal knights in King's Landing to keep watch, a sign of continued cooperation. Oberyn, too, had gone back to Dorne but assigned a Dornish contingent to remain at the Wall. The realm now faced a new normal, half at war, half at uneasy peace. Tywin carefully set aside a scroll. "Your Grace," he said, "we are hearing that the lords who returned from the north face difficulties. Small folk unsettled by these stories, banditry in certain areas from men who deserted the war. We must address these matters swiftly, or the realm may slip into chaos even without the others. Our treasury has been much depleted from provisioning the Grand Army. We require new measures, perhaps improved trade with the free cities, or a reevaluation of certain taxes." Rhaegar massaged his temple, fatigue heavy in his veins. The war with the others was not a conventional one, but the realm's practical concerns remained. "Draft proposals," he told Tywin, "but do nothing that starves the watchers at the Wall. They remain our bulwark. We can't falter." Tywin dipped his head. "As you command." Days passed. Life in King's Landing resumed its frenetic pace. Some celebrated the victory at Eastwatch as though the threat had ended. Taverns sang of King Rhaegar and Prince Aegon turning back the long night. Broadsheets carried sketches of White Walkers as fearsome devils, though half the detail was invented. Others worried that the calm was only temporary. Rhaegar made official pronouncements. Each region would maintain a rotation of watchers at the Wall for the foreseeable future. Each region would also stockpile dragonglass. The Citadel in Old Town drafted training manuals on how to kill whites, distributing them widely. The realm had never cooperated so willingly in recorded memory. Perhaps that was the only silver lining to the horror. Yet Rhaegar's sleep remained troubled. He dreamed of the deserted forest beyond the Wall, the hush before a new storm, the dreadful possibility that the others could gather anew. He woke in cold sweats, recalling how close the living army had come to collapse. Elia, noticing his anxiety, tried to comfort him, reminding him that the lords had pledged to remain vigilant. Rhaenys helped with the daily tasks of ruling, forging alliances and ensuring that shipments still traveled north. Aegon found renewed purpose in training new recruits for the City Watch, teaching them the dragonglass techniques so they could pass it on to every corner of the realm if needed. Daenerys asked many questions about the battle, about the White Walkers, and whether the realm might ever see dragons return. Rhaegar gave cautious answers, not wanting to feed illusions. The realm needed unity of men more than the uncertain hope of living fire. Letters arrived from Castle Black and Eastwatch at intervals, confirming that the Watchers encountered only occasional whites or scattered freefolk. No massed army. The winter deepened, but not to the world-ending extent many had feared. Some credited that to the living show of force, believing the others had been driven into retreat. For now. Others suspected the White Walkers might simply wait for a better chance. But in the short term, Westeros inhaled a collective breath, relieved that the worst had not repeated itself. Life went on, shaped by the knowledge that everything had changed. The great houses, having bled together, found new ways to coexist. Hatreds were not erased overnight, but they were tempered by shared trauma. Robert still disliked the Targaryen line, but he recognized the realm needed them. Tywin leveraged his position as hand to rebuild the treasury, forging deals with Bravos and Pentos. Willis Tyrell established robust supply lines to the Wall. The Martells maintained a portion of their host in the north. The Vale overcame its internal strife to keep knights rotating to support the watch. The Greyjoys, under the watchful eye of crown-appointed overseers, largely refrained from open rebellion, though they chafed at the memory of subjugation. Meanwhile, the Tullys and Starks worked closely with the Watchers, ensuring a stable corridor for goods to flow. All across the Seven Kingdoms, men carried newly forged obsidian blades, just in case. Rhaegar resumed his quieter rituals, playing the harp in private, strumming melodies that spoke of sorrow, hope, and the hush that came after war. Sometimes Aegon joined him, simply listening. Father and son found a measure of closeness born from the shared horrors they had survived. Rhaenys spent time with Daenerys, teaching her the finer points of courtly life. Elia administered charitable efforts for the war-wounded, distributing coin to families left destitute by the battle at Eastwatch. The king personally visited some of these families who had traveled south, comforting them with soft-spoken words. He did not shy from acknowledging the realm had demanded everything from them. Many looked at him with awe, uncertain how to reconcile the gentle harpist king with the figure who had faced the undead. He told them he was just a man, blessed or cursed by the burden of prophecy. If it brought them relief, so be it. On a late afternoon some months after the battle, Rhaegar received a final letter from Lord Commander Mormont. It read that the Watchers had encountered no further sign of a large undead host, though scattered wights popped up. Mormont expressed cautious optimism that the threat was delayed, perhaps indefinitely, or perhaps until next winter was worse. He praised the realm's continuing vigilance, remarking that every wave of fresh Watchers from the south came better trained, better supplied, and prepared for the unnatural horrors. Mormont ended by thanking the king for accomplishing what no monarch since the conquest had done, uniting Westeros in a single cause. Rhaegar set the letter aside, exhaling. Relief, if not total peace, weighed on him. The realm stood ready for the next move of the others, whenever or if ever it might come. That evening, Rhaegar strolled the ramparts of the Red Keep, recalling the first day he had returned triumphant from the Trident, how the city had greeted him with suspicion and hope. Everything had changed since then, culminating in the unimaginable union of houses at the edge of the world. He thought of Lyanna Stark, who had once stolen his heart and inadvertently set so many events in motion. Had she lived, might the realm have united sooner? He thought of his father Aerys, the Mad King, whose cruelty had nearly destroyed House Targaryen, ironically forcing Rhaegar to become the king who led them into the future. None of these roads had been easy, yet for all the heartbreak, perhaps it had led them to this point. A realm that could face down the night together. Standing beside him, gazing at the sprawling city, Aegon took a measured breath. "Father," he said softly, "the battle at Eastwatch haunts me. I keep seeing those eyes." Rhaegar nodded. "I see them too, every time I close my eyes. We have no guarantee they won't return. But for now, we have time and time enough to prepare." Aegon turned to him, expression pensive. "We can't let ourselves drift back to old divisions. That's the real danger. Forgetting what we fought for, squabbling until the day the others appear again." Rhaegar's lips curled in a sad smile. "That is always the danger. Power is a fickle glue. Fear brings men together, but only for so long. We must strive to keep the realm united by more than dread." Below them, the city lamps flickered, thousands of tiny lights dotting the blackness. The same city that had cowered under the reign of the Mad King now stirred with new life, battered by winter's hardships but not undone. Rhaegar placed a hand on Aegon's shoulder. "One day you will reign," he said quietly. "Let the memory of Eastwatch guide you. Ruling is not about show or even about prophecy. It's about protecting the realm from the darkest of foes. If we can do that, everything else is secondary." Aegon nodded, eyes gleaming with youthful conviction. "I will remember," he promised. The final hush of night settled around them, the wind carrying a faint whisper from the far north. Rhaegar imagined he could hear the voices of the watchmen on the wall, standing guard against any new nightmares. He thought of Ned Stark, face lined with sorrow, but determined to hold the boundary. He thought of Robert, his old foe-turned comrade. He thought of Tywin, Oberyn, Kevin, Edmure, Willis, men who had set aside petty differences to defend all living souls. The realm had endured so much, from rebellions to the brink of a supernatural apocalypse. Yet it was still here, forging new tomorrows. And so the days continued. Spring might come late, or next year might bring deeper cold. But the kingdom had learned to stand as one, at least against the ultimate darkness. Whispers of the night war circulated in every corner of Westeros, forging ballads that overshadowed the memory of Robert's rebellion. Streets filled with occasional rumors, some claiming the others would return with an even larger host, some claiming the king had banished the darkness forever. Rhaegar urged vigilance, not complacency, and the watchers at the wall remained a permanent fixture. Instead of drifting back to old grudges, the great houses found themselves forced to maintain alliances, rotating men north, investing in dragonglass, learning the lessons of unity in the face of extinction. In the Red Keep's library, Daenerys pored over ancient tomes about the Long Night, the Children of the Forest, and the forging of the Wall. She shared those learnings with Rhaenys, who quietly supported her father's cause by managing the day-to-day demands of the royal court. Elia Martell, recognized throughout the realm as the queen who had raised children that fought the others, quietly strengthened ties between Dorne and King's Landing. Viserys, having lost his illusions of immediate entitlement, found a niche in the city's trade negotiations, though his pride still flared occasionally. Across the sea, some rumored that the Targaryens might be unstoppable now, for the realm rallied behind them. Others whispered that House Targaryen had assumed the mantle of guardians, not conquerors. For Rhaegar, each day began and ended with the memory of that clearing beyond the wall, where whites had nearly overwhelmed him. He carried that memory like a silent brand. He corresponded regularly with the watch commanders, ensuring that if fresh scouts found signs of a second undead horde, the realm would respond swiftly. With every letter, he reminded them that they were not alone. No corner of Westeros stood in isolation now. The forging of alliances had changed the realm's tapestry in ways no war of men could have done. Some in the capital wondered if the king would demand lavish celebrations or a festival to mark the victory at Eastwatch. Rhaegar refused. "It's no reason for celebration," he told Elia. "Too many fell, and the threat may not be ended. Let us keep a quiet vigil instead." The court grudgingly accepted. Instead of a triumph, Rhaegar declared a solemn day of remembrance for all who had died, both at Eastwatch and in smaller skirmishes. Bells tolled across the city. People lit candles in windows, the flickering lights a symbol of unity against the dark. As the months passed, men who had fought at Eastwatch told their tales in winter hearths. They recounted the terror of the White Walkers, the unstoppable might of whites, and the heroic stand under King Rhaegar. Some named him Rhaegar the Shield or Rhaegar the Knight's Aegis. Others spoke simply of how his survival at the Trident had saved them all from unimaginable doom. It became a living myth, woven into the tapestry of Westeros's lore. Children began playing at Walkers and Watchers, brandishing wooden swords tipped with chalk. At the same time, the realm's day-to-day complexities returned. Crops needed planting, debts needed paying, lords vied for small local powers. But overshadowing it all was the knowledge that if the White Walkers rose again, old squabbles would vanish before a far greater foe. Through it all, Rhaegar's perspective crystallized. He had become the guardian that prophecy demanded, but not alone. The realm itself, from the greatest lords to the humblest peasants, had risen with him. The deep scars of rebellion, the heartbreak of old rivalries, had partially healed. Not perfectly and not forever, but enough to hold the line against an otherworldly threat. If the others ever returned in force, Westeros would meet them again, and perhaps that, more than any crown or prophecy, was the real victory. One evening, near the anniversary of the Eastwatch battle, Rhaegar found himself in the Red Keep's Godswood, a small patch of weirwood and still water overshadowed by tall stone walls. He knelt by the little pool, remembering how the northern forests had looked under the moonlight. He thought of the quiet humility that Ned Stark often showed here, praying to the old gods. The faint sound of the city drifted beyond the walls. In that hush, Rhaegar silently thanked whatever gods existed for sparing the realm from a worse fate. He bowed his head, letting the weight of the crown slip from his shoulders for a moment. A soft step behind him made him turn. Aegon stood there, hesitant. "Father!" Rhaegar rose, clasping Aegon's hand. "Yes, my son," Aegon inhaled. "I wanted to say, I'm proud of what we did. Proud of you. I never imagined all of Westeros standing together like that. Even though it was horrible, it also felt right to fight side by side, all houses as one. Sometimes I wonder if that's what true kingship means, to unify rather than conquer." Rhaegar smiled faintly, tears pricking his eyes at the earnestness in Aegon's voice. "That is the lesson we must carry forward. The realm is not ours alone, but all of ours. If we can remember that, perhaps this war, this night war, will not have been in vain." Aegon nodded, glancing at the still pool. "When the others come again, we'll be ready." They left the Godswood, returning to the keep's corridors where distant torchlight flickered. The city beyond still bustled, hosting travelers from every region, forging new commerce, gossiping about the royal family, and weaving fresh legends. Rhaegar Targaryen, once only a prince haunted by prophecy, now wore the crown of a king who had rallied the realm against a threat older than any mortal kingdom. His silver-gold hair had grown streaks of white from stress. His eyes bore the lines of age and sorrow, but his steps remained steady. Each day was a new forging of alliances, a new vigil in the face of the cold. Far away, the wall stood in silent watch, manned by Black brothers and Southern volunteers. Snow still fell, the forests beyond still harbored unknown terrors. But the watchers knew that if horns sounded in the night, the realm would answer. Ravens would fly to King's Landing, and from the Stormlands, the West, the Reach, the Vale, Dorne, the Iron Islands, the Riverlands, and the North itself, men would march, dragonglass in hand, torches flaring, banners snapping. A living host determined not to yield the world to the dead. In that vigil, the final echo of the Trident's choice lingered. Had Rhaegar died then, the realm would have fractured irrevocably beneath the madness of Ares and the chaos of civil war. Houses once mortal enemies had proven they could stand shoulder to shoulder. Winter might endure, and the others might bide their time, but the living had found a measure of unity that even the darkest cold could not immediately break. Perhaps that was the true destiny Rhaegar had glimpsed in cryptic old scrolls. A forging of hearts, not just swords, so that men would stand as one flame against the coming night. If winter overcame them all, it would not be for lack of courage, nor for want of fellowship. Thus the realm moved on under the watchful eye of Rhaegar Targaryen, king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, lord of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. People said he carried the memory of Dragonfire in his blood, but it was the memory of the icy dead that truly shaped his reign. In the tapestry of Westeros, men told stories for generations of how the day came when the realm rallied behind a Targaryen who had once been the rival of many, and how that unity turned back the tide of darkness at Eastwatch. The final chapters of that story remained unwritten. Yet for the moment, under cold skies and flickering hearths, Westeros clung to a fragile but profound peace. A peace forged in the knowledge of what lay beyond their mortal squabbles, and what horrors they might yet face if unity failed. In that fragile peace, hope flickered like a candle, defying the endless winter nights. And in King's Landing, in the hush of the royal solar, Rhaegar would sometimes take up his harp and play a quiet tune, no longer a dirge, but a gentle lullaby for a realm that stood at the threshold of a new dawn. One born of countless sacrifices, sealed with the promise that men need not be alone in the dark, so long as they remembered what they had achieved when they set aside their bitter legacies and stood as one against the night.